everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Bleach. This captain is an Uchiha. Chapter 50 to 100, Chapter 50, Jin Ikamaru enrolls. Chapter 50, Jin Ikamaru enrolls. As Aizen's subordinate, Yato had seen the Shirkai of Kyoka Sogetsu very early on. In fact, almost every single member of the current Gotei 13 had already fallen under its spell. After all, with Aizen's intellect, finding a legitimate excuse to display his Shirkai was simply too easy. Lieutenant Aizen, Yato said respectfully, keeping his head bowed inside the hospital ward. I am truly sorry to trouble you to make a trip here personally. It's no trouble at all, Yato-kun. In an unprecedented display, Sosuke Aizen let out a soft sigh. Truth be told, I wanted to come over the moment I heard you were severely injured. However, with 7 major Rukongai districts destroyed, the rescue operations simply couldn't proceed without me, the lieutenant of the 5th Division. Yato Uchiha let out an amused grin, knowing there was at least some truth to those words. The destruction caused by Hanzo Mochizuki was far too massive. There were heavy casualties among both Soul Reapers and Rukongai residents, and the bulk of the rescue efforts had been dumped onto the shoulders of the 5th Division. The captain of the 5th Division, Shinji Hirako, although sharp and resilient, was honestly quite lazy when it came to actual work. Since Sosuke Aizen had meticulously crafted a persona of being diligent, responsible, gentle, and reliable, he had no choice but to take on this massive mess himself. With such an overwhelming workload, simply relying on Kyoka Sogetsu's illusions to fake it wouldn't have cut it. It was clear Aizen had actually put in the effort and fulfilled his duties as the 5th Division lieutenant. Lieutenant Aizen, may I ask why you came looking for me? Yato was genuinely curious. He hadn't fully recovered yet, and was incapable of fighting, a fact he was sure Aizen could easily see. However, to the boy's surprise, the elegant man merely smiled softly and spoke in a mild tone. Yato-kun, I assume you are already able to get out of bed and walk around. Yes, I stopped needing crutches the day before yesterday. Then you should go out for a walk. Being close to nature is highly beneficial for the weakened and severely injured. Yato paused, a bit hesitant. But as a severely injured patient, I have to submit a report to Lieutenant Sinasoke Yamada before leaving the 4th Division. There is no need for such trouble. Sosuke Aizen adjusted his glasses with his slender, articulated fingers. Just follow behind me. With his hands in his pockets, Yato walked behind Sosuke Aizen, once again marveling at just how insanely useful Kyoka Sogetsu was. The two of them walked out of the 4th Division completely out in the open, strolling along the paths of the Siriitei's seated officer residences. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of Soul Reapers and nobles, even crossing paths with a captain class like Kensei Muguruma. Yet, no matter who it was, not a single person could see the figures of Aizen and Yato. Crushing everything with an immense Ryatsu, and fooling all living beings with the power of his Zanpakuto. Yato Uchiha sometimes thought that if anyone possessed Aizen's power, they wouldn't be willing to submit to others either, let alone bow down in a world governed by the Soul King. How does it feel, Yato-kun? Aizen's voice drifted back from ahead. As a genius, it has been a long time since you've walked down a path without anyone's eyes on you, hasn't it? Yato Uchiha smirked. At that moment, they happened to be walking past the 1st Division barracks, so the boy plucked a weed from a crack in the wall and casually chewed on it. Unlike Kanaim Tozen's absolute, reverent subservience, Yato's attitude around Aizen was actually quite relaxed, aside from maintaining the necessary honorifics. It truly is a very novel experience, Lieutenant Aizen. Your tone holds a bit of hesitation. Is there something you wish to say, Yato-kun? Nothing gets past you. The boy shrugged. I was just wondering, exactly how long have you spent your days walking around like this using Kyoka Sogetsu? Heh. What a highly personal question, Yato. Please forgive me, Lieutenant Aizen. It's fine, it isn't a secret worth hiding. The man walking in front didn't look back, He merely raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Over there is where I used Kyoka Suigetsu for the very first time. Yato Uchiha followed the direction of Aizen's finger and saw a familiar structure. It was the towering roof of the Shino Academy. 132 years ago, I enrolled in the Shino Academy. Aizen chuckled softly, his pace leisurely and unhurried. During the Asachi bestowment ceremony, I achieved Shirkai. Yato clicked his tongue, utterly in disbelief. The exact moment he touched an Asachi, he awakened Kyoka Suigetsu's power. What an absolute monster. Wait. Didn't I do the exact same thing? Never mind then. Sosuke. Aizen paused and spoke with a hint of amusement. Since we're on the topic of the Shino Academy, why don't we go take a look? There's a rather interesting little guy there. Yato Uchiha had no objections. Following behind Aizen, they arrived at the Shino Academy. The familiar front gates, the familiar guards, the familiar instructors. Inside the training grounds, two boys were currently sparring. The battle was entirely one-sided. In no time at all, one of the boys slashed open his opponent's chest with his Zanpakuto. Standing in the center of the arena with the posture of a victor, he smiled pleasantly. This boy had a slender build and short, light purple hair. His narrow eyes were habitually squinted, making him look exactly like a venomous snake preparing to devour its prey. That's him. Aizen stood right in the middle of the crowd, an unreadable smile lingering on his lips. This boy is named Jin Ikimaru. He's quite bold. He actively sought me out through my subordinates. His talent is excellent. Less than a week after enrolling, he has already defeated every single noble student in his year, one by one. If he continues to perform outstandingly and doesn't meet an early end, I will recruit him into the 5th division the moment he graduates. Yato Uchiha raised an eyebrow slightly. On the surface, he offered a few words of agreement, but internally, he felt a wave of complex emotion. It seemed Ranjika Matsumoto had already had that thing stolen from her by Aizen's subordinates. Jin Ikimaru had sworn to take revenge, coming to go undercover by Aizen's side all on his own, stepping onto a path of no return. Actually, when he first met those two, Yato had considered whether he should try to alter Ranjika's fate. However, after careful deliberation, he abandoned the idea. There was almost nothing Aizen wanted that he couldn't get. Interfering too early would likely bring catastrophic disaster upon himself. Besides, Ranjika was still alive, and Jin Ikimaru's death was a matter that wouldn't happen for another 100 years. There was no rush to intervene. This particular chess piece should be used at a much more critical moment. However, Jin Ikimaru had finally enrolled. He remembered that this guy shattered the Shino Academy's records, graduating early and becoming a seated officer in just a single year. So it was getting closer and closer. Yato silently calculated the timeline in his head. In 1 year, Jin Ikimaru would graduate early and become a seated officer of the 5th division. In that same year, Kiryu Hikafian would be promoted to the 0 division, acquiring her own floating palace in the sky. And Kasuke Urahara would take over as the new captain of the 12th division, founding the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. 9 years after that, Aizen would launch his plot, conducting holification experiments on Captain-class Soul Reapers. Central 46 would hand down their verdict, ordering the execution of all involved Captain-class members as if they were hollows. Consequently, Kasuke Urahara and Yorichi Shihoin would defect one after another. Oh right, Yato-kun. There is one more thing. Aizen turned his head, interrupting the boy's train of thought. Yato clicked his tongue internally. He knew his boss hadn't sought him out just to take a simple stroll, there was definitely a mission to assign. He put on a facade of listening attentively, waiting for what was to follow. This Jin Ikimaru will become our comrade in the future. However, I can see that his gaze has always been drifting somewhere else. The 5th Division lieutenant still maintained his gentle, reliable demeanor as he spoke. Help me keep an eye on him. If necessary, you can just kill him. -30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 51, the Shiba Shinigami of this era. 1412 words. Chapter 51, the Shiba Shinigami of this era. Kyan-senpai, are you really okay? Yato pushed Kyan's wheelchair, smiling bitterly. How about you just go back to your room and rest? If Captain Unohana finds out I secretly pushed you out, she might actually chop me to pieces. Don't worry, I've got you covered if anything happens. How exactly are you gonna cover me? I'll ask our captain to put in a good word for us, of course. A sunny, bright smile spread across Kyan Shiba's handsome face. Captain Yukitake is a really great guy. Fair enough. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Yato Uchiha had no choice but to keep pushing the wheelchair, helping Kyan Shiba sneak out. The two wounded men left the 4th Division barracks just like that, heading south until they reached the outskirts of the Siriitii and entered the Rukongai. Before long, they arrived in front of a strange, sprawling mansion. It was a standard, classical architectural complex covering a vast area. What was truly startling, however, was that right at the front of the complex stood two massive arm sculptures. The arms were clenched into fists, holding a banner that bore the name Shiba. Shiba-senpai, your home is truly full of artistic flair. You are, after all, the greatest fireworks makers in the Soul Society. Kyan Shiba laughed heartily. His favorite hobby was inviting friends to his home, just to see the strange, speechless expressions on their faces. Come on, Yato, let's go inside and have a drink. Besides our fireworks, our liquor is also peerless. Our family has had brewing traditions dating back to before the Siriitii even existed. Kyan-senpai, wouldn't it be better to wait until you don't need a wheelchair before you start drinking? Liquor isn't exactly good for your recovery. Ha! Have you forgotten the name of my Zanpakuto? Nejibana, a water-type Zanpakuto. For me, sake is like medicine. I never get drunk, no matter how much I have. Yato was half convinced. A Soul Reaper with a water-type Zanpakuto had this kind of trait. It sounded a bit like he was a water elemental spirit or something. Lord Head of the House. The guards saw Kyan Shiba and rushed forward to greet him. Sir, why are you here today? I was getting bored in the hospital, so I brought a friend home for a drink. Even when dealing with his family's servants, Kyan Shiba didn't have a shred of superiority. Send word and have a meal prepared in the main house of my quarters. Yes, sir. Watching the guards go off to work, Kyan Shiba turned back and laughed. Come, Yato, let me give you a tour. The boy nodded and pushed the wheelchair, strolling through the Shiba estate. Over the past 2 years, he had visited the Kachiki clan grounds quite often, so he was already very familiar with the old money style of the high nobility. Yet, visiting the Shiba house today, Yato felt that even though both were among the 5 great noble families, the tastes of the Kachiki and Shiba clans were completely different. The Kachiki mansion was desolate and empty, the garden design was extremely meticulous and possessed a sense of wild elegance. The rules within the clan were strict, and one couldn't afford to take a single wrong step. Even the clan head, Jinrei Kachiki, led by example and never overstepped his bounds. But the Shiba house was different. Despite being a sprawling estate, it was incredibly lively. You could see the elderly cooling off under the shade of trees and children catching fish in the pond. It was full of the vibrant atmosphere of daily life. This is the training ground. Along the way, Kyan Shiba was in high spirits, cheerfully introducing the place to Yato. Every winter, the family holds a tournament here. Every child who hasn't yet entered the Shino Academy participates. I took first place back in the day, nobody could beat me, not even the people from the branch families. See that pond? We get our daily water from there. It's incredibly important, so every 3 years, we use keto to clear out the silt and impurities. That circular building is where we craft our fireworks. It's designed so that sunlight never touches it, no matter the time of year. Yato, I can bet my chest on this, even if you use your shuriken to enhance your vision, you still won't be able to see a single seam in the architecture. This is the place where we honor our departed clansmen. My younger brother, Moritora Shiba, has his tablet placed here. Just then, a young girl happened to step out of the house. Her eyes landed instantly on Kai and Shiba sitting in the wheelchair. Big brother. After a brief moment of surprise, she flashed a mischievous smirk. You're defying the doctor's orders and sneaking out again, aren't you? Let me tell you, if you keep doing this, sooner or later the 4th Division is going to give you a sound beating. Mind your own business, brat. Kai and Shiba glared at the girl, then turned back to Yato. This is my sister, Kakaku Shiba. Don't let her appearance fool you. Her talent for making fireworks is far greater than mine. She is destined to become the #1 fireworks maker in the Soul Society. Nice to meet you, Miss Kakaku. Yato nodded with a perfect, elegant tilt of his head. Having spent so much time with Byakuya Kachiki, such standard etiquette was second nature to him. Kakaku Shiba was still in her youth at the moment. She had bright, clear eyes and a beautiful smile. While she was far from the bold and sharp-tongued woman she would become later in life, she possessed a spirited, restless energy. Hello there. You must be Yato Uchiha, right? I remember you. The girl said with a giggle. You like salty food, you have a preference for glutinous rice balls, and you absolutely hate vegetable juice. Yato nodded thoughtfully. During the time he and Kaien were stationed in the Zaraki district, their meals had been provided by the Shiba clan. It seemed this girl was very attentive to her eldest brother, remembering the preferences of his teammates as well. All right, that's enough, don't scare our guest. Where is Ganju? Him. He's probably out messing around in some Rukongai district again. Call him back. We have a guest. You got it. Give me 3 minutes. The girl ran off excitedly, leaving behind only a nimble, charming silhouette. Yato Uchiha was curious. The Rukongai is such a massive place, how is your sister going to notify him? Using Tentikura. She doesn't want to be a Shinigami, so she never learned Keto. Kai and Shiba stifled a laugh. Look up at the sky. Yato Uchiha looked up and saw a massive firework cannon slowly rising into position. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the fireworks exploded, leaving a line of large, glowing text hanging in the clear blue sky. Ganju Shiba. Come. Home. Truly convenient. Haha. What do you think? Doesn't she have a talent for it? Indeed. Yato agreed. I've heard that fireworks in the Soul Society are different from those in the world of the living. Because they need spirit particles to trigger, in addition to chemical craftsmanship, they also require a substantial amount of ryatsu. You're absolutely right. There are many fireworks makers in the Soul Society, but only our Shiba clan can shoot them really, really high up. Kaien-senpai, since your sister has this talent, why not train her to be a Shinigami? I feel like she would listen to you. About that. Kaien's eyes seemed to dim for a moment. After a long silence, he sighed softly. Yato, for an older brother like me, I don't necessarily want my younger siblings to become big-shot heroes. You know just as well as I do how high the casualty rate in the Godi I-13 is. Moritora died back when he was still at the Shino Academy. As for Kakaku and Ganju, I just want them to live a free and prosperous life. In the future, the main Shiba house has me, the branch family has Uncle Ishin, and we have so many other clansmen, that's enough to protect them. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 52, Intoxicated. 1469 words. Chapter 52, Intoxicated. Yato was feeling a little dizzy. He looked at the sake cup in front of him, and had to shake his head vigorously to force the 3 blurry cups back into one. Hold on a second, the boy chuckled bitterly. Kyan-senpai, let me catch my breath for a minute. Haha. Yato, you still lack training. Kyan Shiba laughed heartily, paying no mind as he lifted the sake jug, and began chugging loudly. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was now deep into the night, the meal had been set out around dusk, and the 4 of them had been drinking non-stop until now. Kukaku Shiba and Ganju Shiba had tapped out long ago. The siblings had collapsed, one pulling on the other's foot, the other grasping a hand, sleeping side by side in absolute dead-to-the-world exhaustion. With a loud smack, Kyan Shiba tossed the empty jug onto the floor and rubbed his belly in deep satisfaction. So good. It's been a long time since I felt this satisfied. I'm usually kept on such a tight leash. Thank goodness I snuck out of the hospital today. Oh? Kyan-senpai, you're the head of the main Shiba household. There's actually someone who dares to keep you on a tight leash. It's Miyako Asano. You guys have probably met, right? She was the one feeding me medicine that day you came to my ward to visit me. Yato Uchiha nodded thoughtfully, the image of the gentle woman surfacing in his mind. Miyako Asano was likely the future Miyako Shiba, adopting her husband's surname only after marrying into the Shiba clan. Miyako is great in every way, except she just worries too much. It gets really annoying. But you're clearly smiling right now, senpai. Am I? Maybe this sake is fake, damn it. Kyan Shiba's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly changed the subject. Don't laugh at me, what about you? Over the past 2 years, our Shiba clan had 2 or 3 kids studying at the Shino Academy. They said you were incredibly popular. The female students were too shy to even look at you. I don't really have any thoughts in that direction for now. I'm still young. You're not that young anymore. Date someone for 50 years and then get married. By that time, you'll probably be a lieutenant or even a captain. Then I'll focus on becoming a captain class first. Career takes priority. That mindset of yours is actually quite similar to Uncle Ishin from the branch family. The lieutenant of the 10th Division, Ishin Shiba. That's right. I call him uncle, but he's really not much older than I am. When we were kids, we used to set off fireworks together all the time. The handsome young noble paused, a look of regret flashing across his face. If I had known, I would have invited Uncle Ishin to drink with us. His enjetsu is a fire-type zanpakuto, and he loves drinking strong liquor more than anyone. Kyan-senpai, why do you always insist on tying a zanpakuto's type to a person's alcohol tolerance? There's deep science behind it, kid. Kyan Shiba hummed twice, popped open another jug of sake, and poured it into his mouth, speaking somewhat incoherently. That guy Moritora was exactly the same. He always said my theories were forced and had no scientific basis. Since we're on the subject, senpai. Actually, there's one thing I've been meaning to ask you for a while, Yato Uchiha inquired curiously. Heian, petrel, kukaku, crane, and ganju, eagle, are all birds, but Moritora, tiger, is a beast. Is there some special meaning behind that? Kyan let out a knowing laugh. It seemed he had anticipated the boy would ask this very question. Members of the Shiba branch family residing within the Suriitii all had the character Ichi-1 in their names. Meanwhile, the names of the main Shiba family in the Rukongai were all structured as nature element plus animal. Heian, Moritora, Kukaku, Ganju, when placed side by side, Moritora did indeed stand out quite sharply. This matter. Aside from the noble families keeping records of it, an ordinary Shinigami without enough life experience really wouldn't know. Kyan Shiba set down his sake jug and explained with a smile. Actually, when my younger brother was born, he was originally supposed to be named Moriseiji Forest Heron. But because my father revered Lord Kazuo so much, he changed the name. Lord Kazuo. Lord Kazuo Shiba is Uncle Isshin's biological grandfather. Even today, he remains the head of the Shiba branch family. Kaien's expression became exceedingly serious. His Zanpakuto, Nekotora, Weeping Tiger, is hailed as the strongest water-type Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society. So that's where the Tora tiger came from. Yato Uchiha realized in sudden enlightenment, his internal doubts cleared away. Then, as if suddenly recalling something else, he spoke up. It seems the relationship between the main and branch families of the Shiba clan is quite good. This remark caught Kaien off guard. Thinking the boy was implying some deeper meaning, he answered somewhat hesitantly. Of course it's good. Why do you ask? Are there really main and branch families that don't get along? Well, about that, there actually is, Yato smirked. I heard of a certain clan where, because they possessed a powerful inherited physical trait, the main family cast a curse, similar to Keto, on the branch family. From the age of 3, the lives and deaths of the branch family members were entirely controlled by the main family. That's absolutely despicable. Kaien Shiba was instantly furious. They share the same blood, how could they possibly do such a thing? You wouldn't even treat slaves that way, let alone relatives who share the same surname. Where do these people live? I'm going to go teach them a lesson. It's just an urban legend from the Rukongai districts, Kaien-senpai. Don't get so worked up. Yato Uchiha clinked his cup against Kaien's. I've caught my breath. Let's keep drinking. All right. Kukaku. Ganju. It's time for you two brats to wake up. The guest hasn't even had his fill yet. What kind of hosts pass out first? The still young Kukaku and Ganju Shiba groggily got up. Without the slightest hint of annoyance, they once again began downing sake with roaring enthusiasm. The members of the Shiba clan seemed inherently unconstrained by trivial details, possessing a bold and generous nature. Under such a lively atmosphere, Yato Uchiha finally let loose and gradually became truly drunk. In truth, the boy had been feeling incredibly suppressed these past few days. That guy Hanzo Mochizuki sprouted wings after using his Bankai, and who knew where he flew off to? The many questions surrounding him were left completely unanswered. Yato Uchiha vaguely sensed that Hanzo Mochizuki possessed intelligence he desperately needed. After all, Furufushi Saito was exactly like him, a wielder of a multi-stage release Zanpakuto. Another major source of stress was the pressure Sosuke Aizen was applying. 2 days ago, Aizen had issued an order for Yato to monitor Jin Ikemaru and, if necessary, execute him. If it were someone who followed Aizen with absolute, die-hard loyalty, they would have been weeping tears of gratitude, willing to lay down their lives for the trust Aizen had placed in them. But Yato Uchiha was not such a person. From the very beginning, his plan had been to utilize Aizen to ascend to the throne of heaven himself. Aizen was already perceptive enough to see through Jin Ikemaru's anomalies, so wouldn't he also eventually discover Yato's own ulterior motives? Moreover, logically speaking, his crimson eyes also possessed illusion-type abilities. In the future, when he mastered a deeper level of release, it would undeniably act as a counter to Kyoka Sojetsu. With Sosuke Aizen's level of intellect, he had absolutely anticipated this. Yet, he hadn't said a single word about it. Instead, he showed Yato even greater favor, going so far as to use Kyoka Sojetsu to take him on private strolls, and expressing unique trust in him right in front of the Shino Academy. Yato could feel it, Aizen was genuinely trying to groom him, perhaps even intentionally indulging his ambitions. Knowing full well he was raising a tiger that could bite him, yet still holding on to some inexplicable expectation. Sosuke Aizen, what exactly is going on inside your head? I truly can't see through you. Pondering this, Yato Uchiha clinked cups with the young girl Kakaku. Whatever. I won't think about these things right now. Yato looked at her flushed, rosy cheeks, and downed his cup in a single gulp. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 53, 1 year. 1453 words. Chapter 53, 1 year. For a soul reaper, time is the most worthless commodity. The more massive one's Ryatsu, the slower one ages. Comrades rarely show any significant physical changes, making it incredibly easy to completely overlook the passage of time. Nearly a year had already passed since the day Yato Uchiha was discharged from the 4th Division. With the expeditionary force of the 11th Division gradually returning to the Soul Society, the Siriidii returned to a state of peace. The various divisions carried out their respective duties, guarding the One King and the 5 noble families. Yato maintained the intensity of his training. While fulfilling his duties as the 3rd seat, he would also occasionally do some dirty work for Aizen. Facts proved that he truly had a talent for being a double agent and corporate wage slave. Over this past year, the 1st Division had awarded Yato commendations on several occasions. Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had even unprecedentedly summoned him in person for a face-to-face commendation. Sosuke Aizen had also provided him guidance multiple times, helping to clear up his confusion regarding his training. Yato's various abilities steadily improved. While there was no explosive growth, he gained advantage through a continuous, steady stream of progress. Nowadays, if he wanted to spar, looking for ordinary seated officers provided absolutely no training benefit. He was clearly leagues above them in strength. Therefore, Yato would occasionally head to the Rukongai to find Zaraki and hack at each other. At the very least, his opponents were Byakuya Kachiki or Hiyori Saragaki, ensuring he maintained a high intensity. On this particular evening, at the 12th Division's open-air training grounds. "You bastard! You ugly freak," the blonde-haired lieutenant with pigtails roared. She leaped into the midair, concentrated spirit particles at her feet to form a foothold, and launched a fierce dive bomb attack. "Chop them clean off, Kubikiri Orochi." The massive cleaver with its jagged edge swung down. Yato Uchiha wasn't panicked in the slightest. A dark gleam flashed through the 6-pointed star pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The skeletal arm of Susanoo manifested, firmly grabbing the blade of Kubikiri Orochi, and violently slamming it downward. Boom! Hiyori was embedded into the rock floor of the training ground. Before she could even crawl back up, she heard the indifferent voice of her 3rd seat. "Heido number 54, Heian." A disc-shaped projectile of purple flame ignited Hiyori Saragaki's shahakusho. Sucking in a sharp breath of cold air from the pain, she pushed off the ground with her hands, nimbly flipping out of the arena to voluntarily concede defeat. Along the way, she also tore off the burning shahakusho, revealing the white inner garment underneath. "Ugly freak. Baldy." Hiyori began cursing loudly once again. Over this past year, every single sparring session with Yato Uchiha had ended in Hiyori Saragaki's defeat, leaving her covered in dirt and thoroughly humiliated. Of course, Yato still had some bottom lines. At the very least, he hadn't used Amaterasu to burn her. The most he did was set her shahakusho on fire. "Don't be angry, Lieutenant." Yato's eyes reverted back to black. "Honestly, I've learned a lot from sparring with you." "Oh? Like what?" "I've learned how to strip off a shahakusho quickly and steadily." You. The short-tempered blonde girl stomped her feet in rage, her lips trembling. "Hey, don't be mad." Yato Uchiha knew when to stop while he was ahead. No longer teasing her, he smiled brightly. "Want to go out for food?" "It's my treat, since I've burned so many of your clothes." "At least you know it." "You bastard, shahakusho damaged outside of missions have to be replaced using our own money." Let's go. "Where to?" "You pick." The Kiyoshi Yakiniku restaurant at the west end of Mansion Road. Wow, I remember that place being really expensive. Humph. Hayori Saragaki smiled smugly and took the lead, marching ahead. Yato Uchiha followed behind, completely unconcerned about the cost. He had plenty of money, directly requisitioned from Aizen. I've tied my life to my waistband to work for you, what's wrong with asking for a little living allowance? The Mansion Road, Hayori Saragaki referred to, was formerly known as Seated Officer Mansion Road. Just as the name suggested, it was a residential area built by the Siriiti exclusively for seated officers. Situated along a small stream, it was an elegant and pristine area. Yato also had a courtyard house here, but as a workaholic, he generally just stayed at the division barracks. Because the residents were all Shinigami officers, there were an abundance of businesses located near Mansion Road. Most of them were operated by the families of Gotei 13 members, or were businesses with noble investments. The prices were on the steeper side, but they genuinely offered excellent value for money. Lieutenant Saragaki, 3rd Seat Uchiha. The owner of Kiyoshi Yakiniku bowed deeply upon seeing the two, leading them to a private booth to sit down. Should we invite anyone else? Yato handed the menu to the lieutenant with a smile. Don't hold back, I'm not afraid of getting ripped off. Let's invite Captain Hikafian. I don't know what she's been so busy with these past few days. When I saw her this afternoon, she even had dark circles under her eyes. Sure. The boy paused for a moment, then uttered a few words. Tantikura. Watching the other party casually use a high-level bakudo just to contact their captain, the corner of Hayori Saragaki's mouth twitched, feeling a bit depressed. You bastard. Your talent in Kido really is ridiculously good. Just practice more, bakudo isn't that difficult. After finishing his communication with Kiryu Hikafian via Tantikura, Yato turned to Hayori. Captain Hikafian will be here in a bit. She told us to start grilling first. Alright, I'll order extra flank meat, it's the captain's favorite. The dishes were served. Hayori Saragaki expertly cut the raw meat with scissors and placed it on the charcoal grill. A rich aroma curled upwards, turning into a wispy blue smoke in the air. Speaking of which, Yato. The blonde lieutenant suddenly lowered her voice, acting secretive. Do you think Captain Hikafian going missing these past few days has anything to do with the matter concerning the captain of the 10th Division? Lord Arima. Yato Uchiha nodded thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, that's highly possible. Captain Shintaro Arima was killed in Hueco Mundo, and they couldn't even recover his remains. It really is quite strange. Sigh. We need to properly pay our respects to Captain Arima at his funeral in a few days. He was a good man. Indeed. Yato Uchiha chimed in softly, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. In his previous life, when he had read the original Bleach story, he knew the 10th Division captain of this era had died in the line of duty, perishing in battle. But he had no idea regarding the specific details. Even now, having served as the 3rd seat for 2 years, he had only ever crossed paths with this mysterious 10th Division captain once. All Yato knew was that Shintaro Arima originated from the lower nobility, had a close relationship with the Shiba clan, possessed a seemingly fiery and explosive working style, and did not get along with the 6th Division's Jinrei Kachiki. Regardless, this 10th Division captain had still followed the destiny of the original work, dying in this era. He wondered if Isshin Shiba would immediately succeed him as captain. However, judging from his current abilities, it seemed he still required more refinement. Just as Yato Uchiha was lost in thought, the door was pushed open by the purple-haired female captain. Captain Hikafian. Yato and Hayori stood up to greet her. Kiryu Hikafian waved her hand, gesturing for the two of them to sit. She took a deep sniff, her eyes rippling with a smile. Smells so good. I can tell at a glance this is little Hayori's masterpiece. This veteran captain, holding the 3rd highest seniority in the Gotei 13, seemed somewhat hesitant. But eventually, she picked up a piece of meat, put it in her mouth, chewed it slowly, and let out a sigh. I don't know when the next time I'll be able to eat barbecue here will be. Little Hiyori, little Yato, there's something I feel I must tell you two in advance. I'm afraid I will no longer be able to serve as the captain of the 12th Division. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 54, The 10th Division Captain's Funeral. 1,540 words. Chapter 54, The 10th Division Captain's Funeral. Visibly, Hiyori Saragaki's face instantly fell, the piece of grilled meat dropping from her mouth onto the table with a plop. Captain. The blonde girl looked as if she were about to cry. Are you going to the 10th Division? That's fine too. I can just come see you after I finish my work. Little Hiyori, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Kiryu Hikifion's voice was full of pity and apology. I am going to the 0 Division. From now on, I will live in the Soul King Palace. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't be coming back down to the Siriiti. Captain, do you really have to go? The purple-haired 12th Division captain gently shook her head. Hiyori Saragaki's mouth turned down, and her eyes grew red. She didn't say another word, she just desperately stuffed grilled meat into her mouth as tears fell platter onto the table. Yato Uchiha sighed inwardly. Hiyori Saragaki viewed Kiryu Hikifion as a mother figure. A promotion to the 0 Division meant being separated like heaven and earth. It truly was incredibly difficult to bear. The boy cleared his throat lightly and raised his cup. Captain Hikifion, congratulations on your promotion. I wish you continued success and martial fortune. Thank you, little Yato. Kiryu Hikifion downed her drink in one gulp. Tomorrow, the 1st Division will begin the process of selecting a new captain. Within half a month, a new captain will take over my duties. She paused, then continued. Actually, in a situation like this, it would be best for the division's lieutenant or 3rd seat to be promoted to captain. But neither you nor little Hiyori have reached the level of Bankai yet. It's fine, Captain Hikifion. I still need time to hone my skills. Very good, little Yato. There's no need to rush. Captain Hikifion, I assure you, I really am in no rush. This was the absolute truth. After all, in 9 years, plenty of positions would open up. A farewell banquet is never a joyous occasion. All 3 of them lost their appetite and quickly left the barbecue restaurant. Yato Uchiha could tell Hiyori and Kiryu had private things to discuss, so he returned to the barracks alone. He reviewed documents, handled official affairs, and even did the lieutenant's work while he was at it. Facts proved that his actions were incredibly far-sighted. Because Kiryu Hikifion was leaving for the Soul King Palace within half a month, Hiyori Saragaki was in no mood to do her actual job. Whenever she had free time, she stuck to her captain, chatting with her. Yato understood her feelings and voluntarily took on the responsibilities. After all, the very essence of a 3rd seat was to act as the lieutenant's adjutant. A few days passed like this, and in a flash, the day of the 10th Division captain, Shintaro Arima's funeral arrived. The Arima family, much like the Fawn and Yukitake families, belonged to the lower nobility and boasted a long history. For the funeral of their clan head, they naturally had a specific set of traditional rites. However, since Shintaro Arima had died as the captain of the 10th Division, an incredibly noble and heavily weighted position, the funeral couldn't simply be conducted according to the Arima family's rules. Instead, it was overseen by the Siriiti. The funeral was held on the back mountain of the 1st Division barracks. Since a body was never recovered, the clothing he wore in life was placed inside the coffin. The daffodil, the insignia of the 10th Division, was carved upon it, looking solemn and dignified. Many soul reapers came to pay their respects, and quite a few nobles were in attendance as well. Shintaro Arima was a noble who had lived for hundreds of years, and possessed an extensive network of connections. Yado Uchiha had a daffodil tucked into his shahakusho, representing the 12th Division. Given the current emotional state of his captain and lieutenant, he was the only one capable of attending such an event. My deepest condolences. He bowed to the Arima family members, delivered a short eulogy in front of the coffin, and then stood quite a distance away, closing his eyes to rest. He truly had been quite busy these past few days, and needed to take advantage of this time to rest properly. However, his brief respite didn't last long before it was interrupted by a voice. Yo Yado-kun, it's been a while. The boy opened his eyes and saw Shunsui Kairaku, a daffodil tucked behind his ear. Because he was attending a funeral, Shuinsue's attire wasn't overly flashy. He wore a black patterned cloak over his captain's haori, making him look much more solemn. Captain Kairaku. Impressive, Yado-kun. The middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat observed him closely for a long while. The last time we met was at the captain's meeting 2 months ago, right? Your lieutenant was out on a mission, so you accompanied Kiryu in her stead. Compared to back then, your Ryatsu has become even more refined. You praise me too highly, Captain Kairaku. Compared to the captains, I am still very, very far behind. Don't be so modest, third seat Yado. You're not far from reaching a class for Rei, are you? I have indeed touched the threshold. Truly, every generation produces its own talents. Shunsui Kairaku's mouth curled into a slight smile, as he looked toward the daffodil-engraved coffin not far away. It seems it is time for us old fogies to wither away. Captain Kairaku, were you close to Captain Arima? He was a soul reaper who lived for hundreds of years, and we saw each other every month at the captain's meetings, so of course we were familiar. But outside of work, Arima and I didn't have much interaction. Mostly because he couldn't stand my laid-back, wandering ways, ha ha ha. I would have thought that since you are both nobles, you'd be a bit closer. The kind of noble I am is not the same as the kind of noble he was. Shunsui Kairaku reached up a finger, pulling his bamboo hat down lower to hide his eyes in shadow. Just as the Fawn family serves the Shihoin, the Arima family has served the Shiba for generations as their retainers. From the time I first started studying under Yamaji's discipline until now, there have been 6 different captains of the 10th Division. And every single one of them was either a Shiba or an Arima. 7 years ago, I attended Moritora Shiba's funeral, and today I stand before Shintaro Arima's coffin. Sigh. Even though they are a magnificent great noble family, it is truly quite pitiful. Yado Uchiha froze slightly. As he repeatedly chewed over Shunsui Kairaku's words in his mind, a faint chill actually began to rise within him. He carefully observed the middle-aged man's expression and movements, quickly noticing something strange. This supposedly lazy, womanizing 8th Division captain kept his hand resting lightly on the tsuba of his zanpakuto the entire time. Even though he was chatting with Yado, his gaze beneath the bamboo hat was wandering elsewhere. Yado would bet his life that if any unexpected situation arose, Shunsui Kairaku would absolutely be the first to strike, swiftly unleashing Shurikai or even Bankai. The boy swallowed hard. Although he didn't know why things had escalated to this point, he quietly activated the first stage of his Shurikai. 3 tomo spun in his eyes as he ensured he wouldn't miss a single abnormality at the funeral. However, even as the sun set in the west and the funeral concluded, nothing unexpected occurred. Captain Kairaku. Why are you still here? The frivolous 8th Division captain looked at the boy in surprise. I was just thinking about the lovely girls and fine sake in the Pink District, I completely forgot the time. What? You want to head to the Pink District too? Let's go. We'll head over right now. I still have work to do. Go enjoy yourself on your own, Yado Uchiha said stiffly. Farewell, Captain Kairaku. He turned and left without even looking back. Watching the boys retreating back, Shunsui Kairaku rubbed the blue stubble on his chin with interest, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The Shiba family actually didn't cause a scene. Were they persuaded to stand down by the Shohoin? Or am I just overthinking things? Many bizarre things have been happening these past few years. The deaths of Moritora Shiba and Shintaro Arima, the number of missing residents in the Rukongai quietly increasing. And the Hueco Mundo incident at the Shino Academy all those years ago. Sigh. Looking at it from your perspective, Yamaji, being the captain commander truly is a difficult job. Shunsui Kairako let out a long sigh and placed the daffodil he had tucked behind his ear on top of the coffin. Wait until I fall into hell, then we can drink together again, my friend. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 55, Long Time No See, Jin. 1430 words. Chapter 55, Long Time No See, Jin. Days passed one by one. The news that Kiryu Hikifune was soon to leave her post had spread throughout the 12th Division. This highly experienced captain was deeply beloved by her subordinates, so the mood within the division was inevitably quite low. Yato Uchiha wasn't affected by this atmosphere, he just went about his business as usual. He even fully embraced his responsibilities as the third seat, taking over Hiyori Saragaki's workload. This made the blonde lieutenant feel very embarrassed, and she promised that after Captain Hikifune left for the Soul King Palace, she would treat Yato to several huge feasts. As for the things he had heard at Shintaro Arima's funeral, Yato didn't pay them too much mind. The decline of the Shiba clan secretly aligned with the timeline. 110 years later, when Ichigo Kurosaki forcibly breached the Suriitii, this once monolithic entity, formerly one of the 5 great noble families, had already thoroughly died out. The branch families had vanished entirely, leaving only Kakaku and Ganju in the main house. If someone were to claim there was nothing fishy going on behind the scenes, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. However, as things stood now, Yato Uchiha's forces were thin, and his combat power was insufficient. He hadn't even touched the threshold of Bankai yet. Unable to intervene in a monstrous whirlpool of this magnitude, he simply tossed it to the back of his mind and focused on the matters right in front of him. Late that night, Yato was still hunched over his desk, writing furiously as he reviewed official documents. By the time he finished processing everything, it was already well past midnight. This chair is really uncomfortable to sit in. It's not good for the lumbar spine. Yato tapped his lower back. After thinking for a moment, he opened a document and scribbled a single sentence on the purchase and sale approval opinion page. Purchase 3 large, soft felt deerskin chairs. When you arrange benefits for yourself, you must always include your boss. Yato Uchiha nodded in satisfaction, got up, and left the third seat's office. He was a workaholic and typically slept in the barracks. But today, Yato left the 12th Division's complex and headed toward the 5th Division's encampment. The 5th Division was situated next to a small lake. Half of its buildings extended over the water, and the other half nestled into the mountains, giving it a highly artistic and refined atmosphere. Of course, despite its fresh and artistic style, its nature as a part of the Godii 13 remained unchanged. The security was still extremely tight. Wearing his shahakusho, Yato Uchiha swaggered right through the front gate of the 5th Division, walked along the corridors, and headed into the mountains. During this short trek, he didn't encounter a single 5th Division officer. This wasn't because Yato got lucky. It was because whenever it was time for a gathering, Sosuke Aizen would specifically arrange the patrol routes within the division. As long as Yato followed the exact steps to enter, absolutely no one would discover him. To Aizen, trivial matters like this didn't even require Kyoka Sojetsu. A little bit of brainpower was all it took. Yato ventured into the mountains for about 10 minutes before hearing a warm, mellow voice drifting over from the dense forest ahead. Truly outstanding. Although these few weren't seated officers, they were all quite talented and had decent combat skills. Yet, you slaughtered them all easily without even using your shuriken. It seems this level of intensity is not enough to test your power. In a few days, the third seat, Shunsuke Kurikawa, will return from Hueco Mundo. Let's see if you can kill him then. By the way, may I ask your name once again? Jin Ikimaru. The boy with narrow eyes rested his blood-stained zanpakuto against his shoulder. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile, looking exactly like a venomous snake preparing to devour its prey. But very quickly, his smile stiffened for a fraction of a second. Because he saw the young seated officer stepping out from the darkness. Black hair, black eyes, handsome and tall. The thistleflower crest was embroidered on the cuffs of his shahakusho, projecting an imposing sharpness amidst an aura of steady composure. Yado-kun, you're punctual as always, Sosuke Aizen chuckled softly. I will leave this place to you. I must return immediately. As you know, our Captain Hirako is a highly suspicious and perceptive individual. Also, get acquainted. This is our new comrade. Understood, Lieutenant Aizen. Yado Uchiha bowed respectfully, watching as the unfathomable man walked away. Deep within the dense forest, only Yado Uchiha and Jin Ikimaru remained. Yo! In the darkness, the handsome third seat suddenly spoke up. Long time no see, Jin. Jin Ikimaru's expression violently shifted, revealing a look of hesitation. He gripped his zanpakuto tightly, as if ready to unsheath it at a moment's notice. His posture was the absolute spitting image of a tightly drawn bowstring. Seeing what Jin Ikimaru was worried about, Yado Uchiha smirked and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Jin. You still don't understand Lieutenant Aizen. When dealing with his subordinates, he never plays the feigned retreat trick to test their loyalty. Someone confident in their complete control of everything disdained using such petty methods. Heian. Yado discarded the incantation and released the Kido, tossing the ball of purple fire onto the clothes of the corpses. There was no exaggerated blaze, yet the corrosive property was incredibly strong. This Heido was perfect for destroying corpses and erasing traces. In the original story, Kaname Tozen used this exact spell to burn away Grimjou's severed arm. You. Jin Ikimaru's narrow eyes squinted further. Why are you here? And why are you here? Yado Uchiha instantly dropped a bombshell, going straight for a one-hit kill. Where is Ranjaku? You abandoned her and came to be a soul reaper all by yourself. You fell in love with someone else, didn't you? So your new lover is in the Godai 13. It's not like that. Jin Ikimaru's face twitched. Unable to maintain his sinister and vicious facade, he enunciated every single word. I will protect Ranjaku, always. Forever. How truly touching. Yado looked at his thin, frail body and let out a sigh. Wipe the blood off yourself first. Jin Ikimaru remained silent for a long time, then took 2 steps backward. His resistance and alienation were palpable. Yado wasn't surprised by Jin Ikimaru's reaction in the slightest. He was already a paranoid, cold-blooded genius who resembled a venomous snake. Did he really expect him to wag his tail enthusiastically like a puppy? But thinking about it that way, Ranjaku Matsumoto actually does resemble a golden retriever. Yado shook his head, throwing the bizarre image out of his mind, and spoke seriously. Jin, it's not my place to interfere with your decisions. But there is one thing you need to know. Lieutenant Aizen does not know that we know each other. Kyoka Suigetsu was powerful, but it wasn't omniscient or omnipotent. Aizen still had weaknesses, and there were loopholes to exploit. A dark gleam flashed through Jin Ikimaru's eyes. He instantly understood the implication. He began to seriously evaluate this former, friendly neighborhood older brother, carefully pondering the true motive behind his presence at Sosuke Aizen's side. Very good. Yado Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. Speak less, think more. You're exactly the same as before, you still have incredible patience. He waved his hand, turned around, and melted back into the darkness. Deep within the dense forest, the boy resembling a man-eating snake stood motionless with his blade. Ranjaku. Now alone, Jin Ikemaro no longer suppressed his emotions. Yearning and sorrowful memories continuously churned, washing over his mind. Every little moment of their life together, the dilapidated yet warm little house in the Rukongai, the sea of blooming flowers outside their yard, the delicious dishes on the dining table of their neighbor's house, the joyful upward curve of Ranjika's lips when she laughed out loud. Ultimately, the scenes in his memory froze on the pained expression between the girl's brows as she lay unconscious on the ground. Jin Ikemaru's eyes instantly turned freezing cold. Ranjaku. I will kill that guy. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 56, The Zero Division. 1546 words. Chapter 56, The Zero Division. Early morning. Hiyori Saragaki stood with her arms crossed, her face wearing a terrifyingly dark scowl. Her expression was so foul that even a dog walking past would stop to glare at her twice. What beautiful weather we're having, Yato Uchiha said as he pushed open the door and walked out at the absolute worst possible moment. Morning, Lieutenant. Hiyori leaped into the air, instantly erupting into curses. Morning my ass. On such an important day, you actually slept in. And what the hell is this music? The Siriiti's been blasting it all morning. It sounds absolutely awful. It's called jazz music. It's very popular in the world of the living right now. I don't understand it. Hiyori Saragaki huffed angrily. I'm heading to the 1st Division. Make sure you come back early after seeing Captain Hikafian off. I still have no idea what kind of guy the new captain is going to be. Don't worry. Yato Uchiha smiled and walked outside. Kiryu Hikafian, having already taken off her captain's Hiyori, was waiting for him there. She cast a long, deep look at the main gates of the 12th Division and said softly. Thank you for your hard work, Yato. It has been my honor, Captain Hikafian. The two figures disappeared into the thin morning mist, gradually moving further away from the Siriiti. Today, Kiryu Hikafian officially resigned from the Godii 13, and the vacant position would be succeeded by the newly appointed captain of the 12th Division. The captain inauguration ceremony in the Siriiti had to be conducted under the witness of all current captains. During such occasions, the lieutenants were required to stand by outside. As the lieutenant of the 12th Division, Hiyori was naturally required to be present. Consequently, the task of seeing Kiryu Hikafian off naturally fell to Yato Uchiha. They walked in silence for the entire journey, quickly arriving at a certain major district in the Rukongai. So it really is here. Yato clicked his tongue internally. Before them stretched a massive, continuous architectural complex. Two colossal armed sculptures stood flanking the main gate, holding up an exaggeratedly large banner. It was none other than the location of the main Shiba household. Not far away, a cylindrical structure the size of a multi-story building stood vertically on the ground, continuously emitting massive fluctuations of Ryatsu, as if it were a living creature. This construct was called the Tenchurin, the transportation vessel of the Zero Division. Forged using advanced spirit arts that only existed in the Soul King Palace, it was exceptionally sturdy. Unfortunately, this thing only went down, not up. If one wanted to return to the Soul King Palace, they had to be shot up using the Shiba clan's specially designed cannon. Several figures were already standing in front of the Shiba clan's main gate. One was a large monk with a thick beard, one had an exaggerated pompadour, one was a thin, diminutive man wearing a padded vest, and one was a beautiful woman wearing elaborate golden hair ornaments. These four were the current members of the Zero Division: Ichibai Hyasub, Tenjiro Kirinji, Otsunomiya, and Senjumaru Shutera. For whatever reason, the Zero Division seemed to prefer moving as a group, even to welcome a new member. All four of them descended to the Suriidii. Yato Uchiha took a few steps back and remained where he was. Kiryu Hikifune nodded to him, then began walking toward the Zero Division members. The five of them didn't leave immediately, instead, they began conversing, and the atmosphere seemed quite pleasant. Just then, Kaion Shiba and Kakaku Shiba emerged from behind the Tenshurin. The siblings gave Ichibai Hayasoba a distant thumbs up before walking over to Yato Uchiha's side. Kaion-senpai, Kakaku. Yato was somewhat curious. Why were you two behind that giant pillar? This thing is called the Tenshurin, the Zero Division's transportation, Kaion Shiba patiently explained. Our Shiba clan has held the method to access the Soul King Palace since ancient times. Launching the Tenshurin is also one of our duties. We have to stuff this thing into the cannon barrel. We obviously have to do some preliminary checks on it. Isn't that a bit too hands-on, Kaion-senpai? You're the head of the clan, do you really need to do this kind of manual labor yourself? The valiant noble clan head smiled bitterly and shook his head. He raised his arm, displaying the tattoo on his shoulder. The crumbling falling heavenly maelstrom. This is the tattoo borne only by the head of the main Shiba family. It is the only one in the entire world. The Tenshurin has specific Kido cast on it, and I am the only one who can inspect it. He affectionately patted his younger sister's head and smiled. I brought Kakaku along to teach her the relevant knowledge. Just in case I'm no longer around in the future, she can take on the tattoo of the crumbling falling heavenly maelstrom and inherit this responsibility. Kakaku Shiba shot her older brother a fierce glare. Slapping his large hand away, she bit him hard, warning him not to speak words of a short-lived ghost. Having already lost her second older brother, Moritora, Kakaku couldn't even fathom what would happen to the Shiba clan if her eldest brother, Kaion, met with disaster in the future. You siblings really have a great relationship. Yato watched in amusement as Kaion clutched his hand in pain, then turned to Kakaku. What about your younger brother? Is he not coming to learn? That guy Ganju went off messing around in the Rukongai again. He insists on becoming a wrestler, and wants to ride wild boars. Ha ha. Hey Yato nii, the young girl Kakaku spoke sweetly, smiling as she did. Why don't you just stay here today? The four of us can keep drinking. Seeing Kaion Shiba's eyes light up slightly, Yato Uchiha knew the guy's alcohol craving was acting up again. He quickly shook his head. Some other time. The new captain of our 12th division is being inaugurated today. It wouldn't be good for me to ask for leave. Oh. While the three were chatting happily, Kiryu Hikifune suddenly turned back from a short distance away. Guessing that the captain likely had private words for Yato, the Shiba siblings voluntarily stepped aside, giving them space. Yato. The purple-haired woman patted his shoulder. I'm leaving now. Have a safe journey, Captain Hikifune. Let's skip the pleasantries, I just have a few last things to tell you. She said, acting a bit like a nagging mother. The person replacing me is named Kisuke Urahara, formerly the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, and the commander of the detention unit. I spoke with him for quite a while yesterday. Although he seems a bit lazy and eccentric, he is someone who truly cares for his friends and subordinates. Knowing he's taking over, I can leave with peace of mind. Little Hiyori has been with me for many years, and has always treated me like a close relative. It's very possible she might develop a rebellious attitude toward Captain Urahara because of my departure. You need to guide her and help her adjust. I buried a little secret stash of money under the cherry blossom tree on the west side of the captain's office. I won't need it anymore, so go dig it up and use it. I also deposited a large sum of money at the sushi restaurant at the end of Mansion Road. Just drop my name, and you'll get a discount. Kiryu Hikifune chattered on for a long time, eventually letting out a heavy sigh. 1,000 years of time, her most deeply etched memories were left in the Suriidii. How could she possibly let go so easily? But she was, after all, a veteran captain who had experienced countless blood-soaked battles. She quickly gathered her emotions and continued. Yato, there is one more thing, and it concerns you. Do you remember the day before you were temporarily transferred to the 11th Division, I pulled you into the secret room and gave you that special meal? Yato Uchiha replied solemnly. I have never forgotten. That meal drastically elevated my Ryatsu, allowing me to achieve a Class 5 Rei in one fell swoop. I recall you mentioning that Captain Commander Yamamoto specifically instructed you to do that. I have committed both your and Captain Commander Yamamoto's kindness to memory. That's exactly it, Yato. But it wasn't until I communicated with the Zero Division just now that I finally understood the full picture. Kiryu Hikifion's tone carried a hint of deep emotion. In truth, it was only after the First Division received an order from the Soul King Palace that Captain Commander Yamamoto told me to give you special care. What? Yato was momentarily stunned. This is a good thing, young man. The purple-haired beauty patted the boy's shoulder, laughing heartily. Although I don't know the reason, it seems the Zero Division has been keeping an eye on you. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 57, The New Captain, Kisuke Urahara. 1,385 words. Chapter 57, The New Captain, Kisuke Urahara. Ah, so. I will be your new captain. I look forward to working with you all. Kisuke Urahara scratched his head, appearing laid back and gentle as he faced the seated officers and squad members of the 12th Division. I won't accept this. Captain Hikifion leaving so suddenly already pisses me off enough. Up on the stage, Hiyori Saragaki began cursing loudly. Just like in the original story, she was fiercely resistant to this guy taking over Kiryu Hikifion's position. Yato Uchiha leaned against a pillar in the corner, his thoughts drifting far away. He gently stroked Akame's tsuba, pondering the words Kiryu Hikifion had said to him an hour ago. This is a good thing, Yato. It seems the Zero Division has been keeping an eye on you. The boy tilted his head, the image of Ichibai Hyasub's heavily bearded face flashing through his mind. Does that guy want to groom me as a successor for the Godi I-13? Humph. That doesn't feel right. Looks like I'll need to find an opportunity to get to the bottom of this. At the very least, I need to have my guard up. Whack! What are you even talking about? I can't stand you. The blonde-haired lieutenant with pigtails delivered a solid kick to Kisuke Urahara's leg, cursed at him over her shoulder, and ran off in a huff. However, the new captain acted as if nothing had happened, watching Hiyori Saragaki's retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. Cough, Captain Urahara. As the third seat, Yato Uchiha stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Allow me to show you to the captain's office first. Oh, it's Yato-kun. Thank you very much. Back when Yato Uchiha was still studying at the Shino Academy, he visited the Kuchiki household frequently and became fairly well acquainted with Yorichi Shihoin. Because of that, he had also met Kisuke Urahara a few times. It's a good thing you're here, Yato, Kisuke Urahara smiled, playing the part of an honest, good-natured fellow perfectly. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to step down from that stage. Miss Hiyori is quite scary. Give me a break. Yato clicked his tongue internally, but his face didn't betray a single hint of it. Captain Urahara, Lieutenant Saragaki, is just having a hard time accepting Captain Hikifion's departure. Deep down, she actually respects you. Oh? What makes you say that? If she didn't respect you, she would have kicked you in the face just now. Ha ha ha. Yato-kun, you're quite humorous. It seems the atmosphere in our division isn't bad at all. The storm caused by the changing of the guard between the old and new captain was much larger than anyone anticipated. Although Kasuke Urahara appeared laid back and gentle on the surface, in his bones, he possessed a distinct pride that belonged solely to a genius. He was not content to merely coast on the achievements of Kiryu Hikafian's tenure. Therefore, on his second day as captain, he launched a series of drastic reforms. You. What the hell are you doing? Hiyori Saragaki grabbed her hair, absolutely frantic. What do you think this place is? This is the captain's office. How dare you just arbitrarily remodel it? What's the big deal? Kasuke Urahara shrugged. This is my space now, anyway. Overnight, the captain's office had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Massive glass containers, pipes gleaming with metallic luster, various colorful reagents contained in test tubes, and beeping instruments. This place didn't look like a captain's office anymore, it looked like the secret base of a mad scientist. I just did some simple interior decorating, Hiyori. You bastard. How is this decorating? You can't even recognize what it used to look like. And the furious lieutenant turned and roared toward a corner. Yato. Why the hell are you here? Me? I'm helping the captain move things, Yato Uchiha replied nonchalantly, shooting her a reproachful glare. I've been working from last night straight through to now. There are still several centrifuges that haven't been installed yet. You're the lieutenant, yet you didn't even offer to come help. Hiyori Saragaki's expression shifted rapidly before she finally let out a helpless sigh, as if drained of all her energy. But at that moment, Kasuke Urahara suddenly grabbed her by the collar. Since you're here, come with me for a bit. We're going to the maggot's nest. The newly minted captain turned his head and asked Yato Uchiha. Want to come along, Yato? We're taking a stroll through the detention unit. No thanks. The boy waved his hand dismissively. I need to finish installing these last few centrifuges. It's so great having you around, Yato. These machines are highly precise, even I have to use a magnifying glass when assembling them. Yet you can see every single detail clearly with just the first stage of your shurikai. Outstanding. Truly impressive. Yato Uchiha laughed heartily. After Kasuke Urahara and Hiyori Saragaki left, he activated his Sharingan and continued working. Ever since entering the Shino Academy, he had received praise from countless people, and had long grown numb to it. However, if the person praising him was Kasuke Urahara, Yato still found it quite satisfying. At least the boss is sweet-talking me into working, not trying to gaslight me. Mr. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, can you give me an answer regarding the proposal I just made? Outside a cell in the depths of the gloomy underground, Kasuke Urahara stood in front of Hiyori Saragaki, smiling faintly as he looked at the bizarre men inside the prison. Are you referring to that insane proposal of leaving this place with you? Mayuri Kuratsuchi spoke. His entire body was stark white, with only his eyes gleaming a bizarre brass color. He had peculiar cone-shaped devices attached to his ears, making him look almost like a machine. I refuse. Why? I am quite satisfied with my life here. There is no need for me to leave. You can't be serious, Mr. Kuratsuchi. For someone like you, wouldn't being unable to research interesting things be akin to living in hell? Then let me ask you this, Kasuke Urahara. Why do you want to take me out of the maggot's nest? Because I need your help. Stop sprouting such ostentatious lies. You truly are an unpleasant fellow. It seems you have your guard up quite high against me. Very well. I plan to establish an organization underneath the 12th Division, something that has never existed in the Soul Society before. Kasuke Urahara's voice suddenly turned incredibly serious. Its name will be the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. I want you to be the vice president of that organization. Are you saying you want me to work under you, Kasuke Urahara? Don't be so hasty, think about it carefully. The 12th Division captain raised a single finger, his tone bewitching like a devil. In the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, your position will be second only to mine. That means if any sort of accident were to happen to me, everything will belong to you. Mayuri Kuratsuchi remained silent for a long time before coldly spitting out a few words. You truly are an unpleasant fellow. Then it's a deal. Kasuke Urahara didn't take offense in the slightest. He pulled out a key he had prepared well in advance. This is Lieutenant Hayori Saragaki. Mayuri, I will help you complete all the necessary procedures today. When you step foot onto the grounds of the Siriidii once again, you will be the 4th seat of the 12th Division, and the inaugural Vice President of the SRDI. Humph. Mayuri Kuratsuchi frowned, asking a rare question. Only the 4th seat. Well, the position of lieutenant is highly significant, it cannot be changed easily and requires seniority as well as the 1st Division's approval. Furthermore, the 12th Division is somewhat unique. Our 3rd seat is a man named Yato Uchiha. That guy. The corners of Kasuke Urahara's mouth curled up slightly, bearing a hint of mischievous amusement. I'm afraid you are no match for him, Mr. Kuratsuchi. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 58, You Can't Do That, 4th Seat Kuratsuchi. 1,435 words. Chapter 58, You Can't Do That, 4th Seat Kuratsuchi. In the very first month of Kasuke Urahara's tenure as captain of the 12th Division, he forced everyone to completely change their opinion of him. In the eyes of the squad members, this formerly obscure new captain was practically an omnipotent figure capable of reaching the heavens. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute, SRDI, as the name suggested, was an organization dedicated to developing new spiritual tools and technologies. Establishing any group of this nature required an astronomical consumption of resources. Yet, the moment Kasuke Urahara submitted the proposal, he immediately received the backing of the 2nd and 6th Divisions. The application went straight to Central 46, and was swiftly approved. More resources were funneled here than even during Kiryu Hikifion's era. Buildings sprouted up from the ground, and the underground experimental base was expanded layer by layer. Countless reagents, instruments, and materials were stockpiled in climate-controlled vaults, turning it into a paradise that researchers could only dream of. With a massive subordinate organization suddenly materializing out of nowhere, the 12th Division naturally began to expand its ranks, recruiting numerous individuals with a talent for research. The most eye-catching among them were Mayuri Kuratsuchi and Akon, both originating from the Maggot's Nest. Naturally, the high-ranking officers of the 12th Division also assumed corresponding roles within the SRDI. Kasuke Urahara took on the role of president himself, which went without saying. Lieutenant Hayori Saragaki became the research lab director, and Yato Uchiha was appointed the head of the capture department. Of course, compared to those specialized researchers, Hayori was practically half illiterate. Her title as research lab director was strictly in name only. She rarely managed any actual affairs, at most acting as an assistant running errands for Kasuke Urahara and Mayuri Kuratsuchi. However, Yato's role as head of the capture department was quite crucial. His primary duty was to use military force to capture living experimental materials, such as hollows or creatures possessing bizarre powers. On this day, inside the first research lab of the SRDI. Thump, thump, thump. Walking with heavy, thudding steps, Yato slammed the creature he was carrying on his shoulder onto the floor. The researchers, who had been burying their heads in their work, jumped in fright. Upon seeing it was Yato, they immediately swarmed around him, clicking their tongues in amazement as they examined the creature. Its muscle density is roughly 60 times that of gold. Wow, it really is an 8-clawed rhinoceros. He actually managed to catch one of these. These things live in the wastelands north of the Zaraki district, they can even skin an Ajuchas alive. Hurry, drag it to dissection room 4. Its blood is even rarer than a Minos Grande's core. The researchers practically danced with excitement as they used a trolley to move the monster's corpse, looking as if they were preparing to stir-fry it to eat while drinking. Left completely ignored on the sidelines, Yado Uchiha shook his head. He had long since grown accustomed to this sort of scene. The SRDI researchers Kasuke Urahara had carefully hand-picked were mostly a bunch of eccentric weirdos. While their professional skills were certainly high, they were all, to varying degrees, quite different from ordinary people. Ah! Yado-kun, you're back. Just then, Kasuke Urahara pushed open a side door and appeared, stretching lazily as he let out a yawn. What time is it? The sun will set in about 3 hours, Yado frowned. Captain, have you been pulling an all-nighter straight through to now? What are you saying, what all-nighter? I definitely slept for a full 5 minutes. Shouldn't you go back and catch up on your sleep? You aren't just the president of the SRDI, you are the captain of the 12th Division. No need, thanks, Kasuke Urahara smiled cheerfully despite the dark bags under his eyes. The SRDI was just established, this is a time when we absolutely cannot slack off. Besides, with my Ryatsu level and soul strength, a little bit of fatigue is nothing. And anyway, don't the division matters still have you and Hiyori to handle them? Alright, thank you for your hard work, Yado Uchiha lowered his gaze and nodded, no longer trying to persuade him. Kasuke Urahara let out a loud laugh and slapped the wall heavily a few times. Fourth seat Kuratsuchi. Come on out, you should have some work to hand over to Yado, right? Good grief, interrupting my experiment. There is clearly a doorbell right there. Wearing a white lab coat, Mayuri Kuratsuchi emerged from the laboratory behind the wall. He was still wearing his bizarre getup. Every inch of his skin was covered in a special white paint, he wore a black cowl over his head, and his ears were capped by brass-colored cones. Yado Uchiha, Mayuri Kuratsuchi frowned, the corners of his mouth drooping downward. Where is the 8-clawed rhinoceros? It was taken to dissection room for by researcher Ando and the others, 4th seat Kuratsuchi. I am the vice president of the SRDI. That thing should have passed through my hands first. Whatever. Mayuri scoffed coldly. Here is a list. I have initiated an experimental project that requires the bones and fur of Ajuchas-class hollows. Capture them one by one according to the specifications on the list. Certainly. This time, the materials must pass through my hands first. Do you understand? Yado Uchiha. No problem at all, 4th seat Kuratsuchi. Yado Uchiha took the list with a light chuckle. He cast a subtle glance toward Kasuke Urahara, only to find that the guy had actually fallen asleep in a chair, and was even lightly snoring. TSK. The boy shook his head slightly and tucked the list away safely. Then, he looked up and gave Mayuri a brilliant, sunny smile. You can't do that, 4th seat Kuratsuchi. What? The mad scientist frowned, not understanding Yado's meaning. Speaking like that is completely unacceptable, 4th seat Kuratsuchi. Yado Uchiha was still smiling cheerfully, his attitude relaxed and casual, and his smile quite infectious. When speaking to me, you must use proper honorifics. Yet, you have been using informal speech this entire time. Oh? A dark, intrigued gleam flashed deep within Mayuri Kuratsuchi's eyes. Uchiha. Boom. Before his words could fully leave his mouth, his body was brutally smashed by the massive skeletal arm of Susanoo. He was sent flying backward, crashing straight through the thick wall, and landing in the courtyard of the 12th Division. Crunch, crunch. Stepping over the shattered rubble, Yado Uchiha walked through the massive hole in the wall, and stepped outside. He looked up at the Susanoo arm, which was burning with purple aura, and noticed that the outermost layer of bone had actually begun to melt, dripping onto the ground like melted ice cream. A super strong acid, huh? Yado let out an amused chuckle, shaking the acidic liquid clinging to Susanoo off onto the ground. 4th seat Kuratsuchi, you have lived longer than I have, so you surely know that in the Godii 13 of the past, whenever a new seated officer joined, they had to participate in a welcoming ceremony. Although doing so is strictly forbidden nowadays. It seems you are still quite a traditional man. With a loud thud, Mayuri Kuratsuchi shoved off the pillar, pinning him down. He injected a bizarre reagent directly into his muscle. Following a series of creaking sounds, his broken bones actually healed rapidly. His brass-colored eyes showed absolutely no trace of anger. Instead, he licked his lips, radiating a crazed, eager sense of anticipation. Fourth seat Kuratsuchi, I gave you a full month to prepare. You can't say I'm bullying you, right? I'm sure you've already gathered all of my combat intelligence by now. Yado Uchiha adjusted his Ryatsu, condensing Susanoo into its most agile, skeletal form, and slowly walked toward Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Using a super strong acid against my Susanoo was a good strategy. But what about my illusions? Oh, you've been avoiding making eye contact with me this entire time, so I'm sure it's not just that, right? You definitely have more tricks up your sleeve. However, you really don't need to overthink it. There is one incredibly simple way to completely counter my illusions. Yado Uchiha's voice suddenly turned freezing cold, like a piece of iron quenched in blood. Let me gouge your eyes out. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 59, Mere Grains of Sand, Less Than Half of Me. 1,356 words. Chapter 59, Mere Grains of Sand, Less Than Half of Me. What the hell is going on with those two? Hiyori Saragaki waved away the billowing smoke and dust, grabbing her captain by the collar. Has your brain finally fried from all those all-nighters? Go stop them, quickly. Oh my, don't be so impatient. Are you not afraid they'll tear the 12th Division apart? It's fine. A lot of these structures were slated for expansion into labs anyway. Kasuke Urahara picked up his hat from the side and placed it on his head, hiding his eyes in the shadow. Don't worry, Hiyori. With my Beneheim here, nothing will go wrong. Yado Uchiha smelled the stench of rot. The super-strong acid that had corroded Susanoo's arm was splattered onto the ground, reacting violently with the bricks and sending up wisps of choking, white fog. The smell is wrong. Is it poisonous? TSK, Yado scoffed, knowing he couldn't stay on the ground, so he slammed his Susanoo arm into the pavement and vaulted into the air like a pole vaulter. The force was immense, launching him hundreds of meters high, level with the far-off Sokayaka Hill. O ruler! Mask of flesh and bone, creation, flap your wings, ye who bears the name of Mun. Truth and temperance upon this wall of flames, let them engrave no more than the twin lotuses. Waiting in the distant furnace of the great fire. Yado chanted steadily. Even before reaching the apex of his ascent, he had already unleashed his Kido. Heido number 73, Soren Sokatsui. Two pale, scorching flames resembling violent dragons manifested around Mayuri Kuratsuchi, crashing mercilessly into his body with a deafening, piercing roar. The inferno surged backward, explosions rumbled, and the ground of the 12th Division proved unable to withstand the pressure, collapsing inward. The Uchiha clan's natural affinity for fire, combined with over a year of Sosuke Aizen's meticulous instruction, allowed this super high-level number 73 fire Kido to erupt with terrifying, destructive power. On the ground, Hiyori Saragaki, protected by Beneheim's light shield, sucked in a sharp breath. She turned her head, looking at the captain beside her with a fake smile. Are you really sure nothing is going to go wrong? Nothing will. I had the squad members head out for patrol duties in advance. Kasuke Urahara coughed violently, spitting out the grit that had flown into his throat. Yado's fire Kido is unexpectedly strong, I've known that for a while. It's fine, truly. As the two were speaking, Yado descended from high above. He concentrated spirit particles at the soles of his feet, accelerating continuously as he plummeted. 10 meters from Mayuri Kuratsuchi, he was moving so fast he had become a blurred black line. Akame was drawn. His 1,000 times honed Iajutsu sword drawing technique combined with his velocity to carve out a near-perfect arc of steel. Mayuri Kuratsuchi had been slammed by the powerful Kido. Although he was prepared and wore specialized armor beneath his shahakusho, he was still vomiting blood uncontrollably. His pale skin was carbonized by the intense heat, leaving him in a miserable, wretched state. Facing the blade striking down from the heavens, Mayuri dared not take it head-on with his armor. He was forced to draw his Zanpakuto and block in its unreleased state. Yato Uchiha's eyes shed tears of blood. The black flames of Amaterasu covered his crimson eyes, striking true against the blade of Ashisoji Jizo. Ashisoji Jizo snapped in half upon impact, but the blade's momentum didn't falter in the slightest, brutally slashing across Mayuri Kuratsuchi's midsection and cleaving him in two. The black flames clung to the two halves of Mayuri's body like maggots on bone, burning his flesh and blood with frantic intensity. However, Yato Uchiha didn't hear a single scream. He narrowed his eyes, channeling Kagutsuchi to extinguish the Amaterasu, revealing what lay beneath. Sure enough, it was a spiritual doll. The body, composed of microscopic particles, had been split in two. There was no blood or bone at the site of the rupture. Looking up, the seamless mannequin's mouth curled into a smirk, as if mocking Yato Uchiha's wasted effort. Using the cover of Soren Sokatsui to pull a substitute maneuver. The boy shook his head, unmoved. Even if he escaped using this bizarre doll, the Soren Sokatsui had hit Mayuri squarely, he wouldn't be escaping unscathed. Yato sneered, intending to use a high-power Kido again, prepared to plow the earth 3 feet deep to dig Mayuri out. However, at that very instant, Yato Uchiha's hand suddenly sank downward. He raised an eyebrow and looked at his blade. Under the vision of his Mangekyo, everything was exposed in minute detail. Countless microscopic particles had adhered to the surface of Akame. They were continuously devouring the surrounding spirit particles, their density and volume growing until they expanded into a massive mass that made it impossible for Yato to even lift his hand. At the same time, a blood-soaked Mayuri Kuratsuchi leaped from underground, gripping the broken tip of Ashisoji Jizo and thrusting it toward Yato Uchiha's chest. Watching Mayuri, who kept his eyes tightly closed, even Yato felt a sense of admiration while locked in combat with him. A genius of this caliber, having made such thorough preparations beforehand, truly was a headache. He had used super-strong acid to counter Susanoo, and concocted toxic gas to force Yato to unleash Kido from high altitude. He used the swirling dust to pull out the prepared spiritual doll, performing a substitute maneuver the moment he received the slash, then dove underground. And those microscopic particles that made up the doll had been developed in advance. The moment Yato's sword cleaved the doll, they had adhered to his blade, continuously absorbing spirit particles to increase their weight, locking his swordsmanship down. Everything was interlocked. The combat talent of this mad scientist was laid bare in these short dozens of seconds. Yato would bet that even if something had gone wrong during this process, Mayuri absolutely had a backup plan. Don't be fooled by his closed eyes now, he might open them in a second, revealing 2 mechanical eyes that shot lasers. You're quite impressive, 4th seat Kuratsuchi. Facing the broken blade stabbing toward his chest, the boy felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he let out a sigh, not stingy with his praise. The fight with Zaraki was like a beastly struggle, manic and exhilarating. The fight with Mayuri was like playing a dangerous game of chess, every step filled with eerie suspense. Both styles of combat brought Yato Uchiha joy. The next moment. Boom. Mayuri's broken blade pierced through Yato's body. However, the expression of this mad, genius 4th seat turned incomparably ugly. He opened his eyes, glaring gloomily at the proudly standing Yato Uchiha. What is going on? It felt like I stabbed into air. Did he dodge it? But his Zanpakuto is already suppressed by such massive weight, it's impossible for him to make such a swift movement. 1,000 thoughts swirled through Mayuri's mind. Just as he was completely baffled, Yado Uchiha turned around. The kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes rotated slowly. But what appeared in his gaze at this very moment was not the six-pointed star, but a three-petaled pinwheel with a red background and black patterns. You are quite impressive, fourth seat Kuratsuchi. To reach this point, you have every right to be proud, but... Mayuri Kuratsuchi's heart sank lower and lower. Under his disbelieving gaze, those sticky particles, heavier than metal, actually passed right through the blade of Akame and fell to the ground. It was as effortless as passing through a phantom. Yado Uchiha flicked the blade of Akame, stepping forward calmly, walking over those bizarre particles Mayuri had meticulously developed, as if they were nothing more than the most insignificant specks of dust. Mere grains of sand, less than half of me. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 60, What do you mean broken mechanics? 1,403 words. Chapter 60, What do you mean broken mechanics? The black, pinwheel-shaped Mangekyo slowly rotated. Yado Uchiha's gaze swept past the edge of his blade as he walked toward Mayuri Kuratsuchi. As his training deepened, the release level of Akame had also progressed to the next stage. What he awakened was still a Mangekyo-eye technique, but this time, it was a Kamui. Both eyes possessed Kamui, but their focuses were different. The left eye leaned toward a fence, twisting space by focusing its line of sight on a target, boasting an incredibly long effective range. The right eye governed defense, capable of sucking an opponent into an alternate dimension through physical contact, or swapping parts of his own body into the dimension to make attacks phase through him. Of course, since both were Kamui, the fundamental nature of the two eye techniques was identical, and using them in tandem yielded boundless power. A mechanism that was already broken had just become even more broken. Even in the world of Naruto, Kamui with both eyes fully intact had only been used briefly for a few seconds by Kakashi Hatake. But now, Yado Uchiha could use it continuously through his deeper, third-stage Shirkai. When he first awakened this ability a few days ago, he had played around with it for quite a while, having the time of his life. Mayuri Kuratsuchi had put in a lot of work over this past month gathering intelligence. He had thoroughly researched all of Yado's various abilities, and formulated a specialized combat plan. But who could have expected that Yado Uchiha would turn right around, and whip out an even more broken mechanic? Watching the young third seat walk toward him with sword in hand, Mayuri silently pulled out a flesh-mending serum, and injected himself. That descending slash from earlier had ultimately inflicted a severe wound. If he didn't quickly mend the flesh on his abdomen, his intestines were absolutely going to spill out. With victory firmly in his grasp, Yado Uchiha shook his head and said softly, "From now on, remember to use proper honorifics when you see me, fourth seat Kuratsuchi." He quickened his pace. Gathering spirit particles, he violently unleashed Shuinpa, and brought his sword down in a ferocious slash. Mayuri Kuratsuchi held up his broken blade, intending to block it slightly, only for the strike to cut right through empty space. It happened again. So it seems to be a spatial displacement ability. This thought flashed quickly through Mayuri's mind. By the time he snapped back to reality, Akame had already carved into his body. It pierced through his collarbone, punctured his lung while cleverly avoiding the heart, and finally severed his vertebrae, leaving a gaping, bloody hole. For Mayuri Kuratsuchi, it was a severe injury but not a fatal one. Oh my! It seems I arrived at the perfect time. A gentle, feminine voice drifted over from behind. Wearing a white haori, and with her long hair braided down the front of her chest, Unohana Retsu walked through the shattered main gates of the 12th Division, a warm smile on her face. "Captain Unohana." Yado Uchiha greeted her respectfully. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Ah, you'll have to ask your captain about that. Unohana crouched down to examine Mayuri Kuratsuchi's horrifying injuries, her tone remaining gentle. He told me yesterday that the 12th Division might have a severely injured patient that an ordinary healer wouldn't be able to treat, so I needed to come over personally. I'm truly sorry for the trouble, Yato smiled just as brightly. I apologize. Our new captain is a bit playful. The current Godii 13 needs vitality. Otherwise, if it were just an old fogey with one foot in the grave like me, how could we continue to protect the Siriitii? Captain Unohana, how are you old? When I first met you, I honestly thought you were a new student at the Shino Academy. Hee hee. Yato-kun, you certainly know how to flatter a woman. Mayuri Kuratsuchi remained pinned by the Zanpakuto, standing rigidly in place for quite a while. He was quite patient at first, listening to Yato Uchiha and Unohana Retsu chat. But eventually, his consciousness began to blur, and he finally couldn't help but interrupt. If you don't mind, could you please stop the bleeding first? Thank you for your hard work, Captain Unohana, and... The corners of his mouth drooped, his voice muffled. 3rd Seat Uchiha. You should have said so earlier. I thought you were enjoying the feeling. Yato chuckled and pulled Akame out. Not a single drop of blood spilled out, nor did his internal organs burst through the wound. Unohana Retsu used some unknown method, merely placing her hand on Mayuri's shoulder, and his injuries were instantly stabilized. However, because they were standing so close, Yato couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Unohana Retsu. Pale skin, refined and gentle features, a few strands of soft hair clinging to her neck. Her eyes and brows carried a serene, gentle elegance forged by the passage of time. Standing right there, she was the textbook definition of a classical beauty. Oh, right. 3rd Seat Yato. Seemingly completely unaware that the boy was sneaking glances at her, Unohana Retsu maintained her pleasant smile. What was that ability you just used? A newly awakened ability, Kamui. Truly impressive. With a multi-stage release type Zanpakuto, you'll reach captain level very soon. Not at all, I still have a long way to go. Don't be so modest, 3rd Seat Yato. Back in the day, I had a pretty good relationship with Furufushi Saito, so I'm somewhat familiar with this type of Zanpakuto. I just wonder, what does your Akame feel like? Huh? Feel like? Yes. Unohana Retsu nodded slightly. Looking incredibly gentle and soft, she even appeared a bit shy. What it feels like to have this blade carve into a body. Yato Uchiha's face twitched. He took a few steps back, almost instinctively phasing through space with Kamui. Oh my, kids these days really should be sent to the 11th Division for some proper tempering. Unohana Retsu sighed, subtly mocking Yato's lack of masculinity. She gently tapped her finger against her Zanpakuto. In the next second, a massive creature resembling a manta ray materialized on the ground. With a loud gulp, it swallowed the miserable Mayuri Kuratsuchi whole. Minazuki, let's head back. Unohana Retsu sat atop her Zanpakuto and turned her head. Yato-kun, please inform your Captain Urahara that 4th Seat Kuratsuchi will return to duty within a week. Understood. Have a safe trip. Yato hastily bowed, seeing this terrifying god of slaughter off. Minazuki flew incredibly fast, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Only then did Kisuke Urahara leisurely stroll out. Wow, Yato-kun, thank goodness you're here. The reconstruction work of our 12th Division is moving along much faster than expected. Yato Uchiha shot his captain a flat glare and ignored him. Knowing he was in the wrong, Kisuke Urahara didn't get angry. Instead, he slung an arm around his subordinate's shoulder with a cheeky grin. Yato, do you know the meaning behind why I did this? Because you were bored and wanted to play around. Hey, saying that really hurts my feelings. Humph. Listen to me. Actually, Kisuke Urahara put on a rare, serious expression. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly snapped his mouth shut. Another person walked through the shattered gates of the 12th Division. He had an aged appearance, slicked back hair, and a mustache. A prominent chrysanthemum emblem was displayed clearly on his shahakusho. Captain Urahara, 3rd Seat Uchiha. The newcomer spoke in an unhurried, exceedingly steady, and proper tone. I am the 3rd Seat of the 1st Division, Genshiro Okikiba. Lord Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, in his capacity as Captain Commander, orders you both to report to the 1st Division immediately to explain the destruction caused here. Kasuke Urahara's smile froze on his face. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Yato Uchiha let out a long sigh, continuously pinching the bridge of his nose. Looks like it's time to face the old man's wrath. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 61, Yamamoto's Stick and Carrot. 1423 words. Chapter 61, Yamamoto's Stick and Carrot. You insolent fools. What do you think the Godi I-13 is? Inside the 1st Division barracks, beneath the magnificent, pure white vaulted ceiling, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto struck his walking stick against the ground with a single hand, shaking the entire floor twice. One of you is an esteemed captain, yet you incited a subordinate to resort to violence. The other is the youngest 3rd Seat in the Suriitii, and you nearly beat a comrade to death right on the spot. And the location of this violence was within the Suriitii itself. Only 2 spirit miles away from Central 46. Kasuke Urahara, Yato Uchiha, if you both want to spend time in the Shrine of Penitence, you don't need to go through all this trouble. Just tell me, and I'll write you a permission slip right now. Yato kept his head bowed, kneeling on one knee. Outwardly, he didn't dare make a peep, but he stealthily tilted his head slightly to shoot a glance at his captain beside him. Kasuke Urahara was standing upright, scratching the back of his head, and apologizing profusely while smiling like a dopey idiot. Facts proved that playing dumb was an excellent way to handle admitting fault. After scolding them for quite a while without getting any substantial reaction, Captain Commander Yamamoto gradually lost interest. Kasuke Urahara, for this disturbance, you will present a special self-reflection report to Central 46, and take full responsibility. Yato Uchiha let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Captain Commander Yamamoto had no intention of punishing him. Oddly enough, however, upon hearing his punishment, Kasuke Urahara couldn't maintain his composure, his expression visibly crumbled. He opened his mouth, looking as if he'd just swallowed a fly, and muttered a highly reluctant agreement. Yato snickered internally. It seemed Kasuke Urahara genuinely despised Central 46, this punishment was incredibly targeted. Old man Yamamoto truly had a knack for it, he knew exactly how to poke his subordinates right in their weak spots. And you, Yato Uchiha. The captain commander cast a cold glare at the respectful young man. Although the main fault lies with Kasuke Urahara, you were far too heavy-handed. You must be punished. The lieutenant of the 4th Division, Shinosuke Yamada, was transferred to the Shino Relief Squad last month. As a result, the 4th Division is currently short-staffed. Your talent in Kido is something even I have heard of. As your punishment, you will allocate 10 days out of every month to assist Captain Unohana. Yato Uchiha's smile froze instantly on his face. Wait, what? I have to go to the 4th Division. The way that maniac Unohana Retsu looks at me is getting weirder and weirder, she genuinely wants to chop me up. He ended up looking exactly like his captain, as if he'd just swallowed a fly, and muttered a highly reluctant agreement. Watching the two crestfallen individuals, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto stroked his beard in satisfaction. Thanks to Shunsui Kairaku, he had a wealth of experience in dealing with troublemakers like these. However, having sat in the captain commander's seat for nearly 1,000 years, Even a man as fierce and uncompromising as Yamamoto had learned a thing or two about nuance. He understood that to make subordinates obedient, both the stick and the carrot were indispensable. One couldn't merely suppress them relentlessly. Therefore, the captain commander immediately offered the two of them a reward. Urahara, those experimental materials you applied for yesterday, go pick them up from the 1st Division's storehouse later. Use them sparingly, Vasto Lord Soul cores are exceptionally rare. And you, Uchiha. The old man reached out a hand covered in calluses and scars, patting the boy's shoulder. I will submit an application to Central 46 to grant you one-time access to the Great Spirit Book Gallery. Naturally, the materials you are permitted to review will be strictly restricted. Your Zanpakuto is a rare multi-stage release type. Its training methods differ from those of both Kido type and direct attack type Zanpakuto, requiring specialized guidance. However, the previous wielder of a multi-stage release type Zanpakuto, Furofushi Saito, has already passed away. Therefore, I will permit you to enter the Great Spirit Book Gallery to study training records relating to this specific type of Zanpakuto. Remember this, the Great Spirit Book Gallery is a highly classified, restricted area of the Siriiti. Attempting to review any other materials without permission is considered an act of high treason. Feeling the firm grip on his shoulder, Yato hastily agreed. Good. Remember your mistakes today, and do not repeat them. Violence within the Siriiti is forbidden. Dismissed. Genryosai Yamamoto waved his hand, signaling the two of them to get out of his sight. Kasuke Urahara and Yato Uchiha exited the 1st Division barracks. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously wiped the sweat from their brows. Standing before a furious Captain Commander Yamamoto was a torture all its own. Even a tiny leak of his scorching, sun-like Ryatsu felt like standing inside an erupting volcano. Sigh. Kasuke Urahara smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yato, with your intellect, you surely know why I did what I did. Captain Urahara, since things have already reached this point, there's no use talking about it now. How about you go to the 4th Division for me? Deal. In exchange, you go present my self-reflection report to Central 46. Never mind. I can't handle those geezers. Neither can I. The newly appointed captain grabbed his hair, as if he were going crazy. Yato, I need to go prepare my self-reflection. Please shoulder a bit more of the 12th Division's duties alongside Hiyori. Yato nodded, watching Kasuke Urahara leave. However, judging by the direction he was heading, he was going to the 2nd Division. It seemed that the punishment of presenting a special self-reflection report to Central 46 wasn't as simple as it sounded. Even Kasuke Urahara needed to consult with Yorichi Shihoin about it. The boy shook his head, pushing the matter of Central 46 aside, and slowly walked back toward his own barracks. Yato, of course, completely understood Kasuke Urahara's subtle instigation, pitting him against Mayuri Kuratsuchi. He was helping him establish his authority. Kasuke Urahara has already decided that the next captain of the 12th Division will be Yato Uchiha. Even though he had been captain for less than a month, given Urahara's meticulous mind, he was already planning for the future. Being a soul reaper was a high-risk profession. Since Kiryu Hikifune left for the 0 Division, the only captains who had served for over a century were Yamamoto, Kairaku, Yukitake, Unohana, and Jinrei Kichiki. The annual casualty rate in the Godai 13 was 1 in 20. According to statistics from the Shino Academy, the average tenure of a captain was only about 30 years. All who live by the sword must perish by the sword. Kasuke Urahara genuinely believed he could encounter an accident at any given moment. Therefore, he had Yato establish his dominance early on, violently suppressing Mayuri Kuratsuchi. After all, Hiyori Saragaki's potential ceiling was plainly visible. At best, she would remain at the level of a lieutenant. Yato Uchiha, who possessed a multi-stage release Zanpakuto, was hailed as a genius, and hailed from the Rukongai with a clean background, became the most suitable successor in Urahara's eyes. Although Mayuri Kuratsuchi also possessed incredible talent, the Godai 13 was, at its core, a military organization based on violence. There was no logic in a captain being weaker than their seated officer. Yato fully understood Urahara's intentions, so he happily went along with the flow and beat Mayuri up. However, there was still one matter currently troubling the boy. Was Captain Commander Yamamoto's reward of allowing him to enter the Great Spirit Book Gallery his own decision, or was it at the behest of the Zero Division? Ever since Kiryu Hikafian had spoken those words to him, Yato had kept a close eye on the 1st Division's movements. The Zero Division, especially Ichibai Hyasube, his abilities and his mindset were far too terrifying. One had to be on guard against him. At the very least, knowing the directives the Zero Division gave the 1st Division was a good thing. The Great Spirit Book Gallery. Yato Uchiha silently repeated the name in his mind. He wondered if there were any loopholes there waiting to be exploited. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 62, Uchiha and Unohana. 1402 words. Chapter 62, Uchiha and Unohana. Facts prove that, for the 12th Division alone, the building's Yato Uchiha collapse didn't cause too much of an impact. The establishment of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute was a massive undertaking. Many of the 12th Division's buildings needed to be expanded and rebuilt anyway. The destruction caused during the battle actually saved them a lot of trouble. Kasuke Urahara had to go to Central 46 to present his self-reflection report. He had been constantly running to the 2nd Division these past few days, discussing who knows what with Yorichi Shihoin. Mayuri Kuratsuchi was still lying in the Comprehensive Relief Station. As a result, the management of the 12th Division fell squarely onto the shoulders of Hiyori and Yato. The two of them were familiar with this work, and since the majority of the division consisted of researchers who didn't go on field missions, they were very easy to manage. During this period, no issues arose. Of course, both of them were combat-oriented high-ranking Soul Reapers who knew absolutely nothing about scientific research and development. They couldn't manage it even if they wanted to, so they simply let the subordinates do their own thing. Perhaps this hands-off leadership style suited the researchers' preferences better. Not only did the scheduled research tasks not fall behind, they were actually completed slightly ahead of schedule. The team atmosphere was quite excellent. However, Yato Uchiha's mood was not nearly as wonderful as the squad members. Because today was the day he had to go work part-time at the 4th Division. Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto's punishment was allocate 10 days out of every month to the 4th Division. Theoretically, any day would work, and it was entirely up to Yato to schedule. But Yato was, after all, the 3rd seat. Holding a high position, the burdens on his shoulders were not light. When he went over had to be communicated in advance with the seated officers of the 4th Division, proceeding according to a schedule. What must come will eventually come. This evening, after finishing his duties in the 12th Division, Yato Uchiha checked the sky, gave a few instructions to the seated officers beneath him, and headed off to the 4th Division as if marching to the execution grounds. Because of the previous Ryoka incident, Yato had lain in bed here for half a month, making him highly familiar with the 4th Division's layout. This division, responsible for the medical treatment and logistical supply of the Siriitii, covered the largest area of any division in the Godii 13. It boasted 14 oversized platoons and administered multiple facilities, including the Comprehensive Relief Station, the Seated Officer Clinic, Special Care Wards, and the Medical Research and Development Center. Because patients recuperated here, the air in the 4th Division was always fresh. There was no smell of disinfectant, instead, a very faint scent of bellflowers lingered. Of course, this could also just be the perfume of the female squad members. After all, the 4th Division was far from the front lines, had a gentle philosophy, and boasted a very high proportion of female members. Smelling the floral scent, Yado Uchiha was led by a low-ranking seated officer of the 4th Division to Unohana Retsu's captain's office. Although it was called the captain's office, due to her duties, it had been renovated into a cutting-edge surgical clinic. Serving dual purposes for both administration and medical treatment, it shared a similar concept with the 12th Division's captain's laboratory. The last time Yado Uchiha was severely injured by Hanzo Mochizuki's Ito Keiso, it was here that he underwent surgery. It's Yado-kun. Unohana Retsu was still smiling pleasantly. On her face, it seemed impossible to see any emotion other than compassion and gentleness. I'd really love to see what you look like in the heat of slaughter. This bizarre thought flashed through Yado's mind. After respectfully greeting her, he walked up to Unohana Retsu. It's a good thing you're here, Yado-kun. The beautiful female Soul Reaper rubbed her shoulder. With Shinasuke Yamada gone, there are many patients lining up waiting for treatment. Captain Unohana, I heard that Lieutenant Yamada went to the Shino relief squad. Yes, someone headhunted him. A position higher than lieutenant. He became the director of the Shino relief squad directly. Yado Uchiha let out an "oh" of understanding. Combining this with the plot of Future Generations, the one who extended an olive branch to Shinasuke Yamada was highly likely that Tsuneyashiro family. Let's get back to business, Yado-kun. Unohana Retsu rolled up the sleeve of her shahakusho, revealing her pale arm, and extended it in front of the boy. Cast Kaido on me. Right now. Yado nodded. Before placing his palm on her arm, he couldn't help but remind her. Captain Unohana, you must have read my assessment records from the Shino Academy. My Kaido has massive side effects and causes intense pain. It's fine. An old fogey like me is best at enduring pain. Then please excuse me, Captain Unohana. A pale green light emitted from Yado's palm, shining onto Unohana Retsu's skin, penetrating deep into her bones, all the way to her soul. Unohana Retsu furrowed her elegant brows slightly and let out a low, muffled hum. Recalling the way Harabel convulsed in agony, Yado knew his Kaido definitely had some issues. He hurriedly retracted his arm, terrified that Unohana Retsu would instinctively draw her blade and hack him to pieces in a stress response. To his surprise, the gentle and soft-spoken captain of the 4th Division merely tilted her head and glared at him with a hint of slight anger, as if questioning why he had stopped so abruptly. Wait, sis. Why do you look like you were kind of enjoying that? Does this fucking count as the thrill of slaughter too? Yado muttered internally. He had always been a bit terrified of Unohana Retsu, feeling that this woman was practically borderline psychotic and mentally unhinged. If she changed her name to Retsu Uchiha, there wouldn't be any problem whatsoever. Captain Unohana. Let me think. The female Soul Reaper suppressed her peculiar expression and smoothed out the wrinkles of her shahakusho. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. It is indeed as your file states. Your Kaido scorches the soul, causing intense pain. Scorches? That's right, scorches. Unohana Retsu carefully considered her words. You seem to be using Kaido as if it were an ordinary Kido, so you unconsciously weave in the power of the fire element. Isn't Kaido just a type of Kido? No. Strictly speaking, Kido only includes Heido and Bakudo. Kaido should be categorized separately. I actually suggested to the Shino Academy a long time ago that they change the definition in their textbooks, but alas. A flash of gloom seemed to cross the female Soul Reaper's gentle face. Kaido is not highly valued. From top to bottom, whether it is the official Soul Reapers of the Godei 13, or the students at the Shino Academy, everyone focuses their attention on Heido and Bakudo. Even members of the 4th Division don't have much interest in Kaido. Wasn't the original reason you learned Kaido just so you could hack at people to your heart's content? Yado curled his lips internally, but even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't dare voice his true thoughts. He could only nod continuously, showing his agreement with Unohana Retsu. Therefore, Yado-kun, if you want to work in the 4th Division, you have to learn true Kaido. At the very least, you cannot let the patients feel pain. With your innate talent, you will undoubtedly surpass the vast majority of seated officers very quickly. Yes, Lady Unohana. Yado will absolutely study with an open mind. The beautiful captain smiled gently, clearly very satisfied with his attitude. Good. To correct your Kaido, you must learn from the very beginning. The root of Kaido is healing the soul, so to start off, you need to understand every single organ in the body. Which part would you like to start learning from? Yado smiled lightly. He didn't even need to think before giving his answer. The eyes. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 63, The Days of Working Part. 1433 words. Chapter 63, The Days of Working Part-Time at the 4th Division. Yo! You're leaving the Comprehensive Relief Station today. What a coincidence, it just so happens that I am the one giving you your final treatment. You bastard, you didn't purposely come to the 4th Division just to corner me, did you? What are you talking about, 4th seat Kuratsuchi? Yado Uchiha bared his teeth in a grin. Unity and camaraderie are the excellent virtues Captain Urahara constantly advocates. With that, before Mayuri Kuratsuchi could reply, Yado slapped his hand flat against Mayuri's chest. The brilliance of Kaido flowed between the two of them, repairing Mayuri's body at a cellular level. The bizarre and highly intelligent 4th seat furrowed his brows tightly. He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Seeing his reaction, Yado Uchiha knew that although his Kaido still brought some pain, the level of agony had already dropped significantly compared to before. Otherwise, given Mayuri's temper, he would have struck back ages ago. You've recovered quite nicely. After a long while, Yado withdrew his arm. After you're discharged, don't overexert yourself, and absolutely do not pull any all-nighters. But I guess you probably won't listen to me anyway. You and Captain Urahara are exactly the same, you both practically want to live in the laboratory. Humph. Mayuri Kuratsuchi threw his shahakusho over his shoulders, picked up his zanpakuto that was snapped in two, and left the Comprehensive Relief Station without looking back. Yado shook his head and ignored him, heading to the next clinic room as instructed by Unohana Retsu. This was his second day, working part-time, in the 4th Division. Under the guidance of Unohana, a master of Kaido, Yado quickly grasped the trick to reducing the sensation of pain. His Kaido already possessed excellent healing efficacy. Now that this major drawback had been eliminated, Unohana immediately assigned him to treat patients. It seemed Shinnosuke Yamada's resignation had indeed caused the 4th Division captain quite a headache. In any world, high-level medical resources are always scarce. This busyness lasted deep into the night. When an exhausted Yado arrived at the 4th Division's captain's office, Unohana Retsu was already waiting for him. Drink this. The 4th Division captain pushed the cup in front of her forward with a smile. A coffee specially blended by me. Thank you, Captain Unohana. Like a cow chewing on peonies, the boy downed it all in one massive gulp. He smacked his lips for a long time before speaking hesitantly. What a strange taste. Is this flavor very popular right now? Something extra was added. It's the crystallized distillate of jinja, snake blood. I've only ever heard of the Jinro, werewolf, clan in the Soul Society. Snakes actually exist too. There were many around when I was young. Unfortunately, the Jinja clan was hunted to extinction. What was brewed into that coffee was from my private collection. Wow, what commandment did they break? Or did the Siriidii discover them secretly aiding the Quincy? Neither. A faint, almost imperceptible smile surfaced on Unohana Retsu's beautiful face. It is said that their blood is highly beneficial to men. The 4th Division captain retrieved the cup and pulled out a standard anatomical model from behind her, clearing her throat lightly. All right, back to business. You have begun to grasp true Kaido, but if you want to progress further, you must start learning the foundational physiological knowledge of souls. Nerves, retinas, blood vessels, internal organs, bones, cells, how they are formed under the composition of spirit particles. Late at night in the captain's office, Unohana gently and patiently imparted the true meaning of medical treatment. The boy listened earnestly. Outside the window, it was pitch black, only this room remained brightly lit. The following 2 months were undoubtedly the busiest period of Yado Uchiha's life since becoming a Soul Reaper. During the day, he handled a massive amount of affairs as the 3rd seat of the 12th Division. At night, he went to the 4th Division to work part-time, treating patients before receiving instruction from Unohana Retsu. On top of that, he occasionally had to run field errands, so Suke Aizen would assign him tasks, and the SRDI also needed him, as the head of the capture department, to hunt in Hueco Mundo. From the moment he opened his eyes until he closed them, he was overwhelmingly busy, without a single moment of rest. Of course, Yado himself reaped rewards. In terms of Kaido, he was now capable of healing himself, and could even personally perform surgeries. With the aid of the Sharingan, the precision of his surgeries rivaled that of the high-ranking seated officers of the 4th Division. It was as if he was born for this profession. Unohana Retsu was extremely satisfied with his performance. She even specifically asked if he would like to take over Shinosuke Yamada's position, and become the lieutenant of the 4th Division. Without giving it much thought, Yado apologetically declined Unohana's olive branch. You really are mesmerized by slaughter, aren't you, Yado-kun? The 4th Division captain had only smiled at the time, dropping that sentence and never bringing it up again. Time flowed by in this busy daily routine, until one day, Genshiro Okikaba appeared before him. The 3rd seat of the 1st Division brought him 2 orders. Lord Captain Commander says that your performance during this period has been exceedingly outstanding. From now on, you no longer need to go to the 4th Division, you may concentrate solely on the affairs of the 12th Division. Secondly, the authorization from Central 46 has been approved. Tomorrow morning, someone will escort you to the Great Spirit Book Gallery. Hearing this, Yado Uchiha let out a heavy sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to run back and forth anymore. Bidding farewell to Genshiro Okikaba, the boy went to the 4th Division to tell Unohana Retsu the news, and thank her for her guidance during this period. Finally, he found Kisuke Urahara, and asked about the taboos surrounding the Great Spirit Book Gallery. You've certainly asked the right person. The captain, whose chin was now sprouting stubble, tinkered with the joints of a new Jigai model. Looking up, he laughed. In the current Godei 13, there is likely no one who has been there more times than I have. Captain Urahara, is it really that difficult to go to the Great Spirit Book Gallery? It's far beyond just difficult. Yado, hand me the smallest rasp file. Yes, that one. Kisuke Urahara multitasked, sighing. The Great Spirit Book Gallery is located in the underground assembly hall of Central 46, and it is controlled by the Tsuneyashiro family. That family is far more difficult to deal with than the Kachiki, Shihoin, or Shiba clans. If one wishes to visit the Great Spirit Book Gallery, they must submit an application to the Tsuneyashiro family and obtain authorization documents from Central 46. Only one person is permitted per visit, and the innermost gatekeeper is a core member of the Tsuneyashiro family. If they notice any abnormalities, a self-destruct sequence is triggered immediately. Furthermore, the external defense system is utterly terrifying, jointly established by Captain Commander Yamamoto, the Kido Corps, and the Stealth Force. The level of security is comparable to Mukin. Even if you receive authorization, you must surrender your Zanpakuto before entering. The materials you consult must strictly align with your submitted record. You cannot search for other information arbitrarily. I was only fortunate enough to enter a few times in the past by relying on Yoruchi's family. Cherish this opportunity well, Yado. The next time you go might be a few hundred years from now. Yato thanked his captain, returned to his quarters, and fell into a deep sleep, his mind lingering on the Great Spirit Book Gallery. Early the next morning, just as he finished washing up, a squad member came to inform him that someone was looking for him outside. Yato nodded, put on his shahakusho, and walked to the main gates of the 12th Division. Standing outside was a young man. He had pale skin, a slightly cold expression, and although he looked fairly refined, there was an underlying sense of arrogance about him. The kensiken in his hair swayed in the wind, emitting clear, tinkling chimes. It was a member of the Tsuneyashiro family. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 64, Tsuneyashiro and the Great Spirit Book Gallery. 1459 words. Chapter 64, Tsuneyashiro and the Great Spirit Book Gallery. The person who came to pick up Yato Uchiha was named Shoei Tsuneyashiro, hailing from a genuine, high-ranking great noble family. However, contrary to Yato's expectations, although Shoei Tsuneyashiro looked arrogant, he was actually quite easy to get along with. Along the way, the boy struck up a conversation with him. Although it often took 4 or 5 sentences from Yato to get half a sentence in response, Yato could tell that Shoei's attitude was very earnest. He wasn't just brushing him off. As for why he spoke so little, the truth was, Shoei Tsuneyashiro was a bit of a shut-in. You mean to say, you haven't left your family estate in 3 years? To be precise, 35 months. If you don't mind me asking, what do you usually do at home? Read, the young noble paused, then added, read a lot of books. Yato nodded thoughtfully, understanding Shoei's meaning. The Tsuneyashiro family had controlled the Great Spirit Book Gallery for generations. As a member of the clan, his most important duty was naturally to study the history and secrets of the Soul Society. I am so jealous, Shoei-kun, Yato sighed. Honestly, sometimes I just want to hole up at home, eat watermelon, and snack on jerky. Shoei Tsuneyashiro remained silent for a long time. Just when the boy thought his comment wouldn't receive a response, Shoei suddenly spoke. Our family also takes turns going to Hueco Mundo. Yato was taken aback. Is it really okay for you to tell me this? Don't leak family secrets and end up getting disciplined by your elders. The young noble shook his head. He wasn't a soul reaper and didn't wear a shahakusho. Instead, he wore a dark-colored kimono, looking entirely out of place in the Siriidii. It's fine. Many people know about it. Yato figured that Shoei had been cooped up at home for so long that today, having finally caught an opportunity, he had completely opened up his chatterbox the moment he got a hold of someone. Through Shoei Tsuneyashiro's recounting, the boy caught a faint glimpse into a corner of this family. The Tsuneyashiro clan controlled the Great Spirit Book Gallery, recording everything that happened in the Soul Society. However, counting back for generations from Shoei, which was around 900 years ago, during the Quincy invasion of the Soul Society, the head of the Tsuneyashiro clan at the time had a sudden, whimsical thought. We shouldn't just record the myriad things of the Soul Society, we must witness everything across all 3 realms. Hell was too difficult to enter, so the Tsuneyashiro clan's attention shifted to the world of the living and Hueco Mundo. From then on, the Tsuneyashiro family would dispatch core members to Hueco Mundo and the world of the living to record major events. Among them, even the gatekeepers of the Great Spirit Book Gallery would leave the Soul Society to personally gather information. After all, they were powerful and unlikely to encounter accidents. Upon returning, they could immediately enter the Great Spirit Book Gallery and engrave the crucial information from the world of the living and Hueco Mundo into the records. Even within the Tsuneyashiro family, not just anyone was permitted to enter the Great Spirit Book Gallery. This matter was actually known by captain class members of the Godii 13, with enough seniority. After all, the Tsuneyashiro family didn't hide it, they walked openly and boldly through the Senkamen. Yato and Shoei chatted along the way and soon arrived at Central 46. So many massive Ryatsu signatures. Yato clicked his tongue internally and kept his mouth shut. As the highest judicial organ of the Siriitii, Central 46 was under the full protection of the Godii 13. Even captain class members took turns standing guard in the shadows. He just didn't know who was on duty today. Having talked his fill during the journey, Shoei Tsuneyashiro reverted to his arrogant, aloof demeanor upon arriving. He led Yato Uchiha and pushed open the northern gates of Central 46. They then descended a long staircase, heading deep underground. Identity verification, Ryatsu scans, permit inspections. As they moved downward, there was a checkpoint every 100 meters. Forcibly breaching this place would absolutely be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After undergoing no fewer than double-digit inspections, the two finally reached the innermost section. A middle-aged Tsuneyashiro clan member was stationed there standing guard. Uncle, Shoei Tsuneyashiro bowed, his attitude exceedingly respectful. The middle-aged man looked him over. Your Rei has reached Class 7. Very good. But you must also prioritize your safety when you accompany me to Hueco Mundo this time. Yes, uncle. I was wondering when we... Ahem. The middle-aged man glared at him, signaling that there was an outsider present. However, he wasn't too harsh on his junior. After all, the gatekeeper role operated on a rotational system. When he left for Hueco Mundo, another powerhouse from the clan would take his place, leaving no loopholes for anyone to exploit. The Great Spirit Book Gallery had existed for 1,000,000 years, and that Tsuneyashiro had guarded it for 1,000,000 years. This gatekeeper system had withstood countless tests and remained standing. Absolute confidence in it had become the foundational mindset of the Tsuneyashiro clan. Are you Yato Uchiha? The middle-aged Tsuneyashiro looked at the boy. Are you clear on all the rules? I understand them. Good. According to your permit, you are only allowed to remain inside for 1,800 seconds, 30 minutes. Furthermore, you may only consult materials regarding multi-stage release Zanpakuto training methods. The gatekeeper didn't make things difficult for him. He pulled out a key shaped like a sword blade and inserted it into the massive bronze door behind him. Countless formulas activated, operating in a perfectly interlocking sequence like meshing gears. Place your Zanpakuto into that recess. All right. Yato Uchiha pressed Akame into the slot. After a series of clicking sounds, the glowing lines of a Bakuto spell tightly wrapped around the Zanpakuto. Certain rare types of Zanpakuto could still exert their power even when separated from their wielder by a distance. Therefore, the Tsuneyashiro family had specifically prepared this Bakuto seal. The security measures of the Great Spirit Book Gallery truly were foolproof. At that moment, the bronze door slowly opened. Yato didn't waste any time and stepped inside. The door behind him immediately shut. Yato took a moment to adjust to the slightly dim lighting before observing his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were massive polygonal corridors. They reached endlessly upward without touching the sky, and plummeted endlessly downward without touching the ground, arranged and stacked in an infinite array. About 20 meters away from him was a raised platform, resembling a control console. It emitted a soft, glowing light, waiting for his inquiry. This was the Great Spirit Book Gallery. From ancient times to the present, all the history, secrets, and major events of the Soul Society were recorded here. This wasn't an achievement born of human labor, much less a collection of surveys. Rather, it was through a certain mechanical law transcending time, that all events and intelligence of the Soul Society were forcibly collected and recorded. It could be said that the Great Spirit Book Gallery was a part of the natural laws of the Soul Society, entirely independent of the will of Soul Reapers. Yato took a deep breath. He had heard many things today, some of which were incredibly valuable pieces of intelligence. But right now was clearly not the time to organize his thoughts. He immediately stepped up to the platform and channeled his Ryatsu into it. Multi-stage release Zanpakuto training methods. He didn't alter a single word. The rules of the Great Spirit Book Gallery were just that strict. Even the slightest discrepancy would result in Yato facing exceedingly severe punishment. Following a bizarre sequence of beeping sounds, a large block of text appeared on the platform. The boy's eyes instantly landed on the topmost lines of text. Multi-stage release Zanpakuto, Akame. Wielder, Yato Uchiha. As of this exact moment, a total of 3 stages of release have been achieved. Abilities: Dynamic Vision Enhancement, Illusions, Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi. He took a deep breath and continued reading downward. Multi-stage release Zanpakuto, Kurofukuro. Wielder, Furofushi Saito. According to records, during the Shirkai phase, Furofushi Saito achieved a total of 5 stages of release. Abilities: Crimson Lotus Fire, Herculean Strength Enhancement, Shadow Dive, Vajra Dragon Demon. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 65, Chaos. 1490 words. Chapter 65, Chaos. Shingo Tsuneyashiro opened his eyes. In the next moment, a pale green light illuminated his face. 1790 seconds. The powerful gatekeeper nodded slightly. Very good, third seat Uchiha. You did not put me in a difficult position. Thank you for your hard work. Yato smiled at him, then picked up his Zanpakuto, which was sealed within the Bakuto, and walked straight out of the underground facility. Upon returning to his barracks, he immediately closed the door, and began reviewing the intelligence he had gathered today. The Tsuneyashiro family had a tradition of traveling to Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living. The gatekeeper of the Great Spirit Book Gallery seemed set to leave the Soul Society for a period of time, but there was a high probability that a powerful member of the clan would take his place on rotation. Yato thought back to that middle-aged Tsuneyashiro. Even without exchanging blows, he could confirm that the gatekeeper's Ryatsu was significantly stronger than his own. At least in terms of Ryatsu, the gatekeeper possessed power bordering on captain level. However, this was within Yato's expectations. For a place as critical as the Great Spirit Book Gallery, and a position as vital as the gatekeeper, it made perfect sense for the Tsuneyashiro clan to dispatch their absolute top-tier powerhouses. Therefore, with my current Ryatsu level, my 3 Tomo illusions probably won't be able to control him. Thinking this, Yato closed his eyes again, sketching the gatekeeper's appearance in his mind. Thick lips, a full head of hair, a broad forehead and wide nose, the color of his pupils skewed gray. After a long while, the boy ended his thoughts. While stroking the tsuba of Akame, he recalled the knowledge he had acquired within the Great Spirit Book Gallery. The wisdom of his predecessors could help him avoid many detours. Furthermore, it wasn't just knowledge housed there, but also a wealth of precious intelligence and truths. From whichever angle he considered it, he had to find a way to visit a place like the Great Spirit Book Gallery a few more times. Half a month later. What? Inside the third seat's office of the 12th Division, Yato Uchiha looked up, staring in displeasure at the squad member kneeling before him on one knee. What do you mean, requesting me to dispatch personnel to the Rukongai? Shouldn't tasks like this be the responsibility of the 3rd or 5th Division? Yes, you are absolutely right, Lord Uchiha, the 10th Division squad member wiped a cold sweat from his brow, hastily explaining. But although the 3rd Division has already sent people over, we are still short on manpower. As for the situation with the 5th Division, you are aware of it as well. A while ago, Lord Shunsuke Kurikawa. All right, Yato Uchiha waved his hand dismissively. No need to play the pity card in front of me. I accept your request. However, the vast majority of our division are researchers who can't go to the front lines. I'll go take a look myself. Getting cooped up in the office was becoming annoying anyway, getting some fresh air would be good. Ah, this? Truly, thank you so much, Lord Uchiha. The 10th Division squad member was overjoyed. His eyes reddened, looking as if he were about to burst into tears. The boy sighed internally, feeling somewhat sympathetic. These past days, the 10th Division had truly been having a rough time. Their former captain, Shintaro Arima, had died in Hueco Mundo, yet the candidate for the new captain had been delayed indefinitely. The Shiba family hadn't issued any statements, maintaining a bizarre, unsettling silence. Under these circumstances, Lieutenant Isshin Shiba was struggling to hold the division together, causing his subordinates to run themselves ragged as well. At the slightest sign of a difficult problem, they had to request backup. The 3rd Division, which was specialized in providing backup, did dispatch reinforcements according to regulations, but they lacked the capacity to fully plug the holes. As for the chaos in the 5th Division, the disappearance of their 3rd seat, Shunsuke Kurikawa, had sent Shinji Hirako into a towering rage. The division had conducted several internal purges to weed out a presumed spy, leaving everyone on edge and terrified for their own safety. They simply had no time to worry about other divisions. Yato Uchiha knew very well that the poor bastard Shunsuke Kurikawa had most likely already been murdered by Jin Ikimaru. He put down the work he had on hand, headed over to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute to inform Kasuke Urahara, and then left the Siriitii alongside the 10th Division squad member. The situation was somewhat urgent. Moving at top speed, the two quickly arrived at the 67th district of the North Rukongai, Akatsuki. Lord Yato, it's right here. Upon reaching their destination, the squad member dropped to one knee and pointed toward a distant mountain range. Recently, we received intelligence that many residents have gone missing in this area. The patrol squad sent people to investigate, but no news ever came back. This place is called Mount Kayakumii. Because there are natural cave systems inside the mountain, it has become a gathering place for roaming bandits and thieves. So you're saying, Yato Uchiha interrupted his report. As long as I slaughter all the bandits here, your problem will be solved, right? Ah, that is indeed the logic of it. Then there's no problem. The boy shrugged. Just as he was about to release Akame and charge in with his Sharingan, he suddenly sensed a familiar Ryatsu approaching rapidly. Is that Kyan-senpai? Before his words even finished falling, the valiant and tall noble clan head appeared before him. Lord Kyan. It was obvious the 10th Division squad member had seen Kyan Shiba many times. His tone carried a sense of familiarity. Yato. Kyan first smiled at the boy, then nodded slightly to the squad member beside him. I remember you. Masaru Inagaki, right? You used to work under Atatsu Shiba. You can go back and report your mission accomplished. 3rd seat Yato and I can handle things here. The squad member bowed respectfully, showing absolute trust in Kyan Shiba. For 900 years, the captain of the 10th Division had either been a Shiba, or a member of the Arima family, a lower noble house that served the Shiba. The Shiba clan's influence over the 10th Division was deeply rooted and absolute, just like the Shihoins over the 2nd Division, or the Kachikis over the 6th Division. Yato, what a coincidence, you're also. Kyan-senpai, try to speak as little as possible. Yato Uchiha shook his head and cast Kaido, placing his palm flat against Kyan Shiba's chest. 2 broken ribs and bone fragments have pierced your lung. TSK, did you just come straight out of a battle? Nothing gets past you, the valiant noble clan head smiled bitterly. You're right. 5 hours ago, I was at the border of the West Rukongai. A Minos Grande broke through there, and the 10th Division patrol squad couldn't handle it. So right after you killed the Minos Grande, you rushed straight here without resting. Yeah. There's no need to push yourself this hard, Kyan-senpai. If the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. You don't understand, Yato. For the 10th Division, the Shiba clan is that sky. Kyan Shiba paused, his tone exceedingly resolute. This is the responsibility our family must bear. Strange. Doesn't your Shiba family prefer a carefree life? The main house even moved out to the Rukongai. Even so, we can't just abandon our ancestors' legacy. Although I'm not particularly interested in it either, the Shiba's current influence in the 10th division was undeniably bought with the lives of countless ancestors. You great nobles really do live exhausting lives. It's not too bad, Kyan Shiba flashed a mischievous smile. At least it's better than the Kuchiki clan. Look at them, walking around with a stick up their asses all day. Ha ha. The situation was quite urgent, so Yato didn't have time for meticulous treatment. He quickly lowered his arm, ceasing the Kaido. Kyan Shiba took a few deep breaths, tentatively rubbed his chest, and gave Yato a thumbs up. Your current Kaido proficiency rivals that of the high-ranking seated officers in the 4th division. I heard Captain Unohana personally tutored you, it seems the rumors are true. As Kyan Shiba spoke, he drew his Zanpakuto. A whirlpool-like Ryatsu slowly expanded, causing the air itself to become noticeably more humid. Yato, we're going in to rescue them right now. By the way, I have some good news for you. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 66, Eyes. 1512 words. Chapter 66, Eyes. Are you saying you're going to be promoted to the lieutenant of the 13th division? A bandit's blade slashed right through Yato Uchiha's nose bridge, yet it felt as if it had merely cut through empty air. The black pinwheel in the boy's eyes slowly rotated, as his body solidified once again. Slash! He cleaved open the bandit's chest with a single stroke, and turned around with a smile. Congratulations, Kyan-senpai. Wielding his trident, Kyan Shiba's killing efficiency was no slower than his. With a single sweep of a deep blue maelstrom, he could shatter the internal organs of several enemies at once. Actually, Captain Yukitake has brought up promoting me to lieutenant many times now. The last time was during this year's graduation season at the Shino Academy. But I always felt that my training wasn't sufficient yet, and that I couldn't bear such a responsibility. Oh? Then why did you agree this time? Did Miyako Asano say she wouldn't consider marrying you unless you became a captain-class officer? Ha ha. Don't tease me, Yato. Kyan casually cast a Kido, blasting away a bandit attempting a sneak attack from behind, and continued. Because of the recent situation with the 10th division, I just feel like I have to do more. Kyan-senpai, bearing too much responsibility will cloud your judgment. Besides, didn't you say that the head of the Shiba branch family, Kazuo Shiba, is a reliable elder? Yato's blade stopped midair, halting its downward slash. Because the roaming bandit in front of him was already groveling on the ground, throwing his sword aside, and kowtowing repeatedly as blood streamed down his face. Looking further out, all the bandits and Ronin had dropped their weapons, and were kneeling on the ground, expressing total submission and abandoning all resistance. Tisk. Yato Uchiha frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he sheathed his Zanpakuto. Since they had surrendered, there was no need to slaughter them all. Letting the 2nd division drag them off for hard labor was a good alternative. Besides, that guy Mayuri Kuratsuchi had been constantly clamoring lately for sturdy souls to use in testing his latest Jigai models. Having received a noble education since childhood, Kyan Shiba also lowered his blood-stained trident and joined Yato in casting Kido. Bakudo number 4, Heinawa. Ropes of yellow light materialized, guided by the two of them to bind the limbs of these desperate outlaws. Their imposing presence was too overwhelming. They had already completely broken the bandits' courage. Before they even had to interrogate them, the bandits spilled the location of the missing patrol squad members. What followed, contacting the 10th division, rescuing the patrol members, inventorying the spoils, and escorting the prisoners, was all completed in one seamless breath, without the slightest hiccup. Ultimately, having 2 lieutenant-class combatants handle this kind of mission was truly using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. When the 10th Division squad members called for backup, they would have been thanking their lucky stars if even a low-ranking seated officer showed up. They never expected that by some stroke of fortune, 2 absolute monsters would arrive. By now, the sky had grown dark. Yato stretched his back and was just about to leave when Kai and Shiba stopped him. "It's been so long since we last saw each other. Where are you rushing off to, you bastard? Going back to catch up on sleep? I've been pulling all-nighters every single day lately. With your level of Ryatsu, what does losing a bit of sleep matter?" Kaien threw a hearty arm around his shoulder. "Come drink at my place. Consider it an early celebration for my promotion." Forget it, Kaien-senpai. I really have things to do tonight. I'll have Kakaka set off fireworks for you. Ganju recently learned how to ride a boar through flaming hoops. Want him to put on a show for you? Okay, that I can do. Haha. Cheers, cheers. Deep in the night, Rukongai, main Shiba estate. With one arm around his sister and the other around Yato, Kaien leaned forward and drank deeply. Stop drinking, senpai. The boy shook his head with a bitter smile. We both have to work tomorrow. Just dissolve it with your Ryatsu, what are you afraid of? The noble clan head laughed loudly. Ganju. Coming right up, big bro. The headband-wearing Ganju hollered, carrying a massive jug of sake with both hands and setting it down in front of Kaien. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Kaien Shiba drank with uninhibited joy. Only when the jug hit the bottom did his eyes glaze over. He mumbled a few incoherent words before collapsing with a thud, falling into a deep sleep. Phew. Ganju Shiba wiped away his sweat and took off his eldest brother's outer robes and socks. He's finally asleep. Yato-kun, big bro is always so happy whenever he sees you. Yato Uchiha took a deep breath, using spirit particles to suppress the roiling intoxication, and shook his head. This is my first time seeing Kaien-senpai drink this much. He usually controls himself. Looking heartbroken, Kakaka Shiba gently straightened Kaien's face, and placed a hot towel on his forehead, explaining to Yato in a low voice. Big bro has been under a lot of pressure lately. Because of the 10th Division. Yes. Because of the alcohol, the young girl's cheeks were flushed. She pouted and said, Lord Arima died in Hueco Mundo, yet the 1st Division still hasn't appointed a new captain for the 10th Division. Many people in the Suriitii are treating us like a joke right now. If you don't mind me asking, is there anyone in the Shiba or Arima families who can succeed as the 10th Division captain? Neither Kaien-senpai nor Isshin-senpai seem to have reached the level of Bankai yet. There's still Lord Kazuo Shiba, Uncle Isshin's biological grandfather, and the head of the branch family. His Zanpakuto, Nekitora, is the absolute strongest of the water type. The young girl spoke with excitement but then immediately deflated. Anyway, big bro is just really tired right now, and the 10th Division is completely swamped. Sigh. They're the division responsible for security patrols, but because there's no captain to hold down the fort, a lot of Ronin and bandits have been causing trouble lately. Isn't that the truth? Ganju Shiba immediately chimed in. Spending his days messing around in the Rukongai, he was intimately familiar with this sort of thing. A ton of gangs are having turf wars, and so many people have died. But if you ask me, it doesn't matter how many of them die. Oh? Why is that? Because none of them are good people anyway. Big bro Yato, have you heard of the Blue Coat Gang? Never even heard the name, the boy replied softly, his eyes pitch black and unfathomable. Ganju Shiba snickered. It's a certain gang that operates in the South Rukongai. Because the members all wear blue clothes, they call themselves the Blue Coat Gang. How should I describe them? They commit every evil deed imaginable. It wouldn't be a big deal even if they all died off completely. From the way you're talking, did they all die? I don't know. But I haven't seen those blue-wearing bastards in quite a few days. They probably stopped hanging around the South Rukongai. As the young Ganja spoke, he suddenly raised his cup. Here's to those bastards dying early. Kokako rolled her eyes, but Yato found Ganja's childishness amusing. He also raised his cup and agreed. To death. Yato stepped onto the grass, the bizarre arm sculptures of the Shiba clan already left far behind him. The night wind blew, stripping away the last lingering trace of intoxication. The boy looked up, the bright moon hung high in the dark, gloomy sky. All existence returns to ruin, the 6 paths reduced to ash. Yato murmured softly, reciting the release command of Akame. Then, he took a step forward, but miraculously, his foot didn't land on the next patch of grass. The ground he stepped on was now hard, gray rock. The sky was leaden gray, gloomy, cold, and dark. Countless massive stone pillars stood tall, resembling unmarked gravestones. This was the Kamui dimension, virtually identical to the inner world of Yato's mind. Usually, he was the only one here. But right now, neatly laid out atop a certain stone pillar, were over a dozen corpses. They were all dressed as ronin. Although their specific garments varied, the primary color of their attire was blue. Blue hakama, blue kimonos, blue kosode. Even more bizarrely, a layer of white cloth was draped over their faces, covering their features. Looking slightly further away, there were rows of glass jars, each about as thick as a man's arm. Eyeballs floated inside the preservative solution filling each glass jar. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review, that's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 67, The Soul Reaper version of Transcription Seal. 1,385 words. Chapter 67, The Soul Reaper version of Transcription Seal. Inside the Kamui dimension, Yato Uchiha picked up a glass tube, and flicked it twice with his finger. The eyeball inside rolled around with a glub-glub sound, releasing a string of bubbles. That guy, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, really knows his stuff. Yato nodded in satisfaction. This solution was something Mayuri had developed. In his own words, it was a breathing soul tissue fluid. Organs placed inside it could remain fresh for a century, an absolute godsend for researchers. As the third seat of the 12th Division, and the head of the SRDI's capture department, getting his hands on some of this special solution, and a few precision instruments was a total breeze. Let's continue yesterday's work. Akame. With a soft poof, the young girl wearing crimson Sengoku-era armor appeared beside him. Keep me company and chat for a bit. Just sitting here by myself makes me look like an idiot. Yato chuckled lightly and sat cross-legged. He held a glass tube in both hands, his spine slightly curved, as his spiritual pressure resonated at a highly specific frequency. If any Gotei 13-seated officer were standing next to him right now, they would be shocked to discover that Yato Uchiha's posture was completely identical to Jinzen. In fact, Yato was using the deep soul meditation of Jinzen to slowly seep the pure essence of his spiritual pressure into the eyeball inside the glass tube. Sometimes I really think you're a genius, Akame sighed in admiration, staring at the eyeball floating in the solution. How did you even come up with this method? I was forced into it. This is the world of soul reapers, after all. Aside from me, there isn't a second Uchiha, which naturally means there isn't a second pair of Sharingan. I had to find a different path. But doing this drains a ton of spiritual pressure, you know. And the success rate isn't exactly high, either. That doesn't matter. I've already got one foot on the threshold of class for Rei. Feeling the connection between himself and the eyeball in his hands growing ever closer, Yato sighed. I just hope this Soul Reaper version of the transcription seal can completely replicate the power of my visual jutsu. At the very least, it needs to retain half of its original might. Transcription seal. For the past half-month, Yado Uchiha had been secretly killing gang members and bandits in the Rukongai, sending their corpses into his Kamui dimension. Using the medical knowledge he had learned from Unohana, he extracted the eyes from the bodies, all for the singular purpose of casting the transcription seal. Of course, the Bleach world didn't have chakra, which naturally meant it didn't have ninjutsu. So, Yado had made some necessary modifications. The foundation of these modifications was Yado's entirely unique Uchiha power. This power manifested in his physical appearance, giving him black hair, dark eyes, and a tall, handsome build. It expressed itself in his innate talent, making his fire-type Kido overwhelmingly powerful. Under conditions of equal spiritual pressure, his firepower even surpassed Sasuke Aizen's. Most importantly, this power was deeply rooted in his very soul and spiritual pressure, forming certain distinct traits. Yado discovered that through prolonged contact, he could seep the essence of his soul and spiritual pressure into the eyeballs of living beings. Consequently, the visual jutsu of his Sharingan could be projected and stored within those external eyes. This ability was remarkably similar to the transcription seal from the Naruto world. However, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan generally could only seal their visual jutsu into another Sharingan. For example, Itachi Uchiha had sealed Amaterasu into Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan, programming it to release only when it encountered Obito. In contrast, this Soul Reaper version of the transcription seal could be cast onto non-Sharingan eyes, provided Yado spent enough time saturating them with his spiritual pressure. He had only accidentally realized this ability when he achieved his Stage 3 Shirkai, gaining a much deeper understanding of his own soul's true essence. Unique souls and spiritual pressures weren't incredibly rare in the Suriitii. In the 4th Division, for example, there were squad members whose spiritual pressure possessed innate healing properties. By channeling it into a patient's body, they could accelerate the soul's recovery rate. But Yado understood that this external eye ability of his was fundamentally different at its very core. It even seemed a bit similar to Yawatch. The Quincy King possessed the innate instinct to distribute his soul. Even as an infant, he could carve off pieces of his own soul, and use them to fill the voids in the souls of anyone who touched him, curing them of any physical or psychological defects. After those who received his fragments died, the pieces of Yawatch's soul would return to his body, restoring him piece by piece. Gradually, he gained the ability to see, hear, cry, breathe, and ultimately, reclaim his full power as the son of the Soul King. In a certain sense, Yado Uchiha also possessed the ability to bestow power. However, he could only project his power into eyeballs, and it didn't feed back into him upon the recipient's death. It was a far cry from Yawatch's terrifying capabilities. Honestly, the cheats possessed by the Soul King and his son were just too utterly broken. Of course, unlike Yawatch, who was born with innate mastery, Yado had to rely on constant trial, error, and intense training to grasp this ability. The Kamui dimension was undoubtedly the most perfect secret laboratory. Every night for the past half-month, he had come here to conduct a massive number of experiments. He was getting remarkably proficient at killing and hiding corpses, which, entirely by accident, had greatly relieved the 10th Division's public security headaches. Tonight was no exception. "You're so slow. How much longer is this going to take?" Inside the Kamui dimension, Akame had grown a bit tired of talking. She pouted, "I want to go back." "TSK, come on, don't be like that. Besides, what's so fun about the inner world? Being all alone in there has got to be uncomfortable. Are you an idiot?" Akame flipped Yado the middle finger. "I'm a Zanpakuto. Do you think a hermit crab hates its own shell?" "I think I get what you mean, but why use that as an example?" In this situation, most people would use a more common example, like a turtle or a crab. "Bastard. Your whole Uchiha family are turtles. Your entire clan are crabs. Ha, take a look in the mirror, Akame. You look like a textbook Uchiha yourself." Yado grinned, teasing his Zanpakuto. Just as he was about to push her buttons until she stomped her feet in anger, his eyebrow suddenly twitched. An unusual spiritual pressure fluctuation pulsed out from the glass tube in his hands. It's done. The youth chuckled, breaking his Jin-zen posture. Forgetting to be angry, Akame leaned in curiously, resting her chin on Yato's shoulder. Releasing his Zanpakuto, Yato cycled his spiritual pressure in his three-tomo state. He felt the familiar power flowing through his eyes. Then, guided by some strange, intrinsic law, a stream of this power separated from him, and projected directly into the eyeball floating in the solution. The glass tube began to vibrate continuously, and the solution started to boil. This wasn't caused by heat, it was the result of the dramatic changes happening to the eyeball itself. The iris of the eye suspended in the fluid slowly began to change color, shifting from pure black to crimson. 3 black tomo materialized within the crimson iris. Even imprisoned within glass and submerged in fluid, this Sharingan was seductively bewitching. It carried an eerie, demonic vitality, as if the abyss itself was staring back at them. Yato Uchiha stared at the eye for a long time, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Not counting looking in a mirror, this was the first time he had ever been glared at by a Sharingan. It really is quite creepy. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 68, The Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department. 1,381 words. Chapter 68, The Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department. The candidate for the new captain of the 10th Division remained undecided, and the chaos in the Soul Society continued. The patrol squads were stretched too thin, and the figures of Rukongai Ronin could be seen roaming everywhere. However, the Godei 13 wasn't overly anxious. They systematically carried out their respective duties, and even during the captain's meetings, the issue was only briefly mentioned. Ultimately, the Siriitii possessed more than enough military power. If necessary, they could simply dispatch a few captains to easily suppress the chaos. Furthermore, throughout the Soul Society's million-year history, such situations were not uncommon. The annual mortality rate for Soul Reapers was as high as 1 in 20. Long-lasting peace was the true rarity. On this day, within the 12th Division's SRDI. Spit it out, what is it this time? Yato sat in a spacious reclining chair, pushing off with his foot to spin around. Mayuri, this chair of yours is quite comfortable. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, his skin painted stark white, scoffed coldly and said in displeasure, "Do you think I'm like you? This chair serves a purpose. It can maximally seal an experimental subject's spirit." "Humph, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you, third seat Uchiha." "Ha, true enough. I really don't understand the scientific research side of things." The youth chuckled lightly. "However, Mayuri, I like your current attitude. At least you know how to use formal titles now." "Humph." The eccentric scientist's brow twitched wildly. But remembering that the other party's combat strength was far superior to his own, he suppressed his anger and handed Yato a list. "These are the biological materials required for the next batch of experiments. As the head of the capture department, third seat Uchiha, please fulfill your duty." "Let me see." "Oh. I can't do it." "Then take care and see yourself out." "Wait, what? What did you say?" "I can't do it." Yato Uchiha slammed the piece of paper onto the desk. "You bastard, look at what you wrote. 5 Ajuchas class Minos Grande. That includes winged flying types and 8-legged crawling types, and their hollow holes must be in their abdomens. These are indeed necessary experimental subjects. Besides, with those eyes of yours." "My eyes aren't telescopes. Hueco Mundo is massive, how am I supposed to pinpoint them?" "You're a scientist, and you're actually telling me to find a needle in a haystack without even providing a plan to narrow down the search area. Mayuri Kuratsuchi displayed a rare look of embarrassment. He scratched his brass-colored conical ear covers, hesitating slightly before sighing. You can go to the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department. We've marked suspicious locations on a map of Hueco Mundo, which should save you most of your time. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Halfway through his sentence, the youth realized something was wrong. He shot to his feet, and closed in on Mayuri. The Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department. Yes, third seat Yato. It is a department under the SRDI capable of detecting specific spiritual pressure fluctuations. The scanning range includes the Soul Society, a small half of the world of the living, and 1/3 of Hueco Mundo. I know what the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department means. Yato glared at him. But I clearly remember that when Captain Urahara submitted the application to establish this department, it was rejected by the 1st Division. It was rejected. Despite his eerie smile, Mayuri couldn't conceal his smugness. But the captain had us build it secretly anyway. Once we prove that the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department is indeed necessary for our work, we will officially report it to the CRIDI. Yato Uchiha pressed his temples in headache, speechless for a long while. That had happened 2 weeks ago. Back then, when the proposal to establish the department was rejected, Kisuke Urahara had moped around for half the day. Yato actually understood perfectly well why the 1st Division had rejected it. The fundamental job of the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department boiled down to a single task: monitoring spiritual pressure. It wouldn't just probe Hueco Mundo, it would scan the CRIDI as well. It was equivalent to installing a spiritual pressure surveillance camera in the sky. Let alone massive disturbances like a battle between captain-class figures, even the fluctuations of the Senkamen would fall under the department's watchful eyes. In all fairness, this truly exceeded the boundaries of the 12th Division's authority. It was only reasonable for the 1st Division to be hesitant. Although in the future timeline, the SRDI would openly possess both the Communications and Technology Research Department and the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department, at least in this era where it had just been founded, the CRIDI hadn't granted it such massive power. Needless to say, Kisuke Urahara was simply bold enough to touch the heavens. Perhaps this was a common flaw among brilliant minds. They dared to do anything, believing that even if they poked a hole in the sky, they could patch it up relying purely on their intellect. Yato Uchiha waved his hand wearily and picked up the list. Forget it, do whatever you want. Where is this Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department? The entrance is right under that chair. Like I said, it serves a great purpose. You really are something else. Yato was so annoyed he almost laughed. After spinning the chair out of the way, he headed down the revealed staircase. Soon, he arrived at an underground laboratory encased in metal walls. A youth wearing a white cleanroom suit was bustling about inside. He had a delicate, somewhat frail appearance. What caught the eye were the strange small horns growing on his forehead, suggesting he carried non-human blood. So it's you, Akon, Yato smiled wryly. I was wondering why I hadn't seen much of you these past few days. Ah, third seat Uchiha. The youth, Akon, was a fairly proper individual. He stopped his work and bowed in greeting. You're here to get a map. Here, the most likely locations for the Minos Grande on this list to appear. Understood. Akon took the list and began rummaging through a mountainous pile of papers. Yato wandered around with great interest. Even though he didn't understand a single thing, there was no harm in watching the spectacle. The newly established Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department very much had the vibe of a secret base. Millstone-sized machines lined the walls, emitting occasional beep-boop sounds. Thick, rough pipes throbbed like bulging veins beneath glowing screens. Countless points of light flickered on vintage-looking electronic displays. Yato leaned in and watched for a while, managing to guess a few locations based on his judgment of the terrain. It can even monitor the spiritual pressure fluctuations of the Kido core. No wonder head captain Yamamoto didn't give it the green light. The youth muttered softly. Just as he was about to examine some other equipment, he caught sight of a piece of paper that had fallen to the floor out of the corner of his eye. It contained images and text and seemed quite important. Lately, he had been gathering intelligence on that place, making him highly sensitive to its geographical features. Embraced by two bodies of water, a mountain to the north, the terrain swelling from west to east before dropping. Is this a log of spiritual pressure fluctuations near a Senkaman? Yato paused slightly. He quietly released his Zanpakuto, maintaining the state of his Sharingan as he picked up the paper, rapidly memorizing its contents. By the time Akon approached Yato Uchiha with the map, the third seat had already returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. Third seat Uchiha, the item you requested. Yeah, thanks. Yato smiled as he stuffed the map into his shahakusho, feeling genuinely delighted. An unexpected stroke of luck. It looks like I won't need to go ask Sosuke Aizen for help after all. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 69, Meeting Haribel Again. 1,349 words. Chapter 69, Meeting Haribel Again. This way, third seat Uchiha, please. The guards bowed deeply and cleared a path. Yato gave a nod and stepped into the Senkaman. The moment he set foot inside, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but an endless expanse of white desert. The sky was gloomy, fierce winds howled, and the racial density was incredibly high, far exceeding that of the Siriitii. Yato had once again arrived in Hueco Mundo. With a clack, the doors of the Senkaman closed, severing the youth's connection to the Soul Society, and making his black shahakusho look exceptionally striking against the white desert. When hollows invaded the Soul Society, they were swiftly cleaned up by the Godii 13. When a Soul Reaper entered Hueco Mundo, the dangers were equally immense. Even now, many hollows stubbornly believed that devouring a Soul Reaper's soul could accelerate their evolution and fill the void in their hearts. The former had some truth to it, but the latter was pure nonsense. Yato Uchiha released his Zanpakuto, maintaining the bare minimum single tomo state. Following the map's guidance, he moved deeper into Hueco Mundo. I'm getting a little close to Las Noches. But it doesn't matter, it's on the way anyway. 10 days later, at the base of a massive sand dune, a Minos Grande that looked like a colossal centipede reared its head high. Its venomous mandibles spread wide as Raisher gathered within its terrifying maw, condensing into a visible orb of light. Siro. It roared fiercely, launching the dense sphere of Raisher forward. This Siro pierced through the sand dune, blasted the ground to pieces, and incinerated the air, nearly reshaping the entire landscape. However, the devastating Siro simply passed straight through the young Soul Reaper's body as if piercing a phantom, failing to inflict even a scratch on him. Not bad power. Yato Uchiha flicked the corner of his robes. Purposefully mimicking Aizen's mild, mellow tone, he chuckled softly. Want to fire another one? The centipede-type Minos Grande recoiled in shock, although its face was covered by a mask, its barbed walking legs uniformly drew back, clearly indicating immense internal panic and fear. Damn Soul Reaper. Is this his Zanpakuto's ability? The Minos stepped backward. Though it had only recently evolved into an Ajuchas, its considerable intelligence was screaming at it, the enemy in front of it was bizarrely powerful. It had to flee. Thus, in the next instant, the bone armor covering its body suddenly cracked open. From its dozen-odd body segments, pairs of membranous, translucent wings extended. Flapping over a dozen pairs of wings in unison, its heavy body rapidly lifted off the ground. Adjusting its direction in midair, it prepared to fly as far away from this terrifying Soul Reaper as possible. It really is a winged, flying-type Ajuchas. On the ground, Yato Uchiha narrowed his eyes, concentrating his spiritual pressure into the black pinwheel pattern in his left eye. Kamui. His gaze locked onto the Uchiha's abdomen. At a speed far surpassing any reflex nerve, the space abruptly distorted. Purple blood rained down from the sky as the Uchiha plummeted to the ground with a screech, severed into two halves. But this pain only provoked its feral nature. It opened its maw wide, revealing its venomous fangs, fully intending to drag the damned Soul Reaper down to hell with it. However, this desperate counterbite snapped at empty air. Because Yato's hand had already touched its bone armor. Go inside and sleep for a bit. The youth's calm words were the very last sound the Uchiha heard. The colossal centipede Minos vanished without a trace, teleported directly into the Kamui dimension. Yato shifted his eye into the Kamui dimension, confirming that the Uchiha had lost consciousness. He sealed the Minos using Bakudo, and deactivated his Stage 3 Shurikai. As expected, the Sharingan truly is strongest when you have both eyes. He stroked Akame's hilt, rested for a brief moment, and then headed off into the distance. Guided by the map, Yato had managed to find all the specific Minos Grande the SRDI had locked onto over the past few days, shoving them into the Kamui dimension one by one. Even a Soul Reaper stronger than Yato could never match this level of efficiency. After all, once a Minos was captured, they would normally have to return to the Soul Society to hand it over. They couldn't exactly wander around Hueco Mundo dragging a massive hollow behind them. However, despite completing his mission, Yato didn't head back immediately. Instead, he ventured deeper, sprinting toward a specific destination. Half a day later, he stopped in front of a low mountain. His spiritual pressure briefly flared up before rapidly extinguishing. In Hueco Mundo, there was no faster way to announce one's arrival. Bastard. Who's there? A lion-like hollow with dark brown skin, and a golden mane leapt down from the mountain, roaring aggressively. Yato's tone was somewhat exasperated. It hasn't even been 3 years since we last met. Is a lion's memory really that bad? You. Mila Rose tilted her massive head. Suddenly, she jumped up, absolutely furious. Her surging spiritual pressure shattered the rocks beneath her paws. It's you. You damn Soul Reaper and your cheap tricks. You actually dare to show your face here again. It's not a trick, it's genjutsu. You bastard. Not only did you trick me, but you also dared to abduct Lady Harabelle right out from under our noses. I'm going to take you right now and do what to me? Gouge out your eyes, puncture your throat, drain your blood, and hang your corpse out in the desert to dry. Sounds quite fun, but your master might not be willing to part with me. Yato Uchiha cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, and shouted toward the depths of the low mountain. Harabelle, I've got something I need to discuss with you. What do you think Lady Harabelle is? Why would she ever meet with a damned soul? The lion, Mila Rose, suddenly froze. She perked up her ears, and after confirming she hadn't heard wrong, her head immediately drooped down. She's letting me in. Yato found it amusing and patted her mane. Lead the way. Humph. The dejected lion Minos sullenly guided Yato deeper into the low mountain, arriving at a wide-open rocky plateau. Upon the plateau stood 2 Uchiha-class Minos, one on the left and one on the right. One had the form of a python, while the other was a robust elk. In the very center stood a Vasto lord with a form closely resembling a human female. She had long blonde hair, soft and elegant curves, and an overwhelmingly massive spiritual pressure. It's you, Yato Uchiha. Harabelle spoke slowly, her voice husky yet gentle. You've become an official Soul Reaper. Congratulations. I'm just a third seat, my training is still lacking. The youth flashed his badge and sighed. I came to Hueco Mundo this time specifically to see you. Apache, Mila Rose, and Sunday through Sunday all widened their respective deer, lion, and snake eyes, glaring angrily at Yato Uchiha. Yet, driven by curiosity, they couldn't help but steal glances at the blonde Minos to observe her reaction. Oh. Harabelle's eyelids drooped slightly. What is it? I have an enemy. Very strong. I need your help to deal with them. The beautiful brow of the blonde Minos furrowed, and a trace of inexplicable irritation flashed through her emerald green eyes. What an insolent guy you are, Yato Uchiha. Harabelle shook her head. Her fingers stroked her broadsword as she spoke softly. I will help you. But I am still a resident of Hueco Mundo. Do not make things difficult for me. Of course. Yato Uchiha grinned, pulling out 2 prepared portraits. It's someone from the Soul Society. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 70, the Tsuneyashiro clan's unlucky day. 1,370 words. Chapter 70, the Tsuneyashiro clan's unlucky day. Shoei, how does it feel? Shingo Tsuneyashiro sat on the sandy slope and patted his nephew's shoulder. Hueco Mundo is different from what you imagined, isn't it? Shoei Tsuneyashiro recalled everything that had happened over the past month and sighed hesitantly. Yeah. If you have something to say, just say it, Shoei. It's just the 2 of us here. Yes, uncle. The young noble steadied his nerves. We've been in Hueco Mundo for a month now. Upholding our ancestors' dying command, the Tsuneyashiro clan must record the history that occurs in all worlds. We have witnessed many things. The vast majority of hollows here are mindless, following only their instinct to devour and evolve. They seem like beasts, fundamentally different from soul reapers and humans. But there are also some high-level Minos Grande who form small groups to live together. They share their food with their companions, shield their friends from vicious enemies, and even sacrifice their lives without hesitation. A very small number of Minos Grande live ascetic lives. They neither devour their own kind nor give in to their killing instincts. They wander Hueco Mundo, spreading their ideals. That pair of Uchichas we encountered yesterday, it seemed like they had fallen in love with each other. This Hueco Mundo is truly completely different from what I imagined, uncle. Shoei Tsuneyashiro gripped his clothes tightly, his knuckles turning white. I'm thinking. Maybe what Shiba said was true. Do hollows really have hearts? Perhaps imprisoning them in Hueco Mundo really was a mistake. Shoei, say no more. Uncle. Shoei snapped back to reality, breaking out in a cold sweat. I am truly sorry, I don't know why It's all right. Shingo Tsuneyashiro shook his head, his tone not overly stern. Keep those thoughts buried in your heart. As a member of the 5 great noble families, we cannot break the rules of this world. A stable system is above all else. To think that I would actually parrot the words Kachiki is always spouting. I understand, Uncle Shingo. The middle-aged gatekeeper smiled and patted his nephew's shoulder. When I first came to Hueco Mundo to record, I also harbored the same doubts as you. Bury them in your heart. Remember, our Tsuneyashiro clan has governed the Great Spirit Book Gallery for generations. Our duty is to record all the secrets and history of the Soul Society. Halfway through his sentence, he sensed something was wrong. He stood up, shielding his nephew behind him. Shoei Tsuneyashiro wasn't particularly nervous. After all, he was born into a great noble family and was a Class 6 Rei, translated to the Godii 13. He had the strength of at least a 5th seat. Coupled with his powerful gatekeeper elder, it was highly unlikely for an accident to occur in Hueco Mundo. However, when he clearly saw the situation in the distance, the hand gripping his Zanpakuto couldn't help but tremble. Deep within the white desert, a massive storm was swirling. No, it wasn't a storm. It was a hurricane of spiritual pressure, formed by the cumulative energy of countless hollows gathered together. Grotesque, ordinary hollows, immensely powerful but slow-moving Jillians, Uchichas who had developed intelligence and were obsessed with devouring. All kinds of hollows had converged. Their spiritual pressure tore through the air, forming a hurricane that was currently charging straight toward them. A hollow tide. Shingo Tsuneyashiro grunted without looking back. You should have learned about this phenomenon, Shoei. I know. This is a tide of fugitives caused by a top-tier Minos Grande hunting. So, uncle, is it a Vasto Lord? Exactly. The gatekeeper drew his Zanpakuto and chanted its release command in a deep voice. Defend, Niguratetsu. The blade thickened until it transformed into an octagonal metal solid, firmly protecting the two of them inside. Finally, it burrowed deep underground. Shoei Tsuneyashiro's eyes lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His uncle's Niguratetsu was a defense-oriented Zanpakuto that also had the effect of suppressing spiritual pressure. Even with a Vasto Lord's sensory capabilities, they absolutely wouldn't be able to detect them. The two Tsuneyashiros hid underground. Not long after, a thunderous, continuous booming echoed from above. The sound was incredibly dense and seemingly endless. They knew this was the sound of countless hollows trampling the ground as they passed over. They just needed to endure it. Once the hollow tide had passed and the unknown Vasto Lord had left, they could drill back to the surface. However, right at that moment, an unexpected accident occurred. The two Tsuneyashiros suddenly felt the metal octahedron shake, as if it had been entangled by some sort of creature. This was immediately followed by a violent sensation of being lifted. Along with the released Zanpakuto, they were hoisted upwards. Not good. Shingo Tsuneyashiro's expression drastically darkened. Although he didn't know why a hollow was able to detect them, he still reacted correctly. He chanted rapidly and slammed his hands on the ground. Bakuto number 73, to Zansho. An inverted triangular pyramid defensive array appeared, enveloping the released Niguratetsu. Acting as a cushion, it met the impact of the hollow tide head-on. Bang! In the intensely violent collision, the Tazansho melted away like snow, and the metal octahedron instantly disintegrated, reverting back to its Zanpakuto form. This wasn't because Shingo Tsuneyashiro's defensive Zanpakuto, Niguratetsu, was too weak. It was because the accumulated spiritual pressure of the hollow tide was too strong, and the bodies of the Minos Grande were too hard. Managing to protect the two people hiding inside at the cost of its own disintegration was already an impressive feat struck by the immense force that Tsuneyashiros were sent flying far away. However, before absorbing the impact, Shingo had deliberately calculated the angle, ensuring that he and his nephew landed in the empty area trailing behind the hollow tide. Rumble. The two crashed, plowing deep trenches into the sand. Shingo Tsuneyashiro was, after all, battle-tested. He only shook his head to clear it, immediately controlled his body, and sprinted toward where his nephew had landed. Shoei didn't have his uncle's resilience, and had been knocked unconscious on the spot. Fortunately, aside from multiple bone fractures, he had no fatal injuries. Phew. Talk about bad luck. Shingo Tsuneyashiro smiled wryly. When encountering a large-scale hollow tide, running away recklessly could easily lead to even more disastrous consequences. It was like being chased by hornets. Gathering rapier to hide high in the sky was even more suicidal, considering many hollows could fly. Ending up like this, with just a few broken bones, was undoubtedly a very lucky outcome. Shingo shoved a few pills into his nephew's mouth, hoisted him onto his back, and used his Zanpakuto as a crutch. He intended to get as far away from this place as possible to avoid encountering the unknown Vasto Lord. As the gatekeeper of the Tsuneyashiro clan's Great Spirit Book Gallery, Shingo possessed incredibly profound knowledge. Even at this critical juncture, information he had read in the archives flashed through his mind. According to previous encounter records, Vasto Lords generally survey their hunt from high in the sky. They do not appear at the rear of a hollow tide. The last time an anomaly like this occurred was 760 years ago. The middle-aged Tsuneyashiro slowly came to a halt. It seems that record needs a slight update, huh? He licked his cracked lips, set his nephew down, and drew his Zanpakuto once more. Right in front of Shingo Tsuneyashiro, a true Vasto Lord was approaching. She had blonde hair and a form that closely resembled a human female. White bone armor covered her entire body, leaving only the upper half of her face exposed. Even though they were in the desert of Hueco Mundo, her sheer presence caused a light, pattering rain to fall around her. Her spiritual pressure was as vast as an ocean, her terrifying presence was like hell itself. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 71, Implantation and Shocking News. 1,374 words. Chapter 71, Implantation and Shocking News. Harabel entered the cave and dropped the two unlucky souls onto the ground. These are the ones, right? Yeah, these two. Are you sure they won't wake up? I struck their Seketsu and Hakusui with my sword. Although I didn't shatter them, it's enough to keep them unconscious for 4 to 5 days. Oh. You actually know about the Seketsu and Hakusui. I've told you this many times, Soul Reaper. The blonde Vasto Lord shot the youth a sideways glance, lifting her chin slightly to reveal her elegant, slender neck. I have read books, you know. Lady Harabel is the most cultured of all, Yato said with a beaming smile as he grabbed Shingo Tsuneyashiro by the neck and hoisted him onto a stone slab. At this moment, the gatekeeper of the Great Spirit Book Gallery looked incredibly miserable. The bones in his chest were entirely shattered and caved in, his eye sockets and brow ridges were fractured, and his face was dyed red with blood. Make sure to severely damage his eye area. This was the specific instruction Yato had given Harabel before setting out. From the looks of it, Harabel truly was an incredibly reliable Minos. The youth gripped his Zanpakuto and immediately activated his Stage 3 Shurikai. His eyes morphed into black pinwheels as he continuously reached into the Kamui dimension, pulling out the tools he had prepared long in advance. Scalpels, vascular forceps, specialized needle holders, spatula-head needles, and sutures. Bakuto number 73, to Zansho. Following Yato's incantation, an inverted triangular pyramid materialized, enclosing both him and Harabel inside. Apache, Mila Rose, and Sunday through Sunday were keeping watch outside the valley. Although they were burning with curiosity about what this damn Soul Reaper was trying to do, under Harabel's orders, they had no choice but to obediently act as sentries. Finally, Yato Uchiha retrieved the glass tube from the Kamui dimension. He gently shook it, and the eyeball floating inside rolled along with the motion. Slash! Pinching the scalpel, he made a rapid, precise cut, completely severing Shingo Tsuneyashiro's eye from his body and flicking it into the air. He opened the cap of the glass tube. The eyeball, which had been deeply saturated with Yato's spiritual pressure for so long, dropped perfectly into the gatekeeper's empty eye socket. The youth's hands moved at lightning speed. Thanks to Retsu Unohana's personal guidance and teaching, he was already exceptionally familiar with this type of surgery. Amplified by the enhanced vision of his Sharingan, everything proceeded smoothly and methodically. Vascular anastomosis, nerve splicing. Just like that, the external eye completely replaced Shingo's original eye. I was wondering why you asked me to smash his eye sockets. The blonde Minos beside him finally couldn't help but say after watching him finish. So you're using this method to interfere with his judgment. You want him to think the pain is from the injury, rather than an eye transplant surgery. Exactly. Yato took 2 steps back and wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring his masterpiece. Shingo Tsuneyashiro was still unconscious, his eyelids propped open by a speculum. Aside from being a bit more bloodshot, the transplanted eye looked absolutely indistinguishable from a normal one. Speaking of which, Yato Uchiha, Harabel furrowed her brow and asked, I've heard that in the world of the living, there is a condition called rejection reaction. Will this man notice something is wrong? It seems you really have read quite a few books. Yato chuckled lightly. Don't worry, he won't. You can't compare the soul of a great noble to that of a human. Furthermore, that eyeball has been steeped in my spiritual pressure. So, should I throw these two back now? There's no need to rush. We just finished transplanting it into him, so we should at least monitor him for a bit. What's the term for it? Oh, right, post-operative observation. Yato sighed. I did spend some time in the 4th Division, after all. I possess the benevolent heart of a healer now. After a little while longer, Yato confirmed that Shingo Tsuneyashiro's vital signs were stable. He then asked Haribel to toss the two great nobles back where she found them, and let them wake up naturally. At this point, Mila rose and the others crept over, forming a circle around the youth, and eyeing him suspiciously. These three were all Uchichas now. They had massive builds, standing there like small mountains. It was hard for Yato not to notice them. What do you want? The youth asked helplessly as he packed up his surgical tools. If you have something to say, just say it before Haribel gets back. You bastard. You dare address Lady Haribel by her name directly. Mila Rose was the most hot-tempered. Letting out a lion's roar, her fierce eyes glared down at him from above. You damn soul reaper, you. What exactly is your relationship with her ladyship? Huh? The youth looked at her as if she were an idiot. Isn't it obvious? Can't you tell? You. Why you? Mila Rose gasped for air, stuttering as if her brain was short-circuiting. I knew it, Sunday through Sunday interjected suddenly from the side. Her Uchiha's form was that of a python, and her voice was softly sinister. Lady Haribel has mated with you. Sunday through Sunday. Mila Rose shrieked in exasperation. How can you use a word like that in the same sentence as Lady Haribel? What's there to be ashamed of? We are Minos Grande. I think the term is highly appropriate, whether applied to soul reapers or humans. It still won't do. It sounds awful. Stupid lion, then you tell me, what word should we use? Bang? That's even less elegant. Ah, you bastard, how should I know? I'm just a lion, I haven't read any books. Ah. The wailing and howling of the three Minos Grande relentlessly bombarded his ears. Yato Uchiha finally couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand heavily onto the stone slab, staring at them with a face full of dark lines. It's not what you think. Can't you try thinking on a deeper level? Like accomplices of the soul, or kindred spirits, something along those lines. The giant snake, the giant elk, and the giant lion all tilted their heads simultaneously, not quite understanding. Yato face-bombed. Haribel and I were only alone together for a few hours in total. How could we even have the time to ahem? Anyway, don't overthink it. The three Uchichas breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although Minos Grande of this level possessed intelligence, living in a place like Hueco Mundo meant they were still somewhat naive and simple-minded. Yato easily brushed them off with a few sentences. Just then, Haribel descended from the sky. Are you leaving? The blonde Minos watched the youth's movements, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing imperceptibly. Ultimately, you belong to the Soul Society. So, Soul Reaper, perhaps the next time we meet, we will be een. Hey, big sis Haribel, you give this same speech every time we part ways. Can't you switch it up a bit? Yato interrupted her with an amused smile. Lately, I've been researching a way to bypass the Senkaman. I reckon it won't be too long before I can visit Hueco Mundo regularly. Humph. Haribel gave a soft hum in response. Suddenly remembering something, she cautioned him uneasily. Stay safe. Not long ago, a very powerful individual died in Las Noches. The youth thought for a moment, his tone hesitant. A captain of the Godii 13. Yes. He was wearing a white haori with the number 10 on it. Then that matches up. His name was Shintaro Arima, captain of the 10th Division. So, since he died in Las Noches, that means he was killed by Barragan. The blonde Vasto Lord lowered her eyelids, her tone turning grave. It wasn't just Barragan. That day from a distance, I saw that among those participating in the siege, there were also Soul Reapers. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 72, Kamui. 1436 words. Chapter 72, Kamui. The Senkaman opened, and the scent of wood and green grass drifted out from inside. Shingo Tsuneyashiro nearly burst into tears. He was a great noble who had lived for 400 years. With Class 3 Rei strength, he took turns guarding the Great Spirit Book Gallery alongside the powerful members of his clan. He had weathered many storms, and even if he couldn't match a captain of the Godii 13, he was still vastly stronger than most lieutenants. He thought his heart had been tempered to be as hard as steel. Yet he never expected that deep within his soul, something called fear still existed. That really was a near-death experience. Pull yourself together, Shoei. The middle-aged gatekeeper gave the nephew slung over his back a shake. We're home. Stepping through the Senkaman, the exhaustion and pain came crashing down like an avalanche. Shingo Tsuneyashiro lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Ha! You are Lord Shingo. Lord Shoei. The Senkaman guards spotted the two men. Upon confirming their identities, they reacted swiftly, dispatching personnel to hoist them onto stretchers and sprint madly in the direction of the 4th Division. Soul Reapers returning from Hueco Mundo on the brink of death was not a rare occurrence. The Siriiti had long established a mature emergency response system, and the Senkaman was located very close to the 4th Division. Shingo Tsuneyashiro was rushed into the 4th Division, and medical squad members quickly surrounded him, using Kaido to provide emergency treatment. Wait, the usually composed gatekeeper struggled to speak, his voice weak. There's another. Don't worry, that young man is in the emergency room right next door. Stop talking, your injuries are worse than his. Shingo Tsuneyashiro's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. The breath he had been holding in his chest gave way, and finally unable to hold on any longer, he fell unconscious. Pain. So painful. Where am I? After an unknown amount of time, Shingo Tsuneyashiro slowly groggily awoke. He clutched his head, slowly pulling memories from his muddled thoughts. Right, he and his nephew had gone to Hueco Mundo, encountered a hollow tide, and happened to run into that Vasto Lord. I really managed to scrape my life back. The gatekeeper smiled wryly and shook his head, lingering fear still gripping him. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. There's a spiritual pressure fluctuation from bed A5, the patient is awake. Third seat Yato, if you please. The door creaked open. Upon seeing the face of the person who entered, Shingo Tsuneyashiro abruptly froze. It's you. I remember you belong to the 12th Division, right? Eh? The young seated officer seemed equally surprised. How did you? A 4th Division squad member smiled and stepped forward to explain. Due to the issues with the 10th Division, there's been too much chaos lately. Captain Unohana Retsu specifically asked 3rd Seat Yato to come over and help. His Kaido abilities actually surpassed those of many seated officers. Is that so? Shingo Tsuneyashiro nodded apologetically. My apologies, I overreacted. It's alright, it's just a post-traumatic stress response. Rest and recuperate properly. But what exactly did you encounter? Was it the king of Hueco Mundo? No, it wasn't. Shingo Tsuneyashiro sighed. While it was somewhat embarrassing, there was nothing to hide, so he briefly recounted their encounter in Hueco Mundo. Yato Uchiha acted filled with righteous indignation, looking exactly like a hot-blooded youth determined to slay hollows, that damned Minos Grande. If I ever meet her in the future, I'll definitely teach her a good lesson. Hearing these words made Shingo Tsuneyashiro feel a bit better. Even though he knew this young seated officer was definitely no match for that Vasta lord either, his attitude of standing by his side still warmed his heart. Sure enough, just as the medical squad member had said, this third seat from another division named Yato Uchiha possessed a very high level of Kaido. Moreover, he had the benevolent heart of a healer, and was gentle and kind. Under his care, even his smashed eye sockets rapidly healed. Shingo Tsuneyashiro stayed in the 4th division for half a month. When his body was mostly recovered, he finally returned to his clan to report back. Although his family members from the Tsuneyashiro clan had come to visit him during this period, as the crucially important gatekeeper of the Great Spirit Book Gallery, Shingo Tsuneyashiro had to follow protocol and visit a highly restricted area within the clan. This restricted area was the private shrine of the Tsuneyashiro estate. This place, where the ancestral tablets were enshrined, was heavily engraved with complex Kido symbols and formulas. Over the million-year history of the Soul Society, countless people had tried to sneak into the Great Spirit Book Gallery, many of them true masters. However, the defensive systems of the Great Spirit Book Gallery were simply too powerful. Naturally, many people then thought to break through via the gatekeepers, attempting to leave traps or means of control on them. The Tsuneyashiro's private shrine could detect if there were any anomalies within a gatekeeper's soul, thereby eliminating the risk. With a thud, Shingo Tsuneyashiro set down his Zanpakuto and knelt respectfully. The special runes engraved on the floor lit up, examining the very depths of his soul. After a long wait, the pressure suddenly vanished. Shingo let out a heavy sigh of relief, knowing he had passed the inspection, and could continue serving as a gatekeeper of the Great Spirit Book Gallery. He kowtowed deeply, picked up his Zanpakuto, and left the private shrine. On his way home, Shingo also ran into Shoei Tsuneyashiro, who was reading a book. The young man's injuries had already fully healed. The two chatted for a long time, having shared a life and death experience, their bond had deepened significantly. Life returned to normal. Shingo Tsuneyashiro immersed himself in the joy of having survived a disaster, and before he knew it, the day of his shift change arrived. The gatekeepers of the Great Spirit Book Gallery worked in shifts. After all, they couldn't rest for even a moment while standing guard. Even with the power of a Tsuneyashiro great noble, it was extremely exhausting and required taking turns. Shingo said his goodbyes to his family, dressed himself properly, and headed to Central 46, going all the way down into its depths. Shingo. In front of the Great Spirit Book Gallery, the outgoing gatekeeper nodded to him. I heard you got injured. Talk about bad luck, I ran into a Vasta lord in Hueco Mundo. I'll tell you about it later. Haha, alright. Good work. Shingo Tsuneyashiro accepted the spirit key, and watched his clansmen leave. Once again, he was the only one left in the dimly lit underground corridor. As a gatekeeper, Shingo was already accustomed to this loneliness. He sat in front of the massive bronze doors, hugging his Zanpakuto, and closing his eyes to rest. After a long time, he suddenly stood up. As expected, I still have to go inside. Shingo Tsuneyashiro muttered to himself, using the spirit key to open the door to the Great Spirit Book Gallery. This was an exclusive perk for the gatekeepers. Guarding the Great Spirit Book Gallery could be done from either the outside or the inside. Sitting alone in silence was excruciating. But if one could read some books, study history, or do something similar, the time would pass very quickly. The rigid rules set by Central 46 simply couldn't restrain the Tsuneyashiro clan. Over the course of 1,000,000 years, the Tsuneyashiro clan practically viewed the Great Spirit Book Gallery as their own private property. Did the Shiba clan stop firing their cannon just because the Zero Division didn't visit? Impossible. Besides, if someone were granted permission to enter, Central 46 would notify them in advance anyway, so it didn't disrupt their duties. The bronze doors slowly closed behind him. Shingo Tsuneyashiro stroked his Zanpakuto, Fully intending to find the chronicles of the Soul Society's Kenpachis he had been reading a few months ago and pick up where he left off. However, the moment he took a step forward, he abruptly froze. A violent spatial tearing sensation shuddered through his soul, stripping him of his consciousness in the briefest fraction of a millisecond. An arm reached out from his right eye. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 73, A Tragic Fate. 1507 words. Chapter 73, A Tragic Fate. Yato Uchiha first reached out a hand, followed by his head and shoulders. Then, his entire body squeezed through, appearing inside the Great Spirit Book Gallery. Behind him, Shingo Tsuneyashiro had completely passed out. Using that external eye as a bridge to cast Kemui and perform a spatial teleportation placed an immense burden on the target. Not only would they fall into a deep coma, but a segment of their memory would also be completely erased. Yato helped the gatekeeper into a chair. The Mangekyo pattern in his eyes gradually dispersed, reverting to the standard three-tomo Sharingan. He looked ahead. Countless corridors emitted a pale blue light, connecting into an endless, massive spectacle. All the history that had ever occurred in the Soul Society was recorded right here. With the gatekeeper's spiritual pressure intensity, even if he's unconscious, he'll wake up soon. I need to be quick. Yato muttered to himself, stepping up to the query terminal. This time, there was no one around to restrict his search parameters. Yato rapidly entered his query. All connections between Yato Uchiha and the Zero Division. After a shimmering light flashed, a line of small text appeared. As of this moment, there have been 2 connections between the Zero Division and Yato Uchiha. The first is a mention in an edict, and the second is a direct meeting. The youth thought for a moment, knowing that this meeting likely referred to the day Kiryu Hikifune was promoted, which was his first encounter with the Zero Division. But an edict. Display the contents of that edict. The original document is recorded in corridor level 5022, grid SS9. The following is a transcribed copy. After a series of mechanical clicking sounds, a brief text appeared. Edict from the monk who calls the real name, Yamamoto, Yato Uchiha of the Shino Academy may be cultivated with full effort to await the king's use. Yato Uchiha furrowed his brow tightly. On the surface, there was absolutely nothing wrong with this sentence. It was merely an instruction from a superior to a subordinate. As for to await the king's use. The youth channeled his spiritual pressure into the terminal, and searched for anything related to Ichibai Hyasub. The result was exactly as expected, no results were displayed whatsoever. Naturally, the Great Spirit Book Gallery had no way to directly spy on an existence of that caliber. As for why he could search the contents of the edict, it was probably because the document had been viewed by Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, and thus, it was recorded. Yato stroked his chin in thought, then changed his search angle. Past wielders of multi-stage release Zanpakuto. This time, the terminal stalled for quite a while. The search scope was likely too massive and the information too ancient. Just as Yato was growing slightly impatient, strings of text finally generated. 24,300 years ago, the first wielder of a multi-stage release Zanpakuto, Yudo Akiyama, was born. He completed his studies at Otsunomiya's Kenjijuku. During the war with Hueco Mundo, Yudo Akiyama beheaded the enemy leader, establishing great merit. After his death, his remains were sent to the Soul King Palace by the main branch of the Shiba clan, buried in the Celestial Canopy. 8,640 years ago, the fifth wielder of a multi-stage release Zanpakuto, Guren Yasuo Arashi, was born. She never took a master and wandered the Rukongai her entire life, yet her name shook the Soul Society, with an undefeated reputation. After Guren Yasuo Arashi's death, she was praised as a powerhouse worthy of remembrance. Envoys from the Soul King Palace escorted her remains to the Zero Division, where a sword monument was erected in eternal commemoration. 1,380 years ago, the seventh wielder of a multi-stage release Zanpakuto, Furofushi Saito, was born. She later became the captain of the 6th Division in the original Gotei 13. 850 years ago, Furofushi Saito attempted regicide but failed. She fled to Hueco Mundo, was personally captured by the Zero Division, and executed at the detached palaces of the Soul King Palace. 24 years ago, the 8th wielder of a multi-stage release Zanpakuto, Yato Uchiha, appeared in the Soul Society. He is currently the 3rd seat of the 12th Division, and the head of the SRDI's capture department. Inside the Great Spirit Book Gallery, the faint blue light reflected on the youth's face. His expression shifted from shock to confusion, and finally to a calm stillness, leaving only his brain racing at maximum speed. It was glaringly obvious. Including himself, there were 7 others before him who had also possessed this exceedingly rare type of Zanpakuto. And more importantly, the remains of all these wielders had been sent into the Soul King Palace. Whether under the guise of commemoration, or through the execution of a traitor, the final resting place of these individuals was inextricably linked to the Zero Division. Is that guy, Ichibai Hyasub, collecting our corpses? Is it just collecting corpses? If I end up living long enough, will he lose his patience and forcibly turn me into a corpse? As expected, he needed to keep his guard up against the Zero Division. Yato Uchiha sneered coldly, erasing the dense blocks of text from the screen. Although he had the sinking feeling of being targeted by Ichibai Hyasub, the youth wasn't particularly panicked. Having lived in the Gotei 13 for 3 years, Yato Uchiha had already developed a mindset unique to Soul Reapers. Even if the sky fell, it didn't matter. With Akame in hand, the worst that could happen was a shattered blade and a lost life. There were all kinds of Soul Reapers in the Gotei 13. Some were cowardly, some were insane, and some were kind and resolute. But the vast majority of them didn't harbor an extreme fear of death. With their Zanpakuto's companionship, even if they died together. At the very least, they wouldn't be lonely. In a certain sense, this was a romance unique to Soul Reapers. Yato stroked Akame's hilt and silently calculated the time. Knowing the gatekeeper wouldn't wake up for another 10 minutes or so, he didn't waste any time, and pivoted to look up other information. The vast majority of it was related to training and cultivation. Kido originated 1,000,000 years ago, tracing its earliest roots back to the chaotic primordial era of the world. Later generations of the 5 great noble families collected the corresponding incantations and spells, compiling them into volumes, and establishing their numbered system. Thus, when casting Kido, one can adjust their spiritual pressure according to the traits of the 5 great noble families, such as the Shiba clan's sand and gravel spells. As for the ultimate master of Zanjutsu, the Soul Society has never reached a historical consensus. Academics believe that Kenpachi is nothing but a title for madmen who desecrate the true meaning of the Way of the Sword. While this view is quite niche, it is not without reason. The first essential principle of Zanjutsu is the loose grip. It emphasizes finesse, using the muscles of the fingers to control the trajectory of the blade. Hollowification experiments are strictly prohibited by the Suriitii. Anyone who touches upon this taboo will be treated as a hollow and executed at the Sokayaka Hill, their soul incinerated and their blade destroyed. The mainstream view holds that hollows and soul reapers are polar opposites, but a small fraction of scholars have proposed that the Quincy's fear of hollows does not appear normal. The Great Spirit Book Gallery truly was an incredible place. The vast oceans of insights into Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido, along with secret histories and core tenets from various schools of thought, vastly broadened Yato Uchiha's horizons. Unfortunately, as a mere 3rd seat, he couldn't stay here for long. However, just as Yato was about to leave, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. Out of sheer curiosity, he entered a single name. Sosuke Aizen. The Great Spirit Book Gallery quickly provided an answer. Sosuke Aizen, born 237 years ago. Currently the lieutenant of the 5th Division. His Zanpakuto is the water-type Kyoka Sojetsu. Upon its Shirkai release, it uses the erratic reflections of mist and flowing water to interfere with. Yato clicked his tongue, unable to help but shake his head and sigh in lament. How truly terrifying. Lieutenant Aizen, can you even deceive the Great Spirit Book Gallery? Sighing, he wiped away all traces of his searches. His eyes shifted back into the large black pinwheels of his Mangekyo Sharingan, as he phased back into Shingo Tsuneyashiro's eye. Inside the Great Spirit Book Gallery, Yato Uchiha vanished without a trace. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 74, 1 year later, Class for Ray. 1425 words. Chapter 74, 1 year later, Class for Ray I. You bastards. How many times do I have to tell you? If you want to stay in the Penitent's Palace, you don't need to go to such lengths. Just tell me directly, and I'll write you an approval slip right now. Inside the 1st Division barracks, Yato Uchiha knelt on one knee behind Kasuke Urahara, stealthily peeking at Hiyori Saragaki and Mayuri Kuretsuchi. The blonde lieutenant looked utterly miserable, holding her breath, and not daring to talk back. The eccentric scientist, however, had thick skin and played innocent, acting as if he didn't know anything. The corners of Yato's mouth twitched into a grin, but he quickly suppressed it. Head Captain Yamamoto was furious. Playing ostrich was the best option right now. Tell me, Kasuke Urahara, it's been almost 2 years since you became a captain. In such a short time, how many times have you been called to the 1st Division? The captain of the 12th Division continued to laugh foolishly, bowing and scraping as he admitted his mistakes. You're all a bunch of bastards. The head captain's beard trembled with rage. After being rejected, you actually went ahead and secretly established the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department on your own. A dignified captain, lieutenant, 3rd seat, and 4th seat, all keeping secrets from me and the 1st Division. My apologies, head captain, Kasuke Urahara said, demonstrating considerable loyalty by taking all the blame upon himself. It was due to my orders that they didn't reveal the situation regarding the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department to the 1st Division. Spare me the act, Kasuke Urahara. I will only ask you one thing. 2 years ago, right in this very room, you swore an oath upon your Zanpakuto in front of me, vowing to dedicate everything you have as the captain of the 12th Division to protect the One King and the 5 nobles. Old Man Yamamoto's tone became extremely serious. Does everything you've done over these past 2 years align with that oath? Of course. Kasuke Urahara sighed and carefully explained. The establishment of the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department was fundamentally an essential part of the SRDI system. In my vision, bringing all anomalous spiritual pressure fluctuations from the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living under observation is the best method of defense. As for whether it intrudes upon the private domains of other divisions, the captain, who had been in office for 2 years, paused before continuing, everything is for the sake of the Siriidii. Yato Uchiha stroked Akame's hilt out of boredom. He didn't feel strongly about that statement. However, Old Man Yamamoto seemed somewhat moved. After a long silence, his attitude softened slightly. But no matter what, you cannot privately establish such a dangerous department. It's not a private establishment, head captain. Over the past year, all spiritual pressure fluctuation maps generated by the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department have been backed up, and can be submitted to the 1st Division for review at any time. Genryosai Shigakuni Yamamoto raised a hand, stroking his snow-white beard as he spoke in a neutral tone. From now on, these backups must continue, and the reviews will be conducted on schedule. Have your lieutenant discuss it with Chojiro and draw up a plan. With a single order, the Spirit Wave Measurement and Research Department was brought to the forefront, officially granted recognition. Yes. Thank you, head captain. Kasuke Urahara let out a long sigh of relief and bowed deeply. His three subordinates followed suit, showering Yamamoto with praise. Although he pinched his nose and reluctantly agreed to the SRDI's actions, the head captain still grumpily kicked the four members of the 12th Division out. As he grew older, Genryosei Shigekuni Yamamoto's behavior increasingly resembled that of an elderly man with clear-cut likes and dislikes. The monster from 900 years ago, who would incinerate everything just to annihilate his enemies, seemed to no longer reside in the Soul Society. Head Captain Yamamoto is wise as always. On the clean path outside the 1st Division, Kasuke Urahara walked ahead with a chuckle, even his pale blonde hair seeming to radiate a cheerful glow. You bald bastard. Hiyori Saragaki cursed at him, lingering fear still evident in her voice. Weren't you scared? Defying the head captain's orders, we almost got to see Ryujin Jaka. How could that happen? But even if things escalated to that point, it wouldn't matter. My Beneheim could at least block one strike, and then I'd just have Yato use Kemui to take you guys away, haha. Baldy. Idiot. Even though Hiyori was short-tempered, combative, and usually fierce, she absolutely did not possess Kasuke Urahara's sky-high audacity. She quickly rushed up and kicked her captain, stopping him from spouting any more nonsense. Yato Uchiha and Mayuri Kuratsuchi trailed behind. Following the rules of the Suriitii, they maintained a respectful distance to show deference to the captain class. Because Yato had brutally beaten him before, Mayuri basically didn't communicate with the third seat outside of work matters. The youth was perfectly happy with the peace and quiet, walking on his own. A full year had passed since his first spatial teleportation into the Great Spirit Book Gallery using the power of his external eye. It had been nearly 2 years since the day Kasuke Urahara became the captain of the 12th Division. The SRDI was running smoothly and had gradually become a household name, a colossal entity within the Soul Society. Departments that would become prominent in the future timeline, like the Communications and Technology Research Department, were already functioning. During this time, Yato Uchiha's life had been quite colorful. Despite adding the title of head of the capture department to his third seat duties, his workload hadn't increased, in fact, it had decreased. Kasuke Urahara was a man who excelled at using his brain. By restructuring the scope of their work, the relevant seated officers and squad members of the 12th Division all received a certain degree of burden reduction. Yato was still the same, living his double-agent life and staying busy on both ends. Nowadays, however, he would occasionally use Kemui to visit the Great Spirit Book Gallery, uncovering the secrets of the Soul Society and searching for the profound mysteries of training and cultivation. Of course, these visits to the Great Spirit Book Gallery had to be timed precisely on the days Shingo Tsuneyashiro was on shift, and he couldn't go too frequently, or he would definitely be discovered. Even so, Yato Uchiha's rate of progress was incredibly fast. Half a year ago, his spiritual pressure achieved a breakthrough, reaching class 4 Rei. In the Soul Society, this was the highest level below captain. One step further up, breaking into class 3 Rei, and he could attempt Bankai, engraving his name in the history of the Soul Society. Yato Uchiha's breakthrough had caused quite a stir. Class 4 Rei combined with an extremely rare multi-stage release Zanpakuto had subtly earned him the title of strongest below captain. If Yato wasn't so thoroughly disinterested in the medical division, he would have already been made the lieutenant of the 4th Division by now. There's another reason. That woman, Retsu Unohana, is just too crazy. I'm really afraid she might have a mental breakdown one day. On the clean path outside the 1st Division, Yato Uchiha walked with his hands behind his head, his thoughts drifting far away. Just then, music suddenly began to play around the 1st Division barracks. The 4 members of the 12th Division had anticipated this, so they weren't surprised. Jazz music again. Who's in charge of broadcasting music for the 1st Division again? I think it's the 7th seat, Tomohiko Uchida, right? He really likes this genre. Kasuke Urahara rubbed the stubble on his chin, his tone cryptic. Time flies. I didn't expect that after only 2 years, I'd be attending someone else's inauguration ceremony. Was 2 years fast? Yato chuckled internally, knowing exactly what his captain was mocking. After 2 whole years, the farce surrounding the 10th Division finally seemed to be drawing to a close. Tomorrow was the inauguration ceremony for the new captain of the 10th Division, Kazuo Shiba. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 75, The Lieutenants. 1,389 words. Chapter 75, The Lieutenants. It's you, Yato. Where's Hiyori? The next day, at the 1st Division barracks. Shinji Hirako, wearing his pure white Hiyori, completely ignored his status as a captain and smirked. Did you finally get impatient and kick her out of the position? Haha, well done. I told Hiyori ages ago that you're way more suited to be a lieutenant than she is. Please stop joking, Captain Hirako. The youth sighed helplessly. Lieutenant Hiyori is on a mission. I'm just filling in for her temporarily. Tisk, kids these days. Where's your ambition and vitality? Shinji Hirako threw an arm around Kasuke Urahara's shoulders and spun him around, his long blonde hair dancing with the movement. Urahara, let's head in first. Sosuke, take Yato to the antechamber. Yes, Captain Hirako. The elegant, mild-mannered man pushed his glasses up his nose, his tone unhurried. Third seat Yato, shall we? All right. Lieutenant Aizen. Yato followed Sosuke Aizen to a spacious circular hall. The so-called antechamber was where the lieutenants waited while their captains attended the captains' meetings. The 1st Division prepared tea, snacks, and the like here for the lieutenants to kill time. Today was the inauguration ceremony for the new 10th Division captain, Kazuo Shiba. All the captains were required to attend to witness this moment together. Because Hiyori Saragaki was temporarily away on a mission, Yato Uchiha came in her place. The door slid open with a swish. Acting with perfect etiquette, Yato Uchiha greeted everyone as a third seat before stepping into the room. Almost all the lieutenants of this era were gathered here. Mishiro Kuna, Lisa Yatamaru, Kaion Shiba, Sojin Kachiki. Yato, don't stand on ceremony. Try this, it's a special Sakura mochi provided by the 1st Division. Strawberry flavored. Kaion Shiba, who had the best relationship with Yato, laughed as he pulled the youth down to sit next to him, practically stuffing food into his mouth. The other lieutenants maintained their composure and didn't show any dissatisfaction. Yato Uchiha was a class for Rei with a multi-stage release Zanpakuto. In the mainstream view of the Soul Society, he was undeniably a lieutenant-level figure, and had a high probability of touching the realm of Bankai in the future. Having him substitute for Hiyori Saragaki to attend this gathering wasn't considered an overstep. In fact, Kasuke Urahara's current attitude was already crystal clear. He was pushing Yato into the position of the 12th Division's second-in-command. Mayuri Kuratsuchi was number 3, and Hiyori Saragaki had been bumped down to 4th. However, Hiyori wasn't the type to care about such things. She wished she had as little work as possible, so she'd have more time to run off to other divisions and pick fights. This actually tastes really good. Yato's eyes lit up slightly as he ate the pastry. As expected, Senior Kaion. There really are benefits to climbing the ranks. Then you should transfer to the 4th Division. Captain Unohana's lieutenant position has been vacant for ages. I can't. I'm just a martial artist, only good for fighting and killing. I wouldn't be able to handle the blessings of medical logistics. Just as Yato finished speaking, a crisp laugh rang out next to him. If Captain Unohana heard you say that, she'd definitely be angry. She might even submit a request to the 1st Division to forcibly transfer you over. The one who interjected was Mashiro Kuna. She had a petite figure, short wavy green hair, and a face full of smiles, looking entirely innocent and naive. I get the feeling you're quite afraid of Captain Unohana. Why is that? She's clearly such a gentle, beautiful, deeply compassionate, and peerless good woman. It's probably because I'm afraid of needles. I've had a psychological shadow regarding professional doctors ever since I was a kid. Soft laughter echoed in the room. The lieutenants laughed off his lame excuse, simply assuming the kid was too arrogant and looked down on the medical division. Gradually, the lieutenants opened up and started chatting. At first, it was fine, they discussed serious matters. For example, the number of missing persons in the Rukongai seemed to be increasing recently, and whether the Shino Academy should lower its graduation exam standards to ensure a higher pass rate. But eventually, the tone shifted further and further off track, until the conversation was entirely dominated by gossip and rumors. The Shinigami Women's Association was planning to hold a beauty pageant, and everyone was clamoring to vote Lisa Yatamaru into first place. The 8th seat of the 4th division had fallen for the 7th seat of the 11th division, but when they went to confess, they were so terrified by the other party's murderous aura that they couldn't speak. The atmosphere was incredibly relaxed. It was practically a tea party for the lieutenants. Actually, every captain's meeting was like this. While the captains held their serious meetings inside, the lieutenants chatted and shot the breeze in the antechamber, feeling perfectly at ease. For lieutenants, who were usually under immense work pressure, this was considered a very rare opportunity to relax. Yato chatted with Kai and Shiba for a while before setting down his pastry and walking over to Sojin Kachiki. Uncle Sojin, it's been a long time. Due to his relationship with Byakuya Kachiki, Yato had visited the Kachiki estate many times, and had met Sojin on several occasions. Since he was classmates with the man's son, Yato naturally treated him with the respect due to an elder and couldn't address him as a peer. Yato, you've grown even stronger. Sojin Kachiki still had that frail and sickly appearance as he smiled and nodded. You've grown a bit taller than before, too. The corners of the 6th Division lieutenant's mouth lifted slightly. He was the very embodiment of an elegant gentleman. Unfortunately, after speaking only 2 sentences, he began to cough violently. Not even the formidable spiritual pressure of a great noble could suppress the trembling of his body. Yato quickly stepped forward and gently patted Sojin Kachiki's back. The moment his palm touched the other man's shahakusho, the youth's heart abruptly sank. Since he occasionally went to help out at the 4th Division, he had long since attained mastery in the medical arts. Upon contact, he instantly knew that Sojin Kachiki didn't have much time left to live. His soul was on the verge of collapse, his spiritual pressure was a chaotic mess, and his Seketsu and Hakusui, the node symbolizing a soul reaper's power, had already withered. Thinking back to 5 years ago when Yato and Sojin Kachiki first met, the man had only looked weak and dispirited. But now, he was terminally ill, beyond the cure of even the most powerful Kaido. I heard it was a congenital weakness of the soul, but why does this feel like a chain reaction caused by severe trauma? This thought flashed through Yato's mind. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Sojin Kachiki. It's all right, Yato. Captain Unohana has already examined me. This is an incurable disease. Uncle Sojin, do you want to try the SRDI's latest research? That guy Mayuri Kuratsuchi developed an in vitro organ cultivation method. Let it be. Sojin smiled and shook his head. Even though he was on the brink of death, his words still carried the composure and pride of a great noble. To be a soul reaper and yet fear death, that would be the true disgrace of my Kachiki clan. The youth sighed. He was just about to offer a few words of comfort when he suddenly froze, swallowing everything he was going to say. No, accurately speaking, he was choked by an immense power, unable to utter a single sound. A suddenly erupting spiritual pressure flooded every inch of the air in the 1st Division. As fierce as fire, annihilating all phenomena, as sharp as hell, swallowing the cosmos. Everyone in the antechamber, including Yato, abruptly snapped their heads up, the same unbelievable thought popping into their minds. Ryujin Jaka. Holy shit. The head captain is on a rampage. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 76, Kazuo Shiba. 1506 words. Chapter 76, Kazuo Shiba. At the exact same moment Yato put the strawberry-flavored Sakura mochi into his mouth. Inside the captain's meeting room of the 1st Division. 2 years ago, Captain Shintaro Arima, of the 10th Division died in battle in Hueco Mundo. The captain's seat has remained vacant ever since. Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto sat in his wide chair, both hands resting on his thick walking stick. His beard trailed to the floor, and he exuded a deep, imposing majesty. He looked for all the world like a living, talking pillar holding up the heavens of the Soul Society. Last month, with myself, Shigekuni Yamamoto, and 3 other captains in attendance, we administered the captain's proficiency test to evaluate a candidate's qualifications. It was unanimously agreed that this individual's abilities and character are more than sufficient for the role. Therefore, I hereby appoint the head of the Shiba branch family, Kazuo Shiba, as the new captain of the 10th Division. With smiles, nods, indifference, calmness, or confusion, the 11 captains lined up on either side of Yamamoto looked toward the man slowly stepping forward. The man was old. As old as a withered tree. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his long hair hung loosely, whiter than the captain's haori he wore. Anyone who laid eyes on him would have the exact same thought. This man named Kazuo Shiba might have died many years ago, and whatever was keeping him propped up, dragging this decaying body out of the grave and commanding it to move, had to be an extremely terrifying, unyielding conviction. This man, Kazuo Shiba, was currently the oldest living entity among the 5 great noble families. 800 years ago, he had served as the 2nd captain of the 10th Division, stepping down 170 years later. And now, he had donned the haori once again. The most reliable guardian of the main Shiba branch, the architect of the 10th Division's foundational systems, the strongest member of the Shiba branch family in 10,000 years. Kazuo Shiba had many titles. But to this day, the title that instilled the most fear and wariness undoubtedly came from only one source. The blade resting at Kazuo Shiba's waist, named Nekitora, Weeping Tiger, was the absolute strongest water-type Zanpakuto in existence. Head Captain, I thank you for your trust. Kazuo Shiba bowed perfectly, meticulously executing every movement. Even the harshest disciplinarian couldn't find a single flaw. Kazuo, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto sighed, a faint trace of nostalgia in his voice. 800 years ago, it was in this very room that I bestowed upon you the position of the 2nd captain of the 10th Division. I never imagined I would have to do it a second time today. It seems I've made history in the Soul Society, Kazuo Shiba chuckled. I wonder if the 0 Division will summon me to the Soul King Palace over this. Ha ha. Head Captain Yamamoto shook his head in amusement and waved his hand. You can always use the Shiba clan's cannon to ask them. Your family is closest to the Soul King Palace anyway. The towering pillar of the Siriidii paused and stood up. Since that is settled, the inauguration ceremony for the new captain is now concluded. Apologies, Head Captain Yamamoto. A voice suddenly cut him off. It was Kazuo Shiba. He unfastened his Zanpakuto and rested its sheathed tip on the ground. His voice was soft and fluid, like a continuous, pattering rain. My apologies, Head Captain. Though I am not as old as you, I am still an old man. My time and energy are not enough to sustain me for long. Therefore, I would like to use this captain's meeting to outline my subsequent plans for the 10th Division. Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto frowned but motioned for him to continue. Thank you, Head Captain. Since I have taken over as captain of the 10th Division, I must restore order. The various chaotic situations that have arisen over the past 2 years can be completely resolved within a month. However, there are 2 other matters that I, as the captain of the 10th Division, and the head of the Shiba branch family, must address. Kazuo Shiba's voice echoed through the hall, steady and calm, devoid of any anger, yet it still made the listeners shudder. I wish to reopen the investigations into 2 matters and request the full support of the Godai 13. First, the death of a descendant of the main Shiba family, Moritora Shiba, during the Shino Academy's training exercise in Hueco Mundo. Because his father admired me, he specifically broke the main family's naming rules. Inspired by Nekotora, he named the child Moritora. Speaking from a place of personal bias, I love that child even more than my own grandson, Isshin Shiba. This isn't the first or second time an accident has occurred during the Shino Academy's training exercises over the years. Besides Moritora, didn't an accident also happen during the Kachiki clan's class? For both public duty and personal reasons, the investigation must be reopened. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto nodded, agreeing with this reasoning. However, Kazuo Shiba's next words plunged the hall into an eerie silence. Second, the death of the late captain of the 10th Division, Shintaro Arima. The Arima family is a lower noble house that has served the Shiba clan for 10,000 years. Shintaro himself held a high position, serving as captain for over 60 years. He died in Hueco Mundo. After 2 years of investigation, the result was a mere handful of words. Cause of death unknown, culprit unknown. Kazuo Shiba's tone grew increasingly frigid, his spiritual pressure beginning to surge and roar. The sound of Nekotora tapping against the floor shifted from a pattering drizzle to a ferocious, raging flood. I have reason to suspect that this is a declaration of war against the Godai 13, and the Shiba clan by an enemy hiding in the shadows. Therefore, the 10th Division must take the lead and combine our forces to reopen the investigation. As for the seated officers and squad members previously responsible for investigating this matter, Kazuo Shiba's expression was cold as he dispassionately pronounced their fate. They must immediately be escorted to the 9th Division's prison to await trial by Central 46. They are not to return to their squads and must be imprisoned in the maggot's nest for life. A deathly silence hung over the captain's meeting. Head Captain Yamamoto remained silent for a long time, simply rubbing his walking stick, his thoughts unreadable. Ultimately, it was Yorichi Shihoin who spoke first. She couldn't stay silent. The 2nd Division was in charge of assassinations, executions and reconnaissance. The seated officers and squad members who had previously participated in the investigation were all drafted from her stealth force. Old Man Kazuo. As fellow members of the 5 great noble families, Yorichi was fairly familiar with Kazuo Shiba. The investigation team from our 2nd Division, Soifun, Kazuaki Mizutani, Eri Suzuki, Tomoki Sasagawa. I can guarantee that every single one of them performed their duties with the utmost diligence. They absolutely would not hide anything. How can you guarantee that? I am willing to guarantee it with my life. Yorichi, you've really grown up. Kazuo Shiba chuckled. He was too old as a rotting tree. When he smiled, his wrinkles contorted, looking as if a demon were painting on his face. Since you are willing to guarantee it with your life. The sound of the rain abruptly vanished. The blade reputed to be the strongest water-type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society was ruthlessly unsheathed. The sound it made was terrifying, like a mournful wail. In the next instant, Kazuo Shiba stepped directly in front of Yorichi Shihoin. His blade flared brightly, piercing right into the woman's heart. Blood splattered as the blade sank half an inch deep. The life you spoke of, are you referring to this thing beating inside your chest? Yorichi. In a split second, a crimson light shot out. Ignoring everything else, Kasuke Urahara directly released Benaheim and slashed at Kazuo Shiba. Humph. 12th Division, is it? The patriarch of the Shiba branch family raised an eyebrow slightly, scoffing coldly. Without a single tremble in his hand, and under Yorichi Shihoin's stunned gaze, he withdrew his Zanpakuto. Blood had been drawn, his goal was achieved. There was no need to take more drastic action. Then, in a fraction of a millisecond, the tip of Nekotora condensed misty water vapor. Every microscopic droplet felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This was an eager defensive posture, but the object of its defense wasn't the incoming slash from Benaheim. Because that ancient, gravelly release command had already reached Kazuo Shiba's ears. Reduce all creation to ash. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 77, Formidable. 1,378 words. Chapter 77, Formidable. Some said that the reason the Godii 13 was so flawless was because all 13 captains possessed terrifyingly powerful combat capabilities, each capable of holding their own against a formidable enemy. And the core of this flawless organization of violence was Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. The strongest captain, wielding the most ancient fire-type Zanpakuto. The name Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto spanned the entirety of the Soul Society's history, carrying with it a heavy, terrifying power. And now, at the 1st Division Barracks, during an inauguration ceremony, Yamamoto had torn off his gentle mask. The monster that had once burned the Soul Society to the ground was baring its fangs once again. Ryujin Jaka, released. Its spiritual pressure was enough to evaporate souls. Its extreme heat could turn oceans into deserts. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's extraordinarily overwhelming power blanketed the entire 1st Division Barracks. Within this range, all greenery instantly withered, the Soul Reaper's skin abruptly cracked and dried, and the smell of singed hair filled the air. The captains of the Godii 13 gripped their Zanpakuto and bowed slightly, showing their respect for this immense power. Even someone as powerful as Retsu Unohana lowered her gaze, her expression solemn as she closed her eyes. The blood that had splattered from Yoruichi Shihoin was instantly vaporized by Ryujin Jaka's intense heat. She shot Kasuke Urahara a look, and was the first to drop to one knee. Kasuke Urahara understood her intent. Despite his indignation, he gritted his teeth, dispelled Benaheim's energy blade, and bowed as he stepped back. Thus, at this moment, aside from Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, Kazuo Shiba was the only one standing straight. Vast amounts of water vapor billowed around the new captain. Endless torrents of freezing water surged from Nekotora's blade, blocking the sun-like spiritual pressure of Ryujin Jaka. Let the myriad forms of the great thousand worlds be submerged in the abyssal sea. Kazuo Shiba's aged fingers gently stroked the blade. Weep, Nekotora. The blade of what was known as the Soul Society's strongest water-type Zanpakuto was completely replaced by flowing water. Drizzle, waterfalls, streams, rivers, and oceans, the sounds of every body of water on earth were encapsulated within it. Even someone as cynical and playful as Shunsui Kairaku, or as wise and composed as Jushiro Yukitake, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the sight. This is taking it too far. The patriarch of the Shiba branch actually dared to release his Shirkai right in front of old Minyama. In truth, before attending the captain's meeting, many of the captains had faintly guessed what was going to happen. Moritora Shiba's premature death and Shintaro Arima's demise, two major cases with zero investigative results, were more than enough to make the Shiba clan angry, frantic, and even fearful. If Kazuo Shiba didn't make some kind of statement at his inauguration ceremony, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the Soul Society anymore. He might as well slit his throat and meet his ancestors. Of course, it would have been best if the main Shiba family had taken the lead on this. But unfortunately, Kaion Shiba didn't possess that kind of power yet, so Kazuo Shiba had to be the one to stir the pot. Although the captains had mentally prepared themselves for this, they never expected Kazuo Shiba to be so hardcore as to directly draw his blade against the head captain. Should we step in and stop them? We can't actually let them blow up the 1st Division barracks, right? Shunsui Kairaku shot frantic glances at Jushiro Yukitake, only to receive a wry smile from his friend. I don't want to get yelled at by old man Yama just yet. The 8th Division captain in the pink floral Haori sighed inwardly and abandoned the idea. He could only pull his straw hat down, hiding his eyes in the shadows as he looked at his teacher, praying the old man hadn't been completely consumed by anger. By this time, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto had already untied his captains Haori and Shihakusho, letting them hang from his waist to reveal his incredibly muscular, iron-hard physique. Scars left behind by war and history were etched into this body, making him look like a pillar of the gods. Attacking the captain of the 2nd Division during a captain's meeting, and releasing your Zanpakuto against me. The head captain spoke, his voice devoid of joy or anger. You should know what consequences this will bring, Kazuo Shiba. Having my eyes and hands sealed and being locked away in Mukan. Kazuo Shiba glanced at Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto's physique and suddenly sighed softly. I am already like dry bones in a tomb, yet you are still as robust as ever. Ha ha. Yamamoto opened his mouth and laughed boisterously. Noisy brat. His figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Kazuo Shiba. A fist forged through countless battles slammed squarely into the other man's chest. Ikatsu. A colossal burst of spiritual pressure erupted, shattering the barracks into fine dust. The overwhelmingly powerful force ripped through erasure and pierced the atmosphere. Standing not far away, Kensei Mugiruma's expression drastically changed. The head captain's single punch was actually more powerful than his own Bankai, Tekken Tachike's. Rumble. Kazuo Shiba's body was sent flying backward, smashing through countless walls and tearing across thousands of meters before finally crashing into the ground. The massive impact caused the entire Siriidii to tremble. Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto gave Ryujin Jaka a light swing, carving out a blazing, sun-like arc of fire, before stomping heavily on the ground and giving chase toward where Kazuo Shiba had landed. With a few swishes, more than half the captains followed suit, terrified that the head captain would get too caught up in the fight and actually kill the patriarch of the Shiba branch family. No one doubted the power of the strongest water-type Zanpakuto, Nekitora, but that was Old Man Yamamoto, the undisputed strongest of the Godii 13. Retsu Unohana remained behind. With the head captain gone, she, as the most senior Soul Reaper present, needed to stay and keep the situation under control. Jinrei Kachiki merely cast a silent glance at the distant battlefield. The Kensiken in his hair swayed as he vanished, his destination unknown. Yorichi Shihoin furrowed her brows slightly, sensing a bit of emotional fluctuation from Jinrei Kachiki. But before she could think deeply about it, she was interrupted by Kasuke Urahara. How are you? You okay, Yorichi? Haha, don't worry, the tip of the blade only went into my chest by half an inch. The dark-skinned beauty laughed playfully. I am the Flash Goddess, Yorichi. A little scratch like this isn't going to kill me. Kasuke Urahara pursed his lips and retorted grumpily. Some Flash Goddess. I didn't see you dodge Kazuo Shiba's thrust. Who would have thought he'd be so bold? But it's fine, Old Man Kazuo probably knew what he was doing. Yeah, he used to hold me when I was a kid. Yorichi Shihoin rolled her neck, then suddenly yelled toward the outside. Have you seen enough? Get your asses in here. Rustling sounds echoed as the lieutenants waiting in the antechamber, including Yato Uchiha, appeared with varying expressions. Ryujin Jaka and Nekitora being released in quick succession, head captain Yamamoto sending Kazuo Shiba flying with a single punch. These events happened so fast that Yato only felt the scorching heat before hearing a massive boom, and his ears were still ringing slightly. They bowed to the 3 remaining captains, mentally replaying what had just occurred. Of course, some among them had already deduced the crux of the drastic turn of events. This included the devilishly intelligent Sosuke Aizen as well as Isshin Shiba, who had known exactly what was going to happen from the very beginning. Lady Shihoin. The young prodigy, who had only recently been promoted to lieutenant of the 10th Division, knelt on one knee with a bitter smile. Your injury was that my grandfather's doing. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 78, The Strongest Water. 1394 words. Chapter 78, The Strongest Water Type Zanpakuto. Isshin Shiba was currently still an energetic and spirited young noble. With his neat, short hair, handsome, sharp features, and abundant combat experience, his management skills had also earned the recognition of his squad members ever since he became the lieutenant of the 10th Division. The seasoned and tough Kazuo Shiba, the genius young prodigies Kaien and Isshin, coupled with their deeply rooted network of connections. In the eyes of the current Soul Society, even though the Shiba clan's style didn't quite align with traditional nobles, their status remained unshakable. So it's Isshin. The dark-skinned beauty captain smirked playfully. You only know how to use formal titles at a time like this. You usually have a pretty sweet mouth when you visit my house, always calling me Big Sis Yorichi. Isshin Shiba scratched his head awkwardly. Head Shihoin, my grandfather. I didn't take it to heart. The 5 great noble families share the same roots and branches. Let alone just piercing half an inch, even if he had truly stabbed right through my heart, so what? Yorichi Shihoin paused, her expression turning serious. However, I swear upon the honor of the Shihoin clan, the 2 ND Division's investigation team absolutely did not conceal the truth. Soifan would never lie to me. Isshin Shiba bowed deeply, leapt over the collapsed ruins, and dashed into the distance. Judging by his direction, he was likely heading toward where Kazuo Shiba and Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto were. Yato, I'm heading out. Kaien Shiba stealthily tugged at the corner of the youth's clothes, muttering softly. No wonder Lord Kazuo told me to eat a lot this morning, so I wouldn't go hungry at lunch and dinner. I'm heading back to the Rukongai. Straight home. You're not going to the 13th Division. With an incident this big, I, as the head of the main family, must make an appearance. Kokaku and Ganju are still too young. TSK, I'm going to have a busy day today. The heroic young patriarch glanced at the Zanpakuto at Yato's waist and apologized. I reckon Lord Kazuo will definitely reopen the investigations into Moritora and Captain Shintaro. Because of that sword, you might be summoned by Lord Kazuo. He's not going to hack me to death, is he? This lord is too fierce, daring to directly fight the head captain. Should I go hide in Hueco-Mundo? It won't go that far. Lord Kazuo has always cared for the younger generation. The former captain of the 10th Division also received a lot of guidance from Lord Kazuo. I think his extreme anger today is largely due to personal sentiment as well. Kaien Shiba gave Yato a few more instructions before taking his leave. The other lieutenants also returned to their respective barracks one after another. With their captains gone, they were responsible for maintaining order. After all, the commotion just now was so massive that those who didn't know better might have thought Hueco-Mundo was invading. Thus, in the blink of an eye, only 4 people remained in the 1st Division barracks. Kasuke Urahara, Yorichi Shihoin, and the 2 who came with them, Yato and Marikinasuke Omida. Blurg. With no outsiders present, the dark-skinned beauty stopped trying to hold it in, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the ground, incredibly smashing a deep crater while emitting the smell of corrosive acid. Yato Uchiha quickly crouched down, and used Kaido to examine Yorichi's injuries. Punctured lung, damaged valves. The youth breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, nothing major. A few days of rest will do. Haha, then my luck is pretty good. Yorichi acted as if nothing had happened, laughing uncontrollably. To endure a slash from Nekotora, this is already the best possible outcome. Beside them, Kasuke Urahara frowned slightly but didn't contradict her. He knew Yorichi was telling the truth. Yato, however, was somewhat confused. The wound was clearly very shallow, so how did it cause this level of internal trauma? Moreover, the blood she had just coughed up possessed both a terrifying weight and a bizarre corrosiveness, two entirely different properties. Could it be that the renowned Nekotora was also a multi-stage release Zanpakuto? But the records in the Great Spirit Book Gallery clearly stated. Seeing his confusion, Yorichi Shihoin didn't keep him guessing and explained. Lord Kazuo hasn't fought in a very long time, so his Zanpakuto's abilities have gradually faded from public knowledge. It's normal for a youngster like you not to know. His Nekotora is hailed as the strongest water-type Zanpakuto. Every single one of its strikes connects to anywhere in the world where water exists. Therefore, the spiritual pressure he injected into my body might have carried the immense crushing pressure of the deep sea bottom, it might have been the freezing water of a glacier, it might have been highly concentrated sulfuric acid from hell, or perhaps even hundreds of millions of tons of water just directly pressing down on me. The youth drew a sharp breath. Isn't that way too overpowered? And that's not even his limit. Yorichi grinned, sinking into her memories. My father once told me that the bodies of water Nekotora connects to might not even be restricted by time. What does that mean? For example, in a specific strike, Nekotora might connect to the future of the little river flowing in front of the seated officers' quarters. That doesn't sound any different. Isn't it still the exact same river? Heh, Yato, your imagination is lacking. Yorichi Shihoin rubbed the wound on her chest, her expression very calm. Water reflects light. Have you ever heard of a mirage? The fragmented future reflected by that little river would enter Lord Kazuo's eyes, allowing him to glimpse a narrow corner of the future, even if it's extremely blurry and fragmented. Yato Uchiha was inexplicably horrified, not knowing how to respond. Bro, the main plot hasn't even started yet, and this old man is busting out conceptual level abilities. Though it might not necessarily be like that. The dark-skinned Yorichi suddenly changed her tune. Everything I just said was just me and my dad taking wild, blind guesses for fun. At this moment, Marikinasuke Omida finally chimed in. Captain, why don't you head to the 4th Division? Rest for a few days. Ha, you're planning to pull some petty tricks while I'm away, aren't you? Omida, why is your whole family like this? You're obsessed with money. Sigh, you so right through me again, Captain. The lieutenant of the 2nd Division and vice-commander of the stealth force let out a seemingly dopey laugh, knowing his captain had other plans. Much like the Arima family, the Omida family had served the great nobles for generations and were deeply trusted. Although Marikinasuke Omida had huge jowls and a burly, gorilla-like physique, his mind was exceptionally meticulous. An adjutant in charge of criminal investigation and intelligence could rarely afford to be a true idiot. After chatting and joking for a bit longer, Yorichi and Marikinasuke left the 1st Division and headed straight for the stealth force headquarters. That Yorichi, she was shaken after all. Watching their retreating backs, Kisuke Urahara suddenly sighed. Even though she claimed to completely trust her subordinates, she still developed doubts regarding those 2 investigation reports. She can't help but doubt it, right? After all. Yato stopped mid-sentence. The Shiba clan's affairs were massive, it wasn't his place to speak out of turn. Kisuke Urahara nodded in agreement and looked toward the horizon. The flames were gradually suppressing the water. Fortunately, those 2 ultimately know their limits. They haven't used Bankai. Kisuke Urahara patted his subordinate's shoulder and started walking forward. Let's head back and get ready, Yato. It's going to rain. The captain of the 12th Division guessed correctly. That very night, the heaviest rain the Siriitii had seen in 100 years fell from the sky. And the next day, several orders were issued by the 1st Division, broadcasted throughout the entire Siriitii via Tentikura. An investigation team, composed of elites drafted from various divisions, was officially formed. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Formation of the Investigation Team. 1412 words. Chapter 79. Formation of the Investigation Team. Huh? I have to go too. Inside the 12th Division's captain's office, Yato Uchiha pointed at his own nose. But I'm only good at fighting. I don't know the first thing about investigations. Kasuke Urahara set down the transfer order and shrugged. With the exception of the 4th Division, every squad in the Gotei 13 has to draft a true elite. The absolute minimum requirement is a 5th seat. That guy Mayuri Kuratsuchi is too eccentric, he's not suitable. Are we really going to be okay, Captain? Even though there was no one else around, Yato still stepped half a pace forward and lowered his voice. Why do I get the feeling that Lord Kazuo wants to kill people? Don't overthink it. Yorichi came to see me last night and talked a bit about the new 10th Division captain's past. He's not the type to kill indiscriminately. Besides, given your relationship with the main Shiba family, he won't make things difficult for you. All right then, Captain. Should I head over now? Yes. Kasuke Urahara paused, staring intently into his subordinate's eyes as he spoke, enunciating every word clearly. However, having said that, if Kazuo Shiba actually does start killing people, absolutely do not get involved. Retreat immediately. The youth's eyes twitched slightly as he bowed helplessly and took his leave. Both Yato and Urahara felt a sense of scalp-numbing dread regarding the Shiba clan's affairs. This old man had dared to draw his blade against Yamamoto. If he actually dug something up, there was no telling how massive a hole he was going to tear in the sky. Yato Uchiha first went to find Hiyori Saragaki and Mayuri Kuratsuchi to clearly hand over his current work. Following that, he visited the 4th Division and shoved several large crates of medical supplies into his Kamui dimension. After all, because the 4th Division was truly stretched too thin, Yato Uchiha, with his exceptionally high Kaido abilities, was tasked with handling the investigation team's medical needs. With his preparations complete, Yato didn't waste any time and quickly arrived at the 10th Division. As the division responsible for patrols and public security, the 10th Division occupied a vast area. Its total number of squad members ranked second in the Gotei 13, just behind the medical division. With a captain finally in place, the spirit of the 10th Division was completely different. Even though it had poured heavily last night and puddles still dotted the roads, the squad members were shouting vigorous chants as they practiced Zanjutsu in the barracks courtyards with their wooden swords. Right in the dead center of the 10th Division barracks stood an ancient artificial mountain fountain that seemed to have existed for ages. The splashing water fell into a basin and swirled into a vortex, bearing some resemblance to the crumbling heavenly maelstrom. The Shiba clan's influence and control over the 10th Division was clearly evident. Led by a seated officer of the 10th Division, Yato stepped into the captain's office. Compared to the 4th and 12th Divisions, the aesthetic here was much more normal. It was a standard high-ranking office, spacious and well-lit, with meticulously pruned daffodils arranged beneath the windows. At this moment, however, the massive office desk was already piled high with case files of various sizes. A huge map hung on the wall, with several locations marked in red circles. The elites drafted from various squads stood silently on both sides of the desk. The new captain of the 10th Division sat in a wide chair, hugging his zanpakuto and staring off into space, his thoughts unknown. Lord Kazuo, Yato bowed respectfully, then stepped to stand beside Kaion Shiba. Kaion Shiba was both Moritora's older brother and the head of the main family. It made perfect sense, both emotionally and logically, for him to join the investigation team. Yato glanced at the familiar young noble and noticed faint dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that reopening the investigation into Moritora's death had deeply unsettled Kaion. After waiting a bit longer, the final member, Soifun, arrived and the investigation team was fully assembled. There were 12 members in total. The highest ranking were the 13th Division's Lieutenant, Kaion Shiba, and the 8th Division's Lieutenant, Lisa Yatamaru. The lowest ranking was the 11th Division's 5th seat, Masashi Okada. All of them were genuine, elite-level figures. Kazuo Shiba raised his head, sweeping his gaze across their faces before speaking softly. As of today, the investigation team is officially established. The date of disbandment is undetermined. During this period, you must temporarily set aside your original duties and focus your efforts here. To improve efficiency, I will divide you into 2 teams to conduct a parallel investigation. Kai and Shiba will handle Moritora's case, while Lisa Yatamaru will focus on Shintaro. Of course, investigating Shintaro's situation might be dangerous if led solely by a lieutenant. Kazuo Shiba gently stroked his zanpakuto, his tone tranquil. Therefore myself, the head of the Shihoin clan, and the 5th Division Captain, Shinji Hirako, will accompany your group. Yato Uchiha's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. Jinrei Kachiki didn't come. Oh right, his son is on the verge of death. He's definitely staying by his family's side at a time like this. Kazuo Shiba wasted no words, concisely outlining the investigation team's tasks, and rapidly organizing everything clearly. Yato was assigned to Kaien's group, and Soifun was also among his teammates. The youth breathed a secret sigh of relief. No matter how you sliced it, investigating the cause of Moritora Shiba's death was definitely safer than looking into Shintaro's. With 3 captains holding the line for the other team, the level of danger and difficulty was self-evident. Unlike the rest of the investigation team, Yato knew perfectly well in his heart that Shintaro Arima's death was absolutely tied to the Soul Society. That day from a distance, I saw that among those participating in the siege, there were also Soul Reapers. These were Haribel's exact words. Yato Uchiha firmly believed that the Vasto Lord who sought to fill her soul's void with sacrifice would never lie to him. That concludes all the arrangements for the investigation team's work. Details will be supplemented as we go. Take your respective case files and begin. Oh, right. Yato Uchiha, stay behind for a moment. Kai and Shiba patted the youth's shoulder to reassure him, then carried a massive stack of documents, and left with his teammates. With the sudden departure of everyone else, the captain's office felt a bit quiet. Yato Uchiha stood at attention, his attitude incomparably respectful. Your relationship with Kaien is quite good, the old man spoke softly. His withered hand rested on Nekatora's hilt, his tone devoid of any obvious emotion. Tell me, how did you 2 meet? The youth paused slightly, a bit confused, but he recounted the whole story in detail. I see, it was because of Moritora's Asachi. That is indeed true to Kaien's nature. He has always deeply valued bonds and loyalty. Senior Kaien has always been a role model to me. Heh. Boy, for us Soul Reapers, valuing bonds and loyalty isn't exactly a good trait. Forgive my dullness, Captain Kazuo. With your age and level of spiritual pressure, you are destined to reach the captain level. In your long life, you will understand eventually. Kazuo Shiba tapped Nekatora, still in its sheath, against the floor. Once again, the sound of continuous rain echoed within the captain's office. Killing in the name of justice. Using fake emotions as a crutch, raising blades against one another. For us Soul Reapers, both of the above are grave sins. What do you think, boy? Although Yato didn't know why Kazuo Shiba was discussing this topic with him, he thought about it seriously before replying. But Lord Kazuo, according to what you're saying, doesn't that mean all the Soul Reapers of the Godii 13 carry sins upon their backs? He regretted the words the moment they left his mouth, feeling they were a bit too sharp. But to Yato's surprise, Kazuo Shiba actually sighed softly and nodded in admission. I suppose that is the reason why all Captain-class Soul Reapers, myself included, will ultimately fall into hell. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 80, The Events of That Year in Soifan. 1406 words. Chapter 80, The Events of That Year in Soifan. Having someone on the inside makes getting things done much easier, a saying that held true even in the Soul Society. With Kai and Shiba in charge, Yato quickly settled into his role on the investigation team. The Shiba clan's influence within the 10th Division went without saying. Kai simply commandeered a large room to serve as his team's workspace. Case files and maps were plastered across the walls, with red ink circling various points of suspicion, breaking down Moritora Shiba's death step by step. At the time, our 2nd Division and the 6th Division jointly dispatched personnel to form an investigation team. The leader was me. Inside the office, Soifan pointed a gloomy finger at the red circles on the case files, her tone exceedingly helpless. She had a petite figure and a short haircut with straight bangs. Because of her role in the stealth force, she had cut off the sleeves of her shahakusho, exposing her neck and arms, which gave her quite a fierce look. Ever since Kasuke Urahara left the 2nd Division, Soifan had been promoted to 3rd seat, and placed in charge of the detention unit, a high position with heavy responsibilities. 2 years ago, she was even involved in the investigation of Shintaro Arima's death. Unfortunately, now that the death investigations for both Moritora and Shintaro were being reopened, Soifan, who had handled both cases, found herself in an incredibly awkward position. Heaven have mercy, Soifan could swear on her Zanpakuto that she had been absolutely diligent and responsible. During the investigation back then, she had pulled all-nighters for 7 or 8 days straight, nearly pushing her body past its limits. Being suspected and questioned by a new captain-class figure would make anyone feel wronged and embarrassed. But even so, she suppressed her emotions and spoke from personal experience, recounting the entire investigation from beginning to end. The Shino Academy's Hueco Mundo training exercise had a strict 7-day time limit. Once time was up, all students were required to return to the Senkamen. However, right up to the very last second, Moritora Shiba never appeared. Therefore, after escorting the remaining students back to the Soul Society, the Shino Academy joined forces with the Godei 13, and dispatched personnel to search for him. Clues were quickly found. 70 spirit miles directly north of the Senkamen, we discovered a massive amount of blood and residual spiritual pressure. Following analysis by the 4th and 12th Divisions, the spiritual pressure and blood were confirmed to belong to Moritora Shiba. He was devoured by an Ajuchas class Minos Grande. No remains were left, and even his Asachi went missing. 3 years later, that Asachi reappeared. Yes, it was 3rd seat Yato's Akame. The investigation team at the time followed up on every possible lead. Every single student who went to the Senkamen, and every Soul Reaper executing missions in Hueco Mundo, at that specific time, were all called in for questioning by us. Judging from the results, it was a tragic encounter. Moritora Shiba ran into an Ajuchas, was defeated and died. Bang! Kai and Shiba slammed his hand heavily onto the desk. And half a year later, that very Ajuchas was devoured by some Vasto lord. Humph, how incredibly convenient. Lieutenant Kayan, you should know what kind of place Hueco Mundo is. Soifan's voice didn't waver in the slightest. Slaughter and evolution are the eternal themes there. The room fell dead silent. Everyone stared at the case files in their hands, their brows furrowed. In all fairness, the investigation Soifan had conducted back then was practically flawless. It even documented that a week before Moritora Shiba entered Hueco Mundo, a drunkard had cursed at him in the Rukongai. They had even dragged that drunkard into the 2nd Division, and thoroughly dug into his background. The result was exactly as expected. The drunkard truly had just had too much to drink and yelled out some curses. The target of his curses wasn't even Moritora Shiba, but some policy implemented by Central 46. Even though the drunkard was locked up for half a year because of this, it absolutely had nothing to do with Moritora's death. Investigations like this were everywhere in the case files. They hadn't let a single minute detail slip by. Ahem. 3rd seat Soifan. At this moment, Yato Uchiha raised his hand, voicing his confusion. With all these files, why don't I see any information on the Guardians? The Guardians? Oh, you mean the captain leading the team, and the lieutenants providing support. Soifan waved her hand. Investigations targeting the captain class can only be conducted by the First Division. The resulting interrogation records are classified, and I have no authority to access them. Kyan Shiba abruptly stood up, his expression serious. I'm going to consult Lord Kazuo right now and request authorization from the First Division. The noble patriarch directly kicked the door open and left in a hurried frenzy. Watching his retreating back, Soifan merely shook her head silently, seeming to hesitate, as if she wanted to say something. Noticing the petite woman's expression, Yato grew a bit curious and leaned in to ask. Third seat Soifan, it seems you don't agree with Senior Kyan's approach. I wouldn't say I disagree. From a criminal investigation standpoint, the captain class individuals protecting the students in Hueco Mundo definitely had the strength to commit the crime. But those four lords had absolutely no reason to do so. With no motive, what's the point of investigating? It's just a waste of energy. Third seat Soifan, would you mind telling me who those four lords were? Soifan thought for a moment and counted on her fingers. The captain leading the team was Lady Kiryu Hikifune. The lieutenants providing support were Lord Rojiro Odoribashi, who was the lieutenant of the 3rd Division at the time, Mayor Kinosuke Omida, the lieutenant of our 2nd Division, and Lord Sojin Kachiki, lieutenant of the 6th Division. Yato nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Kiryu Hikifune and Rojiro Odoribashi were both tough individuals. Even if they had a grudge against the Shiba clan, they would have directly targeted the 10th Division captain at the time, Shintaro Arima. As for the other two lieutenants, one was a lower noble who strictly adhered to the path of servitude, and the other was a member of the 5 great noble families, closely aligned with the Shiba clan. There was truly no motive whatsoever. Had they all gone insane, abandoning their bright futures and bearing the risk of detonating the entire Soul Society, just to murder a genius of the Shiba clan? That's how it is. Third seat Yato. Soifan played with the stray hairs falling by her cheek, and stealthily rolled her eyes. Although it's very disrespectful to Lord Kazuo to say this, it's the truth. Both Moritora Shiba and Lord Shintaro Arima died by accident. The culprit was simply Minos Grande. The youth chuckled and shook his head, amused by Soifan's demeanor. Right now, Yorichi Shihoin hadn't fled with Kasuke Urahara yet. This petite girl hadn't yet been twisted by jealousy, or had her love turned to hate. Even though she worked in the executive militia, Soifan's behavior was still quite lively, and she even occasionally showed a somewhat naive side. After all, she wasn't very old, about the same age as Jin Ikimaru and Byakuya Kachiki. Oh, by the way, third seat Soifan. Yato suddenly thought of something. Before you came here, did Lady Yorichi give you any instructions? Can you tell me? Lady Yorichi is very gentle. She told me that if I encounter any danger, I absolutely shouldn't get involved and should return to the squad immediately. Before I left, Captain Urahara said the exact same thing to me. Really? Ha ha ha. Soifan covered her mouth and giggled, her eyebrows curving into crescents. Your captain spent many years in the 2nd Division. He learned a lot of his skills from Lady Yorichi. Lady Yorichi is the best. Seeing the girl's face full of admiration, Yato almost let out a maniacal laugh right then and there. You're still laughing now, sister. Just you wait 7 years, you'll be crying a river. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 81, Thinking with the Utmost Malice. 1407 words. Chapter 81, Thinking with the Utmost Malice. Even after obtaining the interrogation records of the four guardians, the investigation team's work still yielded no substantial progress. The testimonies of Kiryo Hikifune, Rojiro Odoribashi, Mayor Kinosuke Mida, and Sojin Kachiki all withstood scrutiny and showed no flaws. The investigation reached an impasse. Yato Uchiha and the others ground away for 4 full days, exhausting every possible method, yet their progress was no better than what Soifan's team had achieved 9 years ago. Sigh. Everyone, you've really worked hard these past few days. Kai and Shiba smiled with great effort, unable to conceal the gloominess in his eyes no matter what. It seems my younger brother Moritora's death may truly have been an accident. Senior Kaien. It's all right, Yato. I had expected this. The noble patriarch patted his friend's shoulder and rallied his spirits. I'm giving everyone a day off. Go get some rest. Come back here the morning after tomorrow, and we'll start investigating from a few different angles. The team members offered a few words of comfort before leaving, rubbing their aching lower backs. Soul Reapers weren't made of iron either, no one could withstand this kind of insane overtime without a break. Soon, only Kaien and the youth were left in the office. Huh? Yato, why haven't you left? To keep you company. I get the feeling you want to go drinking again. Sorry, Yato. Even though I'm the senior, I always end up making you look out for my feelings. Why bring that up, Senior Kaien? Sometimes you're not even as straightforward as Kakaku. Yato Uchiha threw an arm around his shoulders and practically dragged him outside in a friendly headlock. The Kiyoshi barbecue place at the west end of the seated officers' quarters is pretty good. Back when Captain Hikifune was still around, we used to eat there all the time. I even have some of their discount coupons. The aroma was intoxicating. The beef sizzled as the fat rendered out, the secret seasoning was refreshing and cut through the grease, and the restaurant's signature homemade plum wine was absolutely exceptional. How is it, Senior Kaien? It truly is excellent. The noble patriarch took a sip of wine, his eyes suddenly growing red. I'll pack some up later to take to Moritora's grave. Try to look on the bright side, Senior Kaien. Yato sighed. Actually, I think, I'll just be blunt. Lord Kazuo forcefully reopening these 2 investigations is actually just to put pressure on the First Division. What he truly wants to figure out is probably just the cause of Lord Shintaro Arima's death. Kaien Shiba froze, his heroic face filled with sorrow. He chugged another large pitcher of wine glug glug glug, and slumped back in his chair. Actually, I thought the same thing. Lord Shintaro's death is definitely fishy, but Moritora's death is highly likely to have truly been an accident. Otherwise, 3 captains wouldn't have all grouped up on Lieutenant Lisa's side. I kept thinking that if Moritora was murdered by some villain, I would be able to kill the enemy with my own hands and bring that person's head to his grave, so I wouldn't just be bringing a jug of wine every time I visited. Yato Uchiha offered words of comfort. Senior Kaien, you might have a chance to avenge Lord Shintaro. Ha, Yato, don't flatter me. If Lord Shintaro truly died at the hands of some treacherous villain, there's absolutely no way I could be their opponent. Furthermore, that job should be left to Lord Kazuo. After all, they were best friends. Oh? I heard that Lord Kazuo cultivated Lord Shintaro. Weren't they master and disciple? They were master and disciple but also best friends. Kaien Shiba was very familiar with the history of the Arima family. Having had a bit to drink, he lowered his voice and started gossiping. When Lord Shintaro was a child, he was considered rather slow. When he studied at the Shino Academy, his grades were exceptionally consistent, he was always dead last. Oh, by the way, he was part of the very first batch of students. Captain Kairaku and Captain Yukitake were in the same class as him. Back then, Lord Shintaro's name was Yotaro Arima. But because his father disliked him, he changed Yo to Shin. Although it's still a positive word, given the context, anyone could taste the underlying mockery in the change. However, after he joined the Godii 13, he received meticulous cultivation from Lord Kazuo. Not only did he emerge as a dark horse to become the head of the Arima family, but he also took on the position of 10th Division Captain. Despite their age difference, Lord Kazuo was not just Shintaro's master and senior, but also the great noble he swore loyalty to, and even more so, a close friend he could entrust his back to. That is why Lord Kazuo was so furious this time, daring to draw his blade against the head captain with such a dominant stance. The reason the 10th Division Captain position was left vacant for 2 years was precisely out of fear that Lord Kazuo would be too radical and turn the Suriidai upside down. So that's how it is. Yato Uchiha listened with keen interest, silently remarking that truth really does come out after a few drinks. The dinner table was indeed the easiest place to hear gossip. The youth swallowed a piece of grilled meat. Just as he was about to ask something else, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a rather familiar figure. She had a petite figure, wore a sleeveless shahakusho, and although her face was cute, there was always a trace of fierceness between her brows. It was Soifan. Third seat Soifan. Kai and Shiba followed Yato's gaze, abruptly stood up, and greeted her warmly. Are you alone? Come over and eat with us. Yato chuckled and shook his head. Kai and Shiba was forthright, completely open and above board in his actions, possessing the air of a gallant knight. He truly didn't act like a noble patriarch. Hearing the voice, Soifan didn't hesitate much and walked over, sitting down next to Yato Uchiha. Lieutenant Shiba, third seat Yato. The girl smoothly toasted them with a cup of wine like a seasoned veteran of society. Pardon the intrusion. No worries, the more the merrier. Kayan smiled warmly and filled her cup. Just you? Yes. I remember you used to eat with head Shihoin all the time. Where is she? Lady Yorichi works very hard. She is currently working overtime. Yato grinned, maliciously puncturing Soifan's lie. She went to find my Captain Urahara to work overtime, didn't she? Soifan's expression visibly cracked. A deep gloom and intense irritation hung heavily on her face. Her slender fingers couldn't help but exert force, nearly cracking her wine cup. Seeing that this girl was on the verge of an early villain arc, Yato hurriedly changed the subject. Ahem, third seat Soifan, do you come here often too? As expected of the stealth force, you truly have an eye for quality. Humph. Soifan's expression improved slightly, but her next sentence left the two men slightly stunned. I came here looking for you too. Ha, X2. There were some things that were inconvenient to state clearly earlier. But Lieutenant Kayan is the deceased's older brother, and third seat Yato has a special status, so I can speak frankly with the two of you. I have a special status. Yato Uchiha cast a surprised glance at Soifan, leaning in to listen carefully to her next words. Our second division is responsible for reconnaissance, assassination, and interrogation. After investigating so many cases, we've summarized many unorthodox little tricks. For example, when you can't find any evidence, yet you are absolutely certain that a case is fishy, you first lock onto the suspects who had the capability to commit the crime. And then, you speculate about them with the utmost malice. Soifan lowered her voice to an extreme whisper, ensuring only Kayan and Yato could hear her. Let's assume this first. If Moritora Shiba truly died at the hands of one of those individuals, what would happen next? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 82, The Only Flaw. 1408 words. Chapter 82, The Only Flaw. This line of thought was excellent. Kayan Shiba's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh hard. So according to what you're saying, we can first assume that Hickey. Hey, do you want to die? Soifan drew a sharp breath. Don't say the name directly. This is a technical analysis. An analysis. Do you understand? Oh, right. Kai Shiba didn't get angry at being scolded. He stroked his chin in thought. Yada was nearly amused by Soifan's shifting attitude. Watching the helpless third seat of the second division, he understood her mindset perfectly. As a mere third seat, suspecting the captain class, even if it made logical sense in the context of an investigation, was somewhat of an overstep in a place like the Godai 13. But Soifan was truly out of options. During the captain's inauguration ceremony a few days ago, Kazuo Shiba had relentlessly harped on the two ND divisions' dereliction of investigative duty. It was only thanks to Yoruichi Shihoin putting her life on the line to vouch for her subordinate that Soifan emerged unscathed. This time, if Soifan's report was exactly the same as the last one, it wouldn't fly no matter what. At the very least, there had to be some updates. If there was zero progress, it would be a huge slap in the face to her superiors. At this point, Kai Shiba had organized his thoughts and spoke softly. Let's not discuss the two captains for now. Let's just talk about Lieutenant Marikinasuk Omida and Lieutenant Sojin Kachiki. He flashed Soifan a grin. I'm also a lieutenant. Calling peers of the same rank by their names is fine. All right, I was thinking the same thing. Soifan nodded, using her chopsticks to roll up a piece of grilled meat and stuffing it into her mouth. Assuming with the utmost malice, the ones who killed Moritora Shiba were those two. So after killing Moritora, what would happen next? Kai Shiba followed this line of thought. They would return to the Soul Society as usual, and then go back to Hueco Mundo with the Godai 13 to join the search. During this time, they would prepare their stories and destroy any evidence, ensuring everything was foolproof. Then, during the 1ST Division's interrogation, they would tell their fabricated lies, quietly wait for the results to be announced, and remain hidden behind the scenes. But. The noble patriarch paused and sighed. But they would definitely be injured. And not just lightly injured. Moritora's talent surpassed even mine. If he hadn't held his Asachi for such a short time, he definitely would have achieved Shirkai. But even so, his spiritual class had reached the lieutenant level class 5 Rei upon entering the academy, and he was exceptionally skilled in Kido and Zanjutsu. To ambush and kill Moritora with the power of a lieutenant, one would inevitably sustain injuries. So, third seat Soifan, during that period, was there anything unusual about your lieutenant's condition? Soifan shook her head. As for Sojin Kachiki, the man had always been weak and sickly. He seemed to have been plagued by misfortune since birth and looked frail at all times. It was impossible to judge his condition. And put another way, even if they had truly been injured, given such a meticulously planned scheme, they would have definitely found a way to cover it up. The deduction reached another impasse. However, Soifan wasn't discouraged in the slightest. She even clapped her hands and said, Lieutenant Shiba, you have a real talent for criminal investigation. It's a pity that even if you don't go to the 10th Division in the future, you'll stay in the 13th Division, you can't join us. What you said just now is correct. I've read the deceased's files many times, and I also believe that if a lieutenant killed him, they would inevitably be injured, perhaps even suffering life-threatening wounds. But even knowing this now, what use is it? Kai Shiba frowned. 9 years have passed. It's impossible to check. No, Lieutenant Shiba, there is a way. Soifan gripped her chopsticks, making a chopping motion. A master of Zanjutsu like Moritora Shiba would definitely have stained his Zanpakuto with his enemy's blood. Everything in the Soul Society, from towering mountains down to a speck of dust, is made of erasure. The same goes for Soul Reapers and Zanpakuto. Although Asachi are forged in batches, there are ultimately differences. The curve of the blade, the thickness of the hilt wrap, these minute differences ultimately form a unique identifier. 9 years ago, during my investigation, I actually considered this angle. But at the time, Moritora Shiba's remains were gone, and his Asachi was nowhere to be found, so it was dropped. But now. Soifun looked at Yado Uchiha with a sigh. From a nameless Asachi to the multi-stage release Akame, at the very least, the initial form of this Zanpakuto hasn't changed. The youth stroked Akame's scabbard, nodding thoughtfully. No wonder Soifun said his status was special. So this was why. A glimmer of hope flashed through Kai and Shiba's eyes. So now, we need to find someone smart enough to trace this Zanpakuto's identifier. Yado chuckled and stood up. I'm very familiar with someone like that. You dragged me out of bed in the middle of the night just to do this. At the SRDI, Mayuri Kuratsuchi glared at the three of them in dissatisfaction. Do you have any idea that a scientist's sleep is the treasure of the Soul Society? Cut the crap. Yado rolled his eyes. Captain Urahara, you, Akon, and the rest, which one of you doesn't stay up late every day? You probably won't sleep for at least another 4 hours, right? He handed his Zanpakuto to Mayuri. Get to work, fourth seat. Humph. Although the eccentric scientist scoffed coldly, his body was quite honest. He pulled out some tools and began tinkering away. Working in criminal investigation, Soifun was quite curious about this sort of thing, and couldn't help asking. Can you really trace the identifier of a Zanpakuto? How do you do it? What do you know, you executioner from the 2nd Division? Mayuri was nowhere near as polite to Soifun as he was to Yado. I am recording this sword's spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure. Yado pressed down on the snarling Soifun and couldn't help asking. But isn't Akame's spiritual pressure just my spiritual pressure? We're not talking about the same thing. Mayuri was about to throw out a few sarcastic remarks, but the memory of the beating he took last year suddenly flashed through his mind. He suppressed his temper and patiently explained. Everything in the Soul Society is composed of erasure, equivalent to the fundamental particles in the world of the living. Whether it's your Akame, my Ashisoji Jizo, or Captain Urahara's Benaheim, they are all made of erasure. Since it is an aggregation of erasure, it must inevitably possess unique individual characteristics, manifested in the form of spiritual pressure. This is a fundamental property of objective matter. It is nothing more than a difference in strength and form, which can be measured using a erasure spectrum. When Asachi are forged by the Phoenix Palace and bestowed upon students, they are given serial numbers, which the Shino Academy records. This is actually based on the erasure composition characteristics of each Zanpakuto. When a Zanpakuto pierces a soul, if the target doesn't die, it leaves a trace within their soul that is very difficult to erase. Unless the target's spiritual class reaches Class 3 Rei, they cannot completely expunge the trace. Of course, there are hardly a few people in the entire Soul Society capable of detecting such traces and turning it into a tool. As he spoke, Mayuri handed Akame back to Yado Uchiha. Done. Really? That fast? Humph, I've been modifying Ashisoji Jizo lately, so I just happened to be researching this exact thing. Mayuri pulled a ring out from under his workbench and showed it to the three of them. Get this close to the target. If that person was truly injured by this Zanpakuto, especially if it was a severe injury, this thing will definitely glow. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 83, Kuchiki. 1657 words. Chapter 83, Kuchiki. Testing a lieutenant with a spiritual tool was definitely not something they could do in the middle of the night. The three of them didn't inform the other members of their group. Kai and Shiba simply gave them another day off, telling them to get plenty of rest. The night passed without incident. The next day, Kaien, Yado, and Soifun first met up at the 12th Division before heading to the 2nd Division together. The ring was placed on Yado's wrist. It looked like a completely ordinary ornament and wouldn't draw the slightest bit of attention. "We're going to see Marikinasuk first," Yato shook his arm, confirming the spiritual tool wouldn't fall off. As expected of third seat Soifan, placing duty above family. Humph, what family? Don't lump me in with Omida and his lot. The Fawn family, renowned for their calm and restraint, fundamentally believed they were not cut from the same cloth as those money-grubbing fools. I'm merely clearing the two ND division's name on Lady Yoruichi's behalf. Then, third seat Soifan, what should we do next? Just follow me, we'll go straight to him. Soifan was the third highest-ranking figure in the second division. She led the two men into the barracks, walked familiarly to the outside of the lieutenant's office, and knocked on the door. Ha! Soifan. Inside, the lieutenant, who was stuffing a raw rice ball into his mouth, looked up in surprise. This is rare. You actually came looking for me on your own initiative. Is the captain not in her office? Marikinosuk Omida was broad and plump, with a brown pompadour. He even had a thick gold chain hanging around his neck. He looked less like a member of the stealth force, and more like a nouveau riche. Soifan's delicate eyebrows furrowed. Even now, she still couldn't adapt to the Omida family's fashion sense. Lieutenant Omida, could you occasionally pay a little attention to the two ND division's image? Never mind. The girl paused, stepped forward, and used her body to block Yato's arm as she continued. I came here because of that incident 9 years ago. Lieutenant Omida, you were also in Hueco Mundo when Moritora Shiba died, correct? Haha, Soifan, I knew you'd come asking me. Marikinosuk nodded to Kyan and Yato, turning slightly more serious. You're doing the right thing. This is how criminal investigation and intelligence work should be done. Never let a single possibility slip by. Ask whatever you want but make it quick. All right. First question, 9 years ago, at what time did you enter Hueco Mundo? Within 10 minutes after the students walked through the Senkamen, I think. I remember it was in the morning. Did you see the other two lieutenants? No. Besides, the protection detail was supposed to enter in batches anyway. Did you encounter Moritora Shiba in Hueco Mundo? He was the most highly anticipated outstanding student of that class, and a direct descendant of the main Shiba family. Naturally, I kept an eye out for him. The two exchanged questions and answers at lightning speed, as if merely going through the motions. And in truth, they were just going through the motions. While standing close to Marikinosuk Omida, the ring on Yato's wrist didn't change in the slightest, it emitted zero light. Marikinosuk Omida was not the murderer who killed Moritora Shiba. With this confirmation, the three of them left the second division. Are we still going to the sixth division? On the way, Kyan Shiba suddenly spoke up, his tone somewhat despondent. If Omida isn't a suspect, then Lieutenant Kachiki is even less likely. Yato and Soifan exchanged glances, understanding Kyan Shiba's thoughts perfectly. The hypothesis that a lieutenant killed Moritora Shiba was already an absurdly low probability event. If there was even a sliver of a chance that Marikinosuk Omida did it, then the probability of Sojin Kachiki doing it was practically zero. The man had been sickly and frail since childhood. Why would he take such a massive risk to assassinate the Shiba clan's genius? Moreover, the Kachiki clan had always heavily emphasized rules and tradition, acting as the most rigid defenders of order. It was even more impossible for them to overturn the table like this. Going to the second division with trepidation, only to find no results, such a massive emotional roller coaster was enough to crush the hope that had just kindled in Kyan Shiba's heart. Senior Kyan. Yato tapped the ring's spiritual tool with his finger, producing a crisp sound. It makes no sense to turn back halfway up the mountain. Whether the scenery at the peak is good or bad, you have to go see it. Perhaps right now, Moritora is walking right behind us. The noble patriarch's eyes sharpened slightly, seemingly moved. Soifan chimed in from the side. Just a reminder, we have to write a report on our testing of the lieutenants and submit it to the first division later. If we only tested Omida and didn't go to Kachiki, I'm going to have a hard time explaining that. Kyan Shiba let out a wry chuckle, rallied his spirits, and headed to the 6th Division with his companions. However, when they arrived at the gates of the 6th Division, they were informed that Sojin Kachiki had taken sick leave for the past few days and was resting at home. The three didn't mind and headed straight for the Kachiki estate. As the great noble family that valued rules the most, the Kachiki estate hadn't undergone any major changes aside from regular maintenance. It remained classical, elegant, serene, and grand. But today, a faint veil of sorrow seemed to hang over the massive architectural complex. The current patriarch's only son could die at any moment. That was a tragedy no matter where you were. Yada was quite familiar with the guards. After giving a brief notification, he led Kayan and Soifan inside. Lord Kayan, Lord Yado, Lady Fawn. The servant served them fine tea and spoke respectfully. The Patriarch and young Master Byakuya are both at the 6th Division. Please wait a moment, Lord Sojin will be here shortly. The servant withdrew, and the three of them chatted idly. Who's asking the questions this time? You should do it, third seat Soifan. TSK, shouldn't you be the one to speak up? Third seat Yado, I heard that you were close with Byakuya Kachiki back when you were in the Shino Academy, and you've been here many times. Sigh, it's exactly because we're close that it's inconvenient for me to take the lead. His father's health is failing, and if I interrogate him to his face, I won't be able to explain myself to Byakuya afterward. If you care too much about worldly favors and connections, your blade will rust, third seat Yado. Spare me those pretty words that sound cool but are actually useless. Anyway, I'll say hi and break the ice in a bit, and you guys can handle the rest. Oh? He's here. Yado Uchiha adjusted his expression, stood up with a beaming smile, and said, Uncle Sojin, it's been quite a while since we last. You. His words cut off abruptly, as if a hand had reached into his throat. The ring's spiritual tool on his wrist suddenly lit up. And it wasn't just a normal glow. It was terrifyingly bright, so blinding it threatened to gouge out their eyes, suppressing even the sunlight in the room. It even flashed at a rapid frequency, like an alarm siren. What the hell? Did that guy Mayuri's invention malfunction? But what if it isn't a malfunction? If it's glowing this intensely, doesn't that mean the scar left by the Asachi is terrifyingly severe, overloading the spiritual tool? The youth's scalp tingled, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Feigning embarrassment and annoyance, he patted the ring and forced a chuckle. Sorry about that, Uncle Sojin. I often work late overtime, so I had the SRDI make me this spiritual pressure flashlight. But looking at it now, this thing seems to be broken, haha. You really are rude, Yado. Soifan's heart hammered wildly. Forcing herself to calm down, she covered for her companion. I told you the people at the SRDI have faulty wiring in their brains. Are any of those freaks from the maggot's nest normal? You've really made a fool of yourself this time, ha? The two of them bounced off each other with witty banter, but their voices grew softer and softer. Because in the drawing room, they were the only two speaking. Ha ha. Sojin Kachiki suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Although frail, his demeanor remained composed, and he even had the mood to tease the younger generation. Yado, with eyes like yours, are you still afraid of the dark? The second in command of the Kachiki clan shook his head, then looked at the youth's Zanpakuto, his tone tranquil. Yado, 6 years ago, when you first came here, I knew that Zanpakuto would become my only flaw. The best method would have been to kill you, but if I had done that, I would be unworthy of the name Kachiki. Now that the truth is out, my reputation is ruined, and I will be executed for murdering a comrade. But what I want to tell you is... Sojin Kachiki slowly drew his Zanpakuto. I do not regret a single decision I made, whether it concerns you or Moritora Shiba. Yado Uchiha's expression drastically changed. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that water was already washing over his feet. Kayan Shiba's voice, brimming with killing intent and fury, reached his ears. Rank the seas and the skies. Nejibana. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 84, Rain Arrives. 1378 words. Chapter 84, Rain Arrives. Boom. At 10:25 a.m., within the core district of the Siriitii, at the Kachiki clan estate. The sturdy beams of the main sleeping quarters were blown away by an immense force. Stones and roof tiles rained down continuously, smashing through the ridges. The ground was riddled with holes, and amidst the billowing vapor, floodwaters spread. The estates of the 5 great noble families were absolutely top priority areas in the Siriitii. Less than 10 seconds after the sudden upheaval, the GOTI-13 activated its high alert mechanisms. Sharp, ear-piercing alarms echoed throughout the entire Siriitii. Accompanied by massive tremors, the 4 Great Gates, the White Way Gate, the Blue Stream Gate, the Black Ridge Gate, and the Red Hollow Gate, dropped in succession, completely severing the Siriitii from the Rakongai. The 10th Division responsible for patrol and security, the 5th and 3rd Divisions tasked with rescue and support, the combat-focused 11th Division, and the intelligence-gathering 8th Division all immediately mobilized their forces. Seated officers led their squads, converging on the Kachiki estate from all directions. 3 RDC Yato. The first to arrive on the scene was, naturally, the patrolling 10th Division. Isshin Shiba frowned slightly, a bad premonition rising in his heart. What are you doing here? I thought you were transferred to. It's pretty much what you're thinking. Yato Uchiha, covered in dirt and grime, spat the dust out of his mouth and said solemnly. Lieutenant Isshin, please issue the order. Per General Action Directive No. 6 of the GOTI-13, no one is permitted to enter the Kachiki estate. Isshin Shiba didn't reply immediately. He simply took a deep breath, distinguishing the spiritual pressures permeating the air. Kaien and Sojin Kachiki. The young prodigy of the Shiba branch family realized something, and his heart violently plummeted into the abyss. 5th Seat Shinsuke Mizuno, he shouted loudly behind him. Take my lieutenant badge and set up a quarantine perimeter in the name of the 10th Division. Aside from the captain class, absolutely no one is permitted to enter the Kachiki estate. Before his words even finished, he tossed his badge to his subordinate, and used flash step to charge deep into the architectural complex. Follow your lieutenant's orders. Yato shook his head and closely trailed behind Isshin Shiba. Both possessed lieutenant-level combat strength, and with the boost of class for Rei, they quickly reached their destination. The originally elegant and serene drawing room was now completely submerged. Above the rippling blue water, Kaien Shiba and Sojin Kachiki were clashing blades, fighting to the death with every strike, showing no mercy whatsoever. Blood splattered wildly, dyeing the waves red, Keto spells ravaged the area, and their spiritual pressures seemed to tear the very air apart. Soifan stood on the surface of the water. Seeing Yato return, and seeing the gloomy-faced Isshin Shiba beside him, her expression turned extremely ugly. She even shot Yato a sideways glare, her meaning self-evident, why did you let him in? And of all people, why did it have to be Isshin Shiba? Yato Uchiha shrugged, signaling that it was out of his hands. Professionally, Isshin Shiba was not only a lieutenant, but also a member of the 5 great noble families. He had every right to directly inspect the scene. Personally, he was the deceased's and Kaien's uncle from the branch family. There was no reason to block him out. Lord Isshin Shiba, Soifan withdrew her gaze and stared intently at the handsome young noble. I urge you to remain absolutely calm. Yato, Soifan. Tell me, is Kaien this agitated because of Moritora? After waiting for a long time, Isshin Shiba received no response. He only saw the 2/3 seats lower their heads. I see. Since a final verdict hasn't been passed, you naturally can't speak up and admit it on your own authority. The tips of Isshin Shiba's fingers gently brushed against Enjetsu's tsuba. But looking at Kaien's reaction, the true culprit who killed Moritora is already self-evident. Wisps of flame began to bloom from Enjetsu's sheath like drifting willow catkins. Lord Ishin. Soifan suddenly spoke up, her voice deep and urgent. Please mind your boundaries. Both as the lieutenant of the 10th Division, and as the heir to the Shiba branch family. The young noble's movements abruptly froze. After pondering for a long time, his boiling spiritual pressure gradually extinguished. Ishin Shiba withdrew his hand, his voice laced with freezing ice. You're right. A major crime like this should be judged by Central 46. Not only Sojin Kachiki, but the entire Kachiki clan must pay the price. Yato Uchiha and Soifan exchanged a glance and simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Ishin Shiba hadn't joined the fray. Otherwise, the combined power of two lieutenants acting in a fit of rage would likely have instantly slaughtered the frail Sojin Kachiki on the spot. From anyone's perspective, that would not be a good thing. Killing Sojin Kachiki before a final trial would not only fail to solidify his guilt, but it would actually cause the Shiba clan to lose the initiative. The two great nobles would completely tear each other's faces off, plunging them into endless, ceaseless conflict. Furthermore, Yato Uchiha and Soifan would also draw fire upon themselves, punished under the charge of instigation. With its million-year history, the Soul Society was a world that placed immense emphasis on procedural justice. While the sages of Central 46 might lack the strength to truss a chicken, with the backing of the Godii 13, the noble factions, and the Soul King Palace, they possessed absolute judicial authority. Captains and great nobles could certainly be sentenced, but the prerequisite was a trial by Central 46. If Sojin Kachiki died here at the hands of the Shibas, it wouldn't benefit anyone. Slowly, as time passed, a considerable amount of spiritual pressure gathered outside the Kachiki estate. With a slight probe of his senses, Yato discovered many familiar signatures. Byakuya Kachiki's spiritual pressure was distinctly among them. Yato Uchiha knew the 10th Division wouldn't be able to hold them back for much longer. Fortunately, however, the victor had already been decided. Carriage of thunder, bridge of a spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61, Rikujo Koro. Following Kai and Shiba's loud chant, 6 flat beams of light slammed into Sojin Kachiki's waist, binding him tightly. With a blurg, Sojin Kachiki spat out a mouthful of blood. His Zanpakudo slipped from his grasp and plunged into the water. It's over. Sojin Kachiki. Kai and Shiba gritted his teeth, and stepped forward, his hands trembling as he grabbed the frail man by the throat. You will pay the price. So, are you going to do it now? Sojin Kachiki chuckled lightly. Showing absolutely no sign of remorse, he continued in his gentle, soft-spoken manner. Avenging your younger brother as an older brother. Yes, not bad. It aligns with the rules of my Kachiki clan. Intense killing intent flashed through Kai and Shiba's eyes, but ultimately, he lowered his hand. He grabbed Sojin Kachiki by the shoulder, and began walking toward Ishin Shiba. Yato Uchiha relaxed completely. Kai and Shiba had suppressed his emotions and made the most appropriate choice. For Yato, this was also the best outcome. After all, if they had barged into the estate with an investigation team, and actually murdered the man's father, Yato wouldn't have been able to explain himself to Byakuya. Uncle Ishin, Kaien walked over to them, sighing softly. I will hand Sojin Kachiki over to the noble detention cells in the underground prison. Regardless of the outcome, at Moritora's grave, I can finally. His words abruptly ceased. Not only him, but the other 3, including Sojin Kachiki, felt a violent shudder. This shudder bypassed their spiritual pressure and struck straight to the very depths of their souls. It was like a mayfly facing the vast, boundless ocean, they could only remain silent and bow in submission. An old man, withered like a decaying tree, abruptly appeared. The sound of rain began to rise. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 85, Weeping. 1299 words. Chapter 85, Weeping. The originally clear sky was instantly blanketed by dark clouds. A fine drizzle began to fall, connecting the heavens and the earth. Yato's shahakusha was soaked, clinging limply to his skin. Rainwater fell onto his eyelashes and seeped into his eyes, bringing a continuous, uncomfortable stinging sensation. But he made no move to wipe it away. He merely bowed his head and stood respectfully to the side. Kazuo Shiba, the Soul Reaper wielding the strongest water-type Zanpakuto, intimidated everyone with his sheer spiritual pressure alone. Even the climate had been altered by Nekotora. After a brief silence, Kazuo Shiba lightly flicked his finger, shattering the Rikujo Koro binding Sojin Kachiki. Sojin, you've grown up. Lord Kazuo. Facing the old man's appearance, Sojin Kachiki didn't seem entirely surprised. You are as magnificent as ever. I am nothing but a withered tree on the verge of death. Kazuo Shiba paused, his voice very soft. Why? Sojin Kachiki opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Your family's ideology is too dangerous. Moritora Shiba's talent might bring disaster to the entire Siriitii, and you, wielding Nekotora, are the fuse for it all. Looking at it this way, there seemed to be many things he could say. Sojin Kachiki had even grasped certain truths regarding Kazuo Shiba's past. If presented to Central 46, it might have possessed the miraculous power to turn everything around. But the frailman looked at Kazuo Shiba's waist. The Zanpakuto named Nekotora let out a low hum in the rain, akin to a mournful whimper. Even if he uttered a single syllable he shouldn't, he would be cut down instantly. But this isn't so bad, either. The corners of Sojin Kachiki's mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head, and looked past Kazuo Shiba toward the estate's main gate. In his perception, a spiritual pressure was rapidly approaching. The old man's expression shifted slightly, having already understood Sojin Kachiki's meaning. Do not worry. I will not kill you in front of your son. Nekotora was unsheathed. At that moment, the sound of the rain abruptly stopped. The blade, devoid of any worldly malice or fanfare, slid smoothly across Sojin Kachiki's neck. Kyan, Isshin, Yato, and Soifun were all horrified, but not a single one dared to voice their opposition. With a domineering, absolute strike, the old man broadcasted his killing intent to the Siriitii. To hell with Central 46, to hell with the dignity and rules of the great nobles. In the Siriitii, as long as Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto and Retsu Unohana were absent, he was the absolute king who controlled everything. Swish! Sojin Kachiki's head separated from his body and rolled onto the ground in a spray of blood. Jinrei truly has a good son, Kazuo Shiba said slowly, his voice deep, as if offering a farewell. We nobles ought to die for a greater cause. However, right at that moment, a burst of spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from behind Kazuo Shiba. Pink, cherry blossom-like blade slashed recklessly toward the old man's head. It was Byakuya Kachiki. Although he hadn't witnessed the exact moment of his father's death, fresh blood was still dripping from Kazuo Shiba's Zanpakuto. Yato Uchiha's heart sank. He shifted his feet, wanting to intercept Byakuya Kachiki to prevent Kazuo Shiba from finding an excuse to kill him. Attacking a captain was a major crime. However, Kazuo Shiba's speed was clearly vastly superior to Yato's. Without the old man even seeming to move, the irrational Byakuya Kachiki was swatted away by a torrential curtain of water, crashing through several buildings before losing consciousness. Take this child to the 4th division. Kazuo Shiba slowly sheathed his blade, his face completely devoid of expression. His father died by my hand. This impulsive act is justifiable. There is no need to report this to the 1st division. Yes, Lord Kazuo. Yato and Soifun didn't utter another word. They immediately sprinted toward where Byakuya Kachiki had landed, even using flash step to get there. Their speed was incredible, acting as if they were terrified that Nekotora would cleave into them next. Yato Uchiha and Shaolin Fan. Quite energetic. Kazuo Shiba shook his head slightly and looked down at the severed head. Isshin, gather Sojin Kachiki's body. Yes, grandfather. Isshin Shiba hesitated, wanting to say something, but only after a long pause did he stammer out, but killing him directly without going through Central 46. Is doing this really? Only by doing this can Moritora be avenged. The old man scoffed. The Shibas and the Kachikis are both great nobles. Once this enters Central 46's trial process, the final verdict would inevitably just be imprisonment, exactly like that kid Tokunada Tsuneyashiro. A life for a life is the rule of their Kachiki clan, blood for blood is equally the code my Shiba clan believes in. It's no big deal that he died by my hand. I will shoulder all the consequences. Kyan, you may go to Moritora's grave now and console his spirit in heaven. Lord Kazuo. Kyan Shiba's eyes filled with deep emotion. But by doing this, your pursuit of the truth behind Lord Shintaro's death probably won't go so smoothly. It doesn't matter, Kazuo Shiba said, feigning nonchalance. That matter is too complex. I never held much hope to begin with. I am truly deeply grateful, Lord Kazuo. Kyan Shiba lowered his head, utterly convinced and humbled. Lord Shintaro was not just Lord Kazuo's disciple, they were the closest of friends. Because of my affairs, Lord Kazuo's chance to avenge his friend has been delayed. Yes, I must pay closer attention to news regarding the Arima family in the future. Thinking this, he retreated alongside Isshin Shiba. During the previous fierce battle, Kyan Shiba had also sustained significant injuries. He first went to find Yato Uchiha, so they could head to the 4th Division together for treatment. The young Soul Reapers, carrying the unconscious Byakuya Kachiki, quickly disappeared from sight. Only the withered old man remained in the ruined Kachiki estate. He slowly raised his hand and looked at his own skin. Bulging veins and crisscrossing scars covered it. As his muscles tensed, it was as if an ancient tree had come to life. Spiritual pressure surged and circulated through every inch of his soul. He was still capable of releasing his Bankai at a moment's notice. Though aged, his power remained. This spiritual pressure and this Zanpakuto could still accomplish many things, including trapping an expert of Jinrei Kachiki's caliber in a vast ocean for a period of time. Kazuo Shiba sighed softly, raised his head, and looked into the distance. Although he couldn't see them, he knew that on the path to the 4th Division, several young Soul Reapers were running rapidly. That young man with black hair and black eyes was among them. Nekotora, did you see it too? How utterly tragic. Yato Uchiha. One day, you will kill your best friend with your own hands. The Zanpakuto at the old man's waist suddenly trembled. The blade rubbed against the sheath continuously, sounding like a mournful wail. Even though 2 years have passed, you are still crying, Nekotora. Kazuo Shiba gently stroked his Zanpakuto, his movements tender, as if comforting a grieving child. But those powerful hands, capable of hoisting mountains, trembled with sorrow just like the blade. The old man let out a self-deprecating groan, and closed his eyes. What a tragic fate, Yato Uchiha. You will eventually kill your best friend. Just like I did. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 86, Seeds of Disaster. 1458 words. Chapter 86, Seeds of Disaster. It's your turn to take your shirt off this time, Byakuya. Yato opened the lid of the specially formulated ointment and patted his friend's shoulder. Turn around, I'll apply the medicine for you. Byakuya Kachiki shifted his body like a wooden puppet, turning his robust back to Yato Uchiha. Yato hesitated, unable to think of any words of comfort, so he could only try his best to apply the ointment as gently as possible. Yato. Did my father really kill Moritora Shiba in Hueco Mundo, just like Central 46 announced? The youth opened his mouth and spoke slowly. Probably, yes. We've reviewed the results of that investigation many times. Combined with the report issued by the Great Spirit Book Gallery, the evidence is conclusive. Yato paused and sighed. I'm sorry. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to Mayuri Kuratsuchi to make that damn spiritual tool. You are not at fault, Yato. Byakuya Kachiki suppressed his grief. Those who murder great nobles should be subjected to capital punishment. Even if he was my father, he could not break the rules of the Siriiti. As a Kachiki, he should have set an example. Yato Uchiha shook his head, covered Byakuya's wound with a gauze pad, and tied a neat knot. Byakuya, I've always believed that even if a beloved family member or friend commits a grave sin, they are still a beloved family member or friend. Shedding tears for them is not shameful, and at the very least, it shouldn't shake the rules of the Kachiki clan. If it were you, Yato, what would you do? I would deny the sin, and do something truly terrible. Byakuya Kachiki frowned slightly, seemingly unable to believe that his usually gentle friend could be so ruthlessly decisive. Are you doubting the insanity of an Uchiha? Little brother. Yato chuckled as he helped Byakuya put his shirt back on, waved his hand, and stepped out the door. Trust me, you wouldn't want to see that day. Get some rest early, Byakuya. You're being discharged tomorrow. The sunlight outside was a bit glaring. Yato gave a slight nod to the medical squad members standing guard outside and left the 4th Division. 7 days had passed since the drastic upheaval at the Kachiki estate. Everything that had transpired during this period had far exceeded Yato Uchiha's expectations. After executing Sojin Kachiki, Kazuo Shiba personally went to Central 46 and submitted a mountain of evidence pointing directly at Sojin Kachiki, solidifying his guilt in the murder of Moritora Shiba. Even after Jinrei Kachiki shattered Kazuo Shiba's ocean of spiritual pressure and returned to the Siriiti, he was unable to turn the tide. Regarding this kind of vendetta between great noble families, Central 46 had little say and even less authority to interfere. Thus, after hastily issuing a verdict, they sealed the files and put the matter on ice. However, within the Godii 13, the storm was far from over and even showed signs of intensifying. On the 3rd day following Sojin Kachiki's death, Kazuo Shiba made a statement at the captain's meeting. For Sojin Kachiki to commit such a grave crime, it is evident that the 6th Division has forgotten its pledge to protect the one king and the 5 nobles and has become the private army of the Kachiki family. These words naturally caused a massive uproar. Judging by Kazuo Shiba's stance, it seemed he intended to drag the Kachiki family down and revoke their unprecedented privileges within the 6th Division. After all, ever since the Kachiki clan took over the 6th Division from Furofushi Saito 850 years ago, the captain and lieutenant positions had been held by members of the Kachiki family for generations. Even the 10th Division was at least shared between the Shiba and Arima families on a rotational basis, and the 2nd Division had to, at the very minimum, grant the lieutenant position to either the Omida or Fon families. Ultimately, after a series of struggles and negotiations, Sojin Kachiki's vacant lieutenant seat was not passed down to Byakuya Kachiki according to tradition, but was instead given to Isshin Shiba. This was a result acceptable to all parties. For the nobles, the 6th Division represented noble interests. As long as a great noble continued to hold the captain-class positions, it didn't really matter whether they were a Shiba or a Kachiki. But the subsequent fallout from this change morphed into a runaway wild horse. Kazuo Shiba was simply too powerful of a man. Setting aside Nekotora, the strongest water-type Zanpakuto, and his mastery of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido honed over a millennium, Kazuo Shiba's power emanated from the inside out. He had an iron-fisted style, wasn't bogged down by rules, and cared even less about the current system. Embracing the conviction that we nobles ought to die for a greater cause, Kazuo Shiba utilized an intellect and willpower beyond ordinary comprehension. Using Isshin Shiba's position as the 6th Division lieutenant as a springboard, he reached his hand deep into the 6th Division. For the next 20 years, the 10th and 6th Divisions would practically become Kazuo Shiba's unquestioned domains. The seeds of disaster had been deeply planted, and calamity lay in wait. In this world, the only two individuals capable of seeing all futures, a father and son, were currently incapacitated. One had been mutilated into a human stump and sealed within a crystal, while the other had only just regained his heartbeat, and had yet to recover consciousness. At present, the vast majority of people were actually rejoicing over Kazuo Shiba, knowing when to stop. They believed he was prioritizing the bigger picture by not endlessly harping on the Kachiki clan's faults, thus preventing the Siriidii from plunging into chaos. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the most devastating tsunamis often required immense amounts of time to gather their strength before they could wipe out the world. Yado Uchiha was much the same. He left the 4th Division, basking in the sun and humming a tune. Aside from feeling a bit sorry that Byakuya couldn't immediately become a lieutenant, he had no other thoughts on the matter. On the contrary, he even felt a bit of joy. Because the Moritora Shiba case had concluded, Kazuo Shiba granted special approval to disband Kaien Shiba's investigation team, leaving only Lisa Yadamaru's team operational. Yado, Kaien, Soifun, and the others were able to return to their respective divisions. Not having to run fieldwork while constantly on edge was a good thing no matter how you looked at it. Captain Urahara, I'm back. Outside the 12th Division captain's office, Yado Uchiha called out before knocking and entering. The captain with medium-length hair looked up, his dark circles prominent. Oh, it's you, Yado. Weren't you supposed to report back the day after tomorrow? I came back early, figured you guys might be swamped. You really do have a conscience. Kasuke Urahara exclaimed dramatically, rushing forward to hug his subordinate. That Hiyori ran off who knows where the moment she finished her work. Honestly, not volunteering for overtime. If a boss like you existed in the world of the living, you'd be strung up on a lamppost, Captain Urahara. Kasuke Urahara shrugged nonchalantly, his mood immediately shifting to sheer excitement as he dragged Yado over to a stone workbench. Look. Look at what? Use your shurikai to look, Yado. Although the youth didn't understand the intent, he still activated his Sharingan and stared at the workbench. Huh? Yado paused slightly. Where did you get this rock? I actually can't see any trace of erasure. The amazing part isn't the rock, it's the fabric. Kasuke Urahara chuckled, grabbed the black cloth draped over the workbench, and threw it over his shoulders. Right now, what do I look like to your eyes? Truly breathtaking, Yado Uchiha sighed in admiration. It can completely conceal spiritual pressure. Not even my eyes can see through it. Haha, not just you, not even Yoruichi can sense me. Kasuke Urahara fiddled with the cloth lovingly, like a kid who just got a new toy. It took me a massive amount of effort to make this. If I can turn this fabric into clothing, I might be able to create a unique type of invisibility cloak. The corner of Yado Uchiha's eye twitched slightly. He naturally knew exactly what this thing was. Isn't this the exact same cloak Aizen uses to sneak attack Isshin Shiba? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 87, Which Division's Captain Do You Want to Be? 1,379 words. Chapter 87, Which Division's Captain Do You Want to Be? That fabric, capable of completely concealing spiritual pressure, made Yado realize that the critical juncture of the main plot was drawing ever closer. Thus, the youth's attention was pulled away from the swirling vortex of the Shiba and Kachiki clans. Calculating the time, there were less than 7 years remaining until Kensei Muguruma, and the others fled the Soul Society. Although Yato Uchiha faintly sensed that everything Kazuo Shiba had done so far was merely the opening act, and that it might even be profoundly connected to the Shiba clan's eventual fate of being stripped of their noble status. As the saying goes, one must prioritize what is truly important. This was absolutely not a matter he should expend his mental energy on, at least not right now. Nekotora was certainly powerful. But Ryujin Jaka, Kyoka Suigetsu, Ikimonji, these were the powers that would truly decide the fate of the Soul Society. With Old Man Yama and the Soul King Palace holding the line, Yato Uchiha simply couldn't believe that Kazuo Shiba possessed the ability to flip the heavens. Therefore, from the day he returned to his division, he poured all his energy back into his training. He only occasionally heard internal news regarding the 10th and 6th divisions when he dined with Kaien or Byakuya. Time hurried by, and another 4 seasons passed. On this day, inside the 12th Division's 3rd Seat office, the integration between the SRDI and the 12th Division was growing tighter by the day. On Yato Uchiha's desk, half the paperwork was division business, and the other half was matters from the capture department, stacked like mountains. This won't do. Why is the workload only increasing? With a smack, Yato, his face dark, threw his pen onto the floor. There's no way I can finish all this. I'm going to see the captain after work. No matter what he says, I'm getting a few extra quotas this time. Yeah, and he has to let me pick them straight from the Shino Academy. I won't accept any useless dregs. He raged impotently in his chair for a while. After calming down, he coaxed himself out of his seat to pick up the pen. However, before his fingers could touch the pen, a slender, well-defined hand picked it up first. Lieutenant Aizen. Yato raised an eyebrow, not showing the slightest bit of surprise. You certainly seem to enjoy appearing out of thin air. Oh? Does it cause you trouble, Yato-kun? Sosuke Aizen chuckled lightly. He casually picked up an official document from the desk and flipped through it with an unhurried grace, even penning a reply. Yato Uchiha shrugged nonchalantly. As long as it makes you happy. After all, this is your Soul Society. To profane the Siriidii so casually, you've grown quite bold, Yato-kun. Lieutenant Aizen, the things we've done are enough to land us in Mukin for 1,000 years. If being respectful could reduce my sentence, I'd kowtow after every sentence I spoke. Heh. The elegant and mild-mannered 5th Division lieutenant shook his head. He set the document down, spreading it flat on the desk for the youth to see. Yato-kun, what do you think of this reply? Couldn't be better. Yato gave it a cursory glance and couldn't find a single flaw. Your administrative skills are far superior to mine. Being a lieutenant is simply a waste of your talents. Are you saying I should become a captain? Yato Uchiha's expression was completely serious, and his words came straight from his heart. Lieutenant Aizen, you possess the capacity and caliber to be the head captain. Though of course promotions in the Godii 13 must begin from a standard captain's position. Is that so? Sosuke Aizen nodded slightly, his tone as tranquil as ever. Then I suppose I will be a captain first. A captain of the Godii 13 commanded illustrious prestige and an exalted status. Even entities as powerful as the 5 great noble families wouldn't dare to underestimate a single one of them. Every captain was a powerhouse whose name would be etched into the history of the Soul Society. They were a fundamental part of the Siriidi's order. Yet, coming from Sosuke Aizen's mouth, the position of captain seemed no different than the pen in his hand, something he could simply reach out and casually grasp. And in truth, that was exactly the case. Sosuke Aizen was more than capable of effortlessly serving as a standard captain. Yato Uchiha respectfully lowered his eyes and said nothing. My Yato-kun, I've told you many times before, there's no need for such formalities in front of me. The 5th Division lieutenant paused before continuing. I came to find you today to tell you something. I presume you know that the holification experiments have reached a critical stage. Ordinary souls can no longer withstand the current intensity, we must use soul reapers. starting from ordinary squad members up to seated officers, then lieutenants, and finally captains. In experiments of this nature, progress must naturally be made step by step. Therefore, Sosuke Aizen pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, his demeanor remaining gentle and amiable. In a few years, there will likely be several captains who pass away. My captain, Shinji Hirako, is definitely on the holification list. By that time, Yato-kun, I imagine your spiritual class will have reached Class 3 Rei, and you will have achieved Bankai, yes. Which division would you like to be the captain of? Take your pick. Even having read the original work, Yato Uchiha was still stunned by Aizen's casually domineering attitude. To this man, even captain-class existences were nothing more than playthings in the palm of his hand. The youth stood there and thought for a moment before shaking his head. I will follow your arrangements, Lieutenant Aizen. How about the 12th Division, then? Before Yato could even reply, the corners of Sosuke Aizen's mouth curled up, and he murmured softly. However, that Captain Urahara of yours seems to be quite a troublesome and interesting fellow. Heh! His voice fluttered away like a falling leaf. By the time it landed, the man had vanished. Yato Uchiha waited quietly for a long time, before sitting back down in his chair. He picked up the pen Aizen had used, rolling it thoughtfully between his fingers. At a certain moment, Yato suddenly crouched down, and pulled a small glass bottle from a hidden compartment under his desk. It was the same specially formulated preservation fluid, and the same eyeball floating within. But this particular eye was entirely different from the Kamui Mangekyo he had implanted into the Tsuneyashiro gatekeeper. Although it still had the same crimson base, the Mangekyo pattern was a symmetrical, four-bladed pinwheel design, evenly proportioned on all four sides with a hollow center. Yato Uchiha opened the lid and cradled the Mangekyo in his palm, sensing the power within. The spiritual pressure he had stored inside it had been completely exhausted in just a few short minutes. A certain peculiar, lingering resonance remained on the Mangekyo, indicating that the pre-programmed visual jutsu had successfully activated. A single use consumes roughly all the spiritual pressure of a Class 5 Rei. Furthermore, it requires the eye to be in extremely healthy condition, with absolutely no physiological defects. As expected of such a renowned visual jutsu, even in the Bleach world, the cost of casting it is immense. Although its area of effect isn't as broad as Kyoka Sojetsu, its depth and flexibility are vastly superior. More importantly, the corners of Yato Uchiha's mouth curled up, and genuine joy burst forth from his eyes. 3 experiments, all successful. Sosuke Aizen didn't notice any anomalies whatsoever. As expected, he isn't the omniscient and omnipotent Yawatch. He activated Kamui and absorbed the glass bottle, along with the Mangekyo, into his dimensional space. That's right, what I can be absolutely certain of now is, by pre-programming Koto Amatsukami into this eye, I can break free from Kyoka Sojetsu's complete hypnosis. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 88, Stage 4 Shirkai, 6 Great Visual Jutsu. 1478 words. Chapter 88, Stage 4 Shirkai, 6 Great Visual Jutsu. The boundless, gloomy Kamui dimension. Yato Uchiha stepped inside, his foot landing next to a glass tube. He took a deep breath, savoring the air that was entirely different from that of the Soul Society. The next moment, his eyes changed. His left eye transformed into a 3-pointed shuriken, and his right eye shifted into a 4-bladed pinwheel. After reaching Class 4 Rei and undergoing more than a year of training, Yato Uchiha's Shirkai had advanced once again. This time, he had once again gained 2 Mangekyo visual jutsu. The left eye was Tsukuyami, and the right eye was Koto Amatsukami. Up to this point, the 4 stages of Akame's Shirkai had brought him a total of 6 Mangekyo visual jutsu. Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Kamui, Tsukuyomi, Kodo Amatsukami, and Susanoo. Combined with the Sharingan's baseline, genjutsu type, and visual enhancement traits, it could be said he possessed 8 distinct abilities. Coupled with his class 4 Rei, which ranked in the upper echelons even among lieutenants, Yado Uchiha's current combat strength could place him in the top 20 of the entire Godiai 13. Yado was nearing the very end of Akame's Shirkai stages. What he lacked now was nothing more than the necessary grind of time and effort. The youth estimated that in another year or two, he would reach the absolute limit of his Shirkai, achieving Akame's complete Shirkai. This was a stage unique to multi-stage release Zanpakuto. All past wielders had to cross this threshold before achieving Bankai. Yuto Akiyama, Guren Yasuo-Arashi, Furufushi Saito, all of them had clearly articulated the concept of the complete Shirkai in their training logs within the Great Spirit Book Gallery. To seamlessly fuse the abilities of every Shirkai stage into one, and wield them at will. For Yado, achieving complete Shirkai would bring a massive boost to his combat capabilities. After all, while the Mangekyo's visual jutsu were powerful, he could currently only use them in pairs. Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi, the dual Kamui, Tsukuyomi and Kodo Amatsukami. While releasing Amaterasu, he couldn't enter the Kamui dimension. The instant he activated Kodo Amatsukami, Kagetsuchi's form would disintegrate and scatter. Recently, during his spars with Byakuya Kachiki or Kaion Shiba, Yado Uchiha would occasionally find himself in trouble simply because they seized upon this very weakness. However, in the future, as long as he achieved complete Shirkai, Yado would be able to command all his visual jutsu as easily as moving his own arm, thoroughly shattering this shackle. And after that, came Bankai. I wonder how my current self stacks up against an average captain class. Maybe I'm about 0.7 Kensei Mugurumas. Thinking this, Yado Uchiha placed the glass tube onto a fully packed shelf, sorting it into its proper category. After completing his stage 4 Shirkai, he conducted numerous experiments before finally arriving at the conclusion that Kodo Amatsukami can negate Kyoka Sogetsu's complete hypnosis. The exact instant Kyoka Sogetsu attempted to interfere with him, the pre-programmed Kodo Amatsukami would activate, hypnotizing himself to break free from Kyoka Sogetsu's control. In essence, this wasn't a direct confrontation with Kyoka Sogetsu. Rather, it was using a higher-order genjutsu to hypnotize himself, thereby overriding the complete hypnosis. This was why Yado could break free from Kyoka Sogetsu despite the massive gap in their spiritual pressures. Due to its unique traits, out of all the Mangekyo visual jutsu, only Kodo Amatsukami could accomplish this, Tsukuyomi could not. Yado slowly sat down, emptying his mind using the Jinzen method. The next moment, his spiritual pressure was rapidly depleted. The rate of consumption was so fast it was equivalent to continuously firing off high-level Kido. It wasn't until his face turned stark white, and his entire body trembled that Yado finally stopped. After regulating his breathing for a moment, he opened his eyes. The four-bladed Mangekyo vanished from his eyes. The visual jutsu of Kodo Amatsukami had been successfully pre-programmed into the youth's eyes. Phew! The youth let out a long sigh, stood up, and left the Kamui dimension. Returning to the Soul Society and seeing the mountain of paperwork on his desk, his good mood vanished in an instant. Pulling a long face, Yado sat down and furiously began writing. He didn't finish processing the affairs until the sky gradually began to darken. He rubbed his aching hands, stretched his back lazily, and thought about making a cup of coffee to take a break. But right at that moment, Hiyori kicked the door open and barged in. Yado Uchiha's brow twitched wildly. The lowly lieutenant's head was completely obscured behind the massive stack of documents she was carrying. Here. She threw the files onto Yado Uchiha's desk. That bastard captain said these need to be finished before noon tomorrow. It's urgent. Hey, wait just a minute. Yado Uchiha's eyes widened, looking as if he wanted to eat Hiyori Saragaki alive. Are you guys really treating me like a slave? What, is there no law in the Siriiti anymore? Our Godiai 13 has a complaint channel too, you know. Then go complain. Complain for my share too while you're at it. Hiyori flew into a rage, literally jumping up and cursing. I don't have any less work than you do, you bastard. Sooner or later, I'm going to rip all the hair right off the captain's head. Then what about the captain and Mayuri Kuratsuchi? Those two wish they could just die in the laboratory. This isn't going to work, Lieutenant. Even a workaholic like Yato Uchiha was finding the current workload unbearable. Hasn't the application for additional personnel been approved yet? Keep dreaming. It's probably a no-go for the time being. Why don't we have the captain pull some strings? He's close with the head of the Shihoin clan. Worst comes to worst, he can just sacrifice himself a little. Do you think the captain and I didn't think of that? Hiyori Saragaki rolled her eyes. Even the 2ND Division's application was rejected by the 1st Division. What happened? Why are they being so strict right now? The lowly lieutenant pouted and explained to the seated officer, Captain Shiba wants to expand the scale of the 10th and 6th Divisions. So during this period, all fresh blood is being funneled there first. Yato Uchiha opened his mouth, but ultimately just shrugged helplessly. All right, this matter is indeed beyond our control. I'm going to report my work to Captain Urahara. Wanna come along? No thanks, I still have a mountain of things to deal with. The two of them let out a miserable sigh of shared suffering and dragged their bodies away. Before long, Yato arrived at the SRDI president's office. Oh, it's you, Yato. Kasuke Urahara, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, set down his test tube and shook his head with a wry smile. If it's about dispatching more personnel, save your breath. The applications were all rejected by the 1st Division. Right now, the 10th and 6th Divisions take priority. Captain, isn't there anything else we can do? Are you going to go chat with Nekotora about it? Seeing his subordinate's miserable expression, Kasuke Urahara couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, Yato. The Siriidii operates on rules and policies. We yield to Captain Shiba for this period, but afterward, we'll have priority selection rights. He pulled out an extremely thick tome and set it in front of the youth. This is the roster of the 1st to 5th year students at the Shino Academy. We can circle our picks in advance. Once they graduate, we'll pull them straight into the squad. Now that's more like it. If we can just hold out through this period, things will get easier later. Yato Uchiha grinned, casually flipping through the roster. At a certain moment, his hand paused imperceptibly. Oh ho! Not bad, Yato. Spotting this girl at a single glance. Very good. Identifying talent is also a skill the captain class should master. Kasuke Urahara focused his attention back on his work, mentioning casually. This girl is quite good. Although she's only a 3rd-year student, her grades in Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Ho-Ho, and Kido are perfectly balanced with no weak spots. She's from the Rukongai, and her background is clean. She's great material for a high-ranking seated officer. Of course, compared to you, she's leagues behind. Yato Uchiha offered a few sounds of agreement and closed the roster. But his thoughts had already drifted to District 62 of the East Rukongai, the place where he had lived for over a decade. Ranjaku Matsumoto. So you, chasing after Jin Ikemura's footsteps, have finally come to the Siriidii as well. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 89, Shoot to Kill. Shinso. 1561 words. Chapter 89, Shoot to Kill. Shinso. Counting from his time at the Shino Academy, Yato Uchiha had been mixing around in the Siriidii for 6 years. As a subordinate, he knew full well that every leader had their own style of doing things. Kiryu Hikifune was the motherly type. She liked to take all the work upon herself and treated her subordinates with extreme gentleness. Kasuke Urahara was willing to share both joys and hardships with his subordinates. Although he shouldered the heaviest responsibilities himself, he didn't give his people too much freedom either. If it was time for overtime, everyone worked overtime together, no one could escape. As for Sosuke Aizen, he was domineering and solitary. He only had his goals in his sights. On the path to the throne in the sky, it didn't matter if his subordinates kept up, nor did it matter if they fell behind. No matter what happened, his gaze would not deviate by even a fraction of an inch. Sometimes he spoke gently, sometimes he was arrogant and heartless. His words were often shrouded in mist, even speaking in riddles. The last time Sosuke Aizen sought Yato out and mentioned the captain's position, the youth immediately knew that this boss was handing him another assignment. So that day, he immediately went to the Kamui dimension and pre-programmed Koto Amatsukami into his eyes, just in case. Facts proved that Yato's grasp of his leader's psychology had reached a masterful level. On the 5th day after viewing the Shino Academy's roster, the Siriidii issued an order. Unusual activity reported in Hueco Mundo. The 3rd seat of the 12th Division, Yato Uchiha, and the 3rd seat of the 5th Division, Jin Ikemaru, are hereby dispatched together to investigate. After receiving the order, Yato curled his lips secretly, knowing this was Aizen's doing. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Kanaim Tozen found Yato at a secret location and dug up several large crates from underground. The items in here can transform hollows into soul reapers, the blind-seated officer said softly. Yato-kun, just like before, please record the experimental data in detail. The youth had no objections and stored the experimental equipment into his Kamui dimension. The holification of soul reapers and the Arankarification of hollows. These two experiments had always progressed in tandem. After all, the essence of both was breaking the boundaries of the soul, and their data could be used to cross-verify each other. Yato Uchiha had traveled between Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society many times. After reporting to Kasuke Urahara, he gathered the necessary supplies, rested for the night, and waited for dawn. Early the next morning, Yato Uchiha arrived at the Senkamen. A slender, handsome youth was already waiting there. Senior Yato. The corners of Jin Ikemaru's mouth curled up slightly. Although he was smiling, he gave off an inexplicably dangerous and gloomy feeling. Long time no see. Jin, I didn't expect you to become a 3rd seat so quickly. As expected of the record holder for the fastest graduation from the Shino Academy. While in the Soul Society, the two shared a tacit understanding not to act too familiar with each other. Well then, shall we depart? You are the senior, after you. Under the respectful gaze of the guards, the two high-ranking seated officers stepped through the Senkamen and arrived in Hueco Mundo. The sky was gloomy, and the earth was snow-white. In the distance, the faint figures of running hollows could be seen. The entire world was saturated with the primal desires of devouring and evolving. In a white desert like this, soul reapers wearing their black shahakusho looked completely out of place. Breathing in the dense spiritual pressure of Hueco Mundo, Yato felt much more at ease. He lazily stretched his back and spoke casually. Jin, how many times have you been to Hueco Mundo? Counting today, this is my 2nd time, Senior Yato. Then in this regard, I can be considered your old senior, haha. Yato Uchiha plucked a weed from the ground and put it in his mouth. Plants in Hueco Mundo are pitifully scarce, and the vast majority are just lifeless dead wood. But in the shallow layers of the desert, there's a peculiar herbaceous plant. While it can't provide the nutrients a soul needs, it has a nice, sweet taste. Come on, I'll take you to find some. Senior Yato, Jin Ikemaru suddenly interrupted, his voice perfectly calm and devoid of emotion. Have you ever heard of the man-eating snake? What? It is a terrifying snake that loves to bite human flesh and drink human blood. It wears human skin, speaks the human language, and lives right alongside humans. You might look at this snake and see it as one of your own, but deep within Jin Ikemaru's narrowed, snake-like eyes flashed a faint trace of cold mockery and detachment. That snake is, ultimately, a man-eater. It will forever live in isolation, needing no companions. Yato Uchiha blinked and spat out the grass in his mouth. Suddenly dropping such a massive, edgy monologue, has he hit his Chinibu phase? How nostalgic. I miss the days when you and Ranjiku used to pitifully sneak into my house to steal food. TSK, as expected, kids just aren't cute when they grow up. However, when a kid gets a bit too mischievous and rebellious, they need a good beating, Jin Ikamaru. Yato Uchiha smiled inexplicably and nodded. I see. I've learned something new, third seat Ikamaru. As long as you understand, Senior Yato. But you just said needing no companions. I can't quite agree with that line. You're a dignified third seat now, so you definitely know that due to Captain Shiba's recent demands, the vast majority of the Godai 13 squads can't get any new recruits. Because of this, us high-ranking officers have been keeping a very close eye on the geniuses at the Shino Academy. I remember there's a quite excellent third-year girl, what was her name again? Oh right, Ranjiku Matsumoto. She has beautiful blonde hair. Yato Uchiha crossed his hands behind his head and strolled forward leisurely, stabbing every single word right into Jin Ikamaru's heart. Since you insist on being some man-eating snake, living in isolation and casting aside your companions, then Ranjiku Matsumoto must be completely insignificant to you. But I'm different. I'm a nostalgic, kind-hearted guy. I'll give Ranjiku Matsumoto a bright future. How about the 5th Division? After all, the 5th Division is responsible for rescue operations. It's considered a fairly relaxed posting within the Godai 13. I'll just mention it to Lieutenant Aizen, and I can have her arranged into. Yato Uchiha's words cut off abruptly. Because a massive force had already erupted from behind, driving straight toward the back of his head. Jin Ikamaru's icy voice reached Yato's ears at that exact moment. Shoot to kill. Shinso. Rumble. The Zanpakuto named Shinso extended to 50 meters at an unbelievable speed. Slamming squarely into Yato Uchiha's body, it shattered the sand dune and plowed a deep, violent trench through the desert. The next moment, Shinso retracted back into its short sword form. Jin Ikamaru focused his gaze, only to find that there wasn't a single drop of blood on the tip of the blade. This attack, which combined both devastating power and extreme speed, had achieved absolutely nothing. What a truly powerful Zanpakuto. Yato Uchiha clapped his hands lightly as he floated out of the deep crater. A purple Susanoo materialized around him. The martial god, burning with a majestic, overwhelming aura, had now grown both arms and legs. It gripped a massive bow and a long blade in its hands, looking like a terrifying demon god. Standing safely within the Susanoo's head, Yato looked down at Jin Ikamaru from above. We should have done this earlier, brat. The Mangekyo pattern in his eyes shifted continuously before finally settling on the black pinwheels of Kamui. We should have caught up a long time ago. I never dared to fully unleash myself in the Soul Society. Not only because of Lieutenant Aizen, but also because of the Great Spirit Book Gallery. How terrifying, Senior Yato. Many people say you are the #1 powerhouse beneath the captain class. Jin Ikamaru was still smiling, but even an absolute idiot could see the unconcealable fury and bone-chilling coldness behind that smile. I've been wanting to seek your guidance ever since we were back in the Rukongai. He brought his hands together, gripping Shinso in a strange, precise stance, aiming the tip directly at Yato Uchiha's chest. Jin Ikamaru's spiritual pressure felt like a needle-sharp mountain pressing down heavily on Yato Uchiha's body. Anyone could tell that his next strike would be as devastating as thunder. Yet, right at this moment, Yato Uchiha smiled. To think that learning Kaido would turn out to be such a wonderful thing. How truly great, Jin. He looked down at Jin Ikamaru on the ground, a cold light flashing across Akame's blade. Even if I completely shatter your bones, I can still heal you right back up. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 90, Imitations of the Soul King. 1612 words. Chapter 90, Imitations of the Soul King. Hurry up. Yeah, I'm coming. Stop just talking about it and actually speed up. Hearing this, the slender youth's brow twitched wildly. He threw aside the crutch he had fashioned from a hollow's bone and snapped angrily. Didn't you break my leg? Humph. Brought face to face with that fact, Yado Uchiha couldn't really say much in his defense. He simply sighed and said, "Just throw the crutch away. It might hurt a bit, but walking on it will stimulate the bone and help it heal faster." Seriously? You spend all your time muttering that edgelord man-eating snake nonsense, but it seems you completely neglected your academics. Relax. You should know that I learned Kaido directly from Captain Retsu Unohana. Fine. Helpless, Jin Ikamaru released a Kido spell, burning the crutch that had accompanied him for 3 days to ash. Yado Uchiha slowed his pace to walk parallel with Jin Ikamaru and pointed into the distance. See that large sand dune? There's an ape-type Ajuchas over there. Let's do the experiment on it. At least it has a humanoid shape. No problem. But how did you know? Oh right, the SRDI has the spirit wave measurement and research department. Jin Ikamaru carefully rubbed his thigh. After confirming there was nothing wrong, he walked silently beside Yado. Seeing him like this, Yado Uchiha wanted to laugh, but fearing Jin might fly into a rage out of humiliation, he turned his head away and didn't look at him. 3 days ago, Yado had beaten Jin Ikamaru to a pulp. Whether violence could solve everything, Yado couldn't say for sure. But he figured that right about the time Jin passed out from the pain, he must have remembered the days when he and Ranjaku used to leech off Yado for food and drink, because he had been much more well-behaved since then. Even his normally slitted eyes had opened a bit wider. The two walked across the vast, white desert. Hueco Mundo was a monotonous place. Staying here for too long really took a toll on one's mental health. Thus, Yado Uchiha broke the silence to make conversation. Jin, wanna chat? Whatever. What do you want to talk about? Kido. Zanjutsu. Godai 13 gossip. Soul Society history. Rukongai street food. Anything's fine. I don't care. Oh, then let's talk about Ranjaku. Honestly, Jin, did you know beforehand that Ranjaku had enrolled in the Shino Academy? The snake-like youth remained silent for a long time before speaking faintly. I only found out last year when she became a second-year student. Have you two met yet? Not yet. Jin Ikamaru paused, a trace of pain flashing through his narrow eyes. I was thinking that maybe I should sabotage her graduation exam when she's a 6th-year student and force her back to the Rukongai. Doing that would only put Ranjaku in a more dangerous position. If she can't get close to you as a Soul Reaper, are you going to make her a Ryoka? Jin Ikamaru sighed silently, unable to refute that. You youngsters really make a man worry. Yado Uchiha spoke with the tone of an experienced elder. If you ask me, you two should just go hide in the world of the living and live out your days comfortably. Wouldn't that be nice? As I recall, you've always been single yourself. Besides, that's not a life I have the right to enjoy. Jin Ikamaru traced his fingertips along Shinso, his tone turning grim. No matter what, I will take back that thing that Ranjaku lost. Yado shook his head. Suit yourself. But speaking of which, have you decided what to do about Ranjaku's placement? Like we discussed 3 days ago, Senior Yado, have her join the 12th Division after she graduates. The slender 5th Division 3rd seat side. Although the 10th Division would be the best choice, given the current situation, it's no longer suitable for a rookie. All right. As they spoke, their pace hadn't slowed, and they had already reached the vicinity of the large sand dune. The moment Yado Uchiha stepped foot into the area, he felt a powerful spiritual pressure. It was a textbook Uchiha's class spiritual pressure, violent, savage, and carrying a nauseating stench of blood. Let's begin, Jin Ikimaru. The thin-seated officer didn't reply. He simply flicked his zanpakuto into the air with his fingers and gripped it tightly in his hand. Shoot to kill. Shinso. The cold blade of the zanpakuto abruptly extended, piercing through the bedrock and stabbing deep into the base of the sand dune. With a shrill, agonizing roar, an ape-type Minos Grande was launched into the air by Shinso. Blood rained down in torrents. The pain stimulated every inch of the Uchiha's nerves, ironically provoking its feral nature. It tore itself free from the slender zanpakuto that had impaled it. Its heavy spiritual pressure coalesced into a sphere, fully intending to fire a Siro and fight its attacker to the death. However, the instant the Uchiha raised its head and prepared to unleash the Siro, it abruptly froze. It realized that the place it was in was no longer the familiar Hueco Mundo. A crimson sky, a pitch-black earth, and a blood-red moon hung in the firmament. Even the clouds were shaped like terrifying flames. And as for itself, it found that at some unknown point, it had been impaled by long spears and nailed securely to a mottled bronze pillar. There was no sensation of time passing. Even the concepts of mass and space seemed to have vanished in this world. There were only the long spears raining down from the sky, impaling its body with every passing second. It hurts so much. When will I finally die? This was the Uchiha's final thought before losing consciousness. Back outside, in Hueco Mundo. Yado Uchiha slowly closed his left eye, and the triangular shuriken Mangekyo reverted back to a standard Tomo pattern. Using Tsukuyomi to seize the Uchiha's mind and perfectly preserve its physical body and spiritual pressure, this was the correct way to capture an experimental subject. Thud. The Minos Grande crashed to the ground, falling into a deep coma. Yado Uchiha stepped forward and used Rikujo Koro to bind its body. Then, he brought the experimental equipment out of his Kamui dimension. This is my first time conducting an Arancarification experiment on a hollow. What about you, Jin? Me too. I usually stay in the Rukongai with Kaname Tozen. Alright then. Not bad. Lieutenant Aizen really does care for his subordinates. He even included a lab manual. Yado Uchiha opened one of the crates and pulled a short sword from a foam-like liquid. Through the vision of his Sharingan, he could see that this short sword possessed the simultaneous characteristics of a hollow, a human, and a soul reaper. With a squelch, Yado plunged the short sword into the Uchiha's body. The Minos Grande began to tremble violently. Its spiritual pressure fluctuated wildly, vibrating the surrounding space at a bizarre frequency. At a certain moment, a crack appeared on the mask covering its face. The crack grew larger and larger until it revealed the true face beneath. It was the face of a middle-aged man with high cheekbones, thick lips, and eagle-like eyes. He stared blankly at the moon, instinctively trying to raise his arm. But his increasingly uncontrollable thoughts and spiritual pressure violently burst forth from his body at that exact moment. An explosive force erupted from the inside out, tearing his bones and skin to shreds. When his final howl faded into silence, this forcefully Arancarified Uchiha dissolved into a puddle of bloody water. Yado Uchiha's Tomo stopped spinning, having recorded every single detail of the experiment. Jin Ikimaru watched the scene thoughtfully. Senior Yado, when a Soul Reaper dons a mask, and a hollow shatters its mask, although their starting forms are entirely different, the endpoint of their evolution seems to point toward the exact same thing. You're quite sharp, Jin. Yado Uchiha cast a fire-type Kido, incinerating the Minos Grande's remains to ash, and spoke softly. Everything humans do is an imitation of apes, everything gods do is an imitation of humans. I believe that if there exists a common entity that both Soul Reapers and Hollows are imitating, it could only be him. Him, the Soul King. Who knows? The answer to a question like that probably won't be known until we conduct exhaustive testing. However, it's a pity that our experimental subjects include ordinary souls, hollows, and soul reapers, but no Quincy's. Quincy's? Jin Ikemura searched his mind for the concept. But the Quincy's were thoroughly purged by the Siriidii 90 years ago. Yato Uchiha smiled but didn't answer. Jin Ikemura didn't dwell on the question either. He simply rolled out a map, circling and marking various locations. We've completed 1/5 of the tasks assigned by Lieutenant Aizen. As for the reconnaissance mission issued by the Siriidii, we should probably hurry up with that too, otherwise, we won't be able to report back to the 1st Division. All right. Yato Uchiha nodded non-committally before suddenly asking. Did you make this task ledger yourself? Yes. It seems your rapid promotion to 3rd seat wasn't entirely due to your combat abilities. Add another column, Jin. Is there a hidden mission? Is it from Lieutenant Aizen or the Siriidii? Yato chuckled. It's a mission from me to you. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 91, Fleecing the Soul Society, Poaching from Hueco Mundo. 1,648 words. Chapter 91, Fleecing the Soul Society, Poaching from Hueco Mundo. Watching Jin Ikemura's retreating back, Yato Uchiha withdrew his gaze and headed deeper into Hueco Mundo. Although Jin Ikemura was young, his combat power was formidable, his mind was sharp, and he was quite reliable. He was the absolute best candidate for handling things that couldn't see the light of day. Yato suddenly understood why Aizen was so patient with him. These days, as long as a subordinate could get things done properly, that was already a massive asset. So what if he had a rebellious streak? After all, only a good horse bucks. However, Yato and Jin weren't formally superior and subordinate. By dispatching Jin Ikemura to handle his private affairs, Yato took the Siriidii's official mission upon himself. In all fairness, Aizen, Tozen, Jin, and Yato, these traitors, were all doing remarkably well in their respective positions. As outstanding lieutenants and seated officers, they were deeply trusted by the 1st Division. The mission to investigate abnormalities in Hueco Mundo was a dangerous task exclusively assigned to high-ranking seated officers. There was no standard operating procedure, it all depended on one's own capabilities. The more timid ones would track Uchichas and gather intelligence from the outskirts. The highly skilled ones would often venture deep into Hueco Mundo for a close-up look. But Yato was different. He wanted to strut right into Las Noches to see exactly what Baragon was up to. With Class 4 Rei and 6 Great Mangekyo Visual Jutsu, Yato Uchiha was extremely confident. Although the king of Hueco Mundo, who represented senescence, completely crushed him in combat power, the old bone definitely couldn't instant kill him. As long as he couldn't be instantly killed, that meant there was time to hide in the Kamui dimension. Furthermore, he had connections in Hueco Mundo. What? The blonde Minos Grande slightly raised her chin, a trace of surprise flashing through her emerald eyes. You want to go to Las Noches? That's right. Rose, move over a bit and make some room for me. Yato patted the lion's back and sat down in front of Haribel. Las Noches seems to be experiencing some unusual circumstances recently. I figured rather than starting with the Minos Grande on the periphery, it'd be better to go there in person. Or do you have any relevant intelligence? I haven't been to Las Noches in a year. Haribel paused, then continued, I only make the trip when I absolutely can't avoid it. And every time I return, Baragon's lackeys try to cause trouble for me halfway. Your king of Hueco Mundo targets you that much? Baragon. Even the usually reticent and indifferent Haribel couldn't help but let out a cold scoff. The king of Hueco Mundo fancies himself the sole truth of all hollows. He is arrogant and tyrannical. Aside from being powerful, he is completely worthless. Harabel seemed quite happy to cause trouble for Barragan, but she was still worried about the young Soul Reaper's safety. She asked softly, "If you're discovered, are you confident you can escape?" "Don't worry." Yato released Akame, reached out his hand, and moved to touch Harabel's face. Lounging lazily to the side, Apache, Mila rose, and Sunday through Sunday instantly jumped up, furiously reprimanding Yato Uchiha for pushing his luck and actually daring to profane Lady Harabel. However, to their surprise, the youth's hand passed right through the blonde Minos' skin like a phantom bubble, going straight through her head. "How's that? Didn't feel a thing, right? I see. With an ability like this, you can indeed retreat unscathed." "Heh." Yato Uchiha grinned and withdrew his hand. The instant he deactivated his Kamui phasing, his fingertip gently brushed against Harabel's forehead. The blonde Minos was slightly stunned, unsure if he had done it on purpose, or if he just wasn't fully proficient with his ability yet. But under the watchful eyes of her three subordinates, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yato Uchiha acted as if nothing had happened, his expression as serious as if he were attending a captain's meeting. "When can I go to Las Noches?" Harabel thought for a moment and gave an answer that exceeded Yato's expectations. "Today. But before that, we need to dress you up a bit." "No problem. But speaking of which, is it really such a coincidence? There just happens to be a gathering tonight." "Yes. For the past month, Barragan has frequently been gathering powerful hollows in Las Noches. No wonder the Siriiti issued this mission." Yato Uchiha nodded, asking curiously, "How are you going to disguise me as a hollow?" "About that." The corners of Harabel's mouth curled up. "Have you ever heard of driving a car?" Nose twitching, head lowered, a canine Ajuchas crawled on the sand, following the scent of spiritual pressure until it arrived at a valley. "This is the territory of that female Vasto Lord." A craving to devour flashed in its eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by fear. Its claws dug anxiously into the sand. The previous few messengers had all been punished by His Majesty for failing to complete the mission. If this female Vasto Lord still refused to come this time. It swallowed hard, gathered spiritual pressure in its throat, and let out a howl. The sound was melodious, carrying a message between its cadences that only hollows could understand. Not long after, a massive spiritual pressure descended before it. Long blonde hair cascading to her waist, a curvaceous figure akin to a young human female, and a bone braid shaped like a shark's tail fin swaying in the air, untamed and wild. What beautiful spiritual pressure! What formidable, steel-like bone armor! The canine Minos was awestruck by Harabel's Vasto Lord form, and prostrated itself on the ground. "My lady. Speak. Spare me the nonsense." "Yes." The Ajuchas steadied itself. "By the order of His Majesty Barragan, King of Hueco Mundo, you are requested to proceed to Las Noches immediately." "Humph, Barragan. A mere false king, yet he dares to style himself the master of Las Noches." The canine Minos slammed its head heavily against the ground. "Please, I implore you. There's no need for such theatrics. There are still undigested souls in your spiritual pressure. You just fed, didn't you?" Harabel was expressionless. "Tell Barragan I will go." "Thank you, my lady. Thank you, my lady." Overjoyed, the Ajuchas scrambled away. Seeing that no one was around, Harabel tilted her head, suppressing a smile, and called out to the back, "Come on out, Yato. Are you getting used to it?" A giant crab scuttled sideways out from behind a rock. It had 8 legs of varying shapes, a broad, thick shell, and its bone armor was a chaotic mess. In truth, this was the car cobbled together by Harabel's 3 fractions. The blonde Minos was frequently attacked. Having defeated so many enemies, there were always masks or pieces of bone armor left behind. Mila Rose and the others had pieced this crab puppet together like building blocks. Yato was staying inside, controlling the puppet through a simple mechanism. The mishmash of spliced bones emitted a chaotic spiritual pressure, making it look exactly like a newly evolved Ajuchas-class Minos. A crab pincer rose, and a muffled voice came from within. "It's pretty good. The handling on this thing isn't bad. Next time I'll bring a small sofa to stuff in here." Yato controlled the crab legs and scuttled over to Haribel. "Have a seat on me. Your Majesty." A shark and a crab. Both aquatic creatures, quite a match. Thinking this, the blonde Minos lightly hopped onto the crab's shell, lying on her side, and used her broadsword to point the way for Yato Uchiha. The crab legs stepped across Hueco Mundo's boundless desert, making a wrestle-wrestle sound, leaving a trail of small pits behind them that looked like a long dotted line. The pale moonlight cast down, outlining soft curves on Haribel's body, diluting the fierce and unyielding aura of a Vasto Lord. Feeling the swaying motion beneath her, the blonde Minos inexplicably thought of 6 years ago. Back then, this soul reaper named Yato Uchiha had carried her on his back, fleeing across this endless white desert. "Soul Reaper," she suddenly spoke, her voice husky and gentle. "Why did you save me back then?" At this moment, Yato was fully immersed in the thrill of operating the crab puppet, feeling as if he were playing a racing game with a controller. Without even thinking, he casually replied, "Back then." "Oh, you mean 6 years ago." "At that time. To be exact, it wasn't 6 years. Haribel tapped the crab shell forcefully, as if knocking on the youth's head. "It was 6 years and 125 days. Ha, you remember it so clearly." Relying on his overpowered stats, Yato played with a brute force approach. "Do I need a reason?" "Don't you?" "Of course not. Just like humans need to drink water, soul reapers need to wear shahakusho, hollows must fill the void in their hearts, and quincies must train with bows. There are just some things in this world that don't need a reason. Does saving me fall into that category?" "Of course. Are you telling the truth?" "As true as the blade in my hand." "Hey, you're quite skilled at deceiving Vasto Lords, Yato Uchiha. I can't believe they actually teach this course at your Shino Academy." Haribel lay on the shell of the crab puppet, her shark bone braid swishing back and forth. She seemed angry, yet also seemed to be smiling. "Shut up. Soul Reaper. Crabs can't speak." 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 92, War of Lost Noches. 1696 words. Chapter 92, War of Lost Noches. The core of the Soul Society was the Siriiti, and the center of Hueco Mundo was Los Noches. Neither was the center in a geographical sense, yet both were the absolute hubs of power. Although there were still powerful figures like Haribel who refused to heed commands, the vast majority of intelligent Minos Grande centered around Los Noches, radiating outward and dividing up their territories. Barragan was the de facto king of Hueco Mundo. Even in the 1st Division's documents, this powerful Vasto Lord was referred to as the ruler of Hueco Mundo. If nothing else, his residence alone reflected Barragan's exalted status. Los Noches. It was the only artificial structure on the vast, desolate landscape of Hueco Mundo. Even from thousands of miles away, one could see its spires seemingly piercing the night sky. Under the cold light of the crescent moon, the magnificent palace complex looked like a phantom mirage, possessing a bizarre and unique aesthetic. Upon approaching Los Noches, Haribel hopped off the crab and released her spiritual pressure, announcing her arrival to the master of Los Noches. She was a noble Vasto Lord, one of the few true powerhouses in Hueco Mundo. She disdained sneaking in like a thief. Before long, a few of the sharper Ajuchas came out to welcome Haribel and Yato inside. Along the way, all kinds of Minos Grande cast their gazes upon Haribel, some with fear, others with greed. Eventually, the group arrived at the highest tower of Las Noches. Formidable spiritual pressures rose and fell all around. Any one of these individuals, placed outside, would be an Uchiha's warlord capable of dominating a vast territory. But here, they merely met the minimum requirement to attend the gathering. The king of Hueco Mundo sat upon a grand throne. He possessed a massive build and a completely skeletal form. Draped in a large purple cloak with a thick collar and hem made of pitch-black fur, he wore a golden crown upon his head. His spiritual pressure raged and rampaged, feeling exactly like the heaviest, most despairing aura of death. During Barragan's era, Las Noches had no dome and no walls. The night sky of Hueco Mundo served directly as its roof. In the heart of this king, there should be nothing above his head except the crescent moon that forever hung in Hueco Mundo's night sky. My. Dear Haribel. Barragan spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Have you finally decided to fall under my banner? If so, come up here, and I shall appoint you as the viceroy of Hueco Mundo. Humph. So I can become just like the rest of you, constantly devouring and slaughtering each other. Haribel scoffed coldly, completely unbothered. Barragan, how truly laughable. This empire you run is nothing but a hell built atop an ocean of floating blood. The jawbone of the king of Hueco Mundo shifted upwards, as if he were smiling. A skeleton shouldn't have expressions, but every Minos Grande present distinctly felt his fury. In that case, you can rot in the remote corners of Hueco Mundo forever, until you decay into a pile of minced meat. He suppressed his temper, controlling himself from attacking this detestable female vasto lord. While he was confident he could defeat, or even kill Haribel, Barragan knew he had to conserve his strength for the upcoming war. Whether it was the Siriatii or those other few pests eyeing his throne, they were all extremely troublesome opponents. Barragan calmed his mood, ignoring Haribel and the crab-type Uchichas behind her. He scanned the surroundings and spoke in a deep voice. It is time to begin. The war between Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society. Those detestable Soul Reapers view us Minos Grande as evil, as sin, as a stubborn disease upon the world. And now, what I want to tell you is... Under the reverent gazes of countless Minos Grande, Barragan abandoned his usual composure and laughed maniacally. I want to tell you that they are absolutely right. We are demons. Locusts. Hurricanes. Vultures. We need the souls of humans. The bones of Minos Grande. The spiritual pressure of Soul Reapers. Everything in this world will ultimately wither and die in senescence. But our enemies will not live to see the moment of senescence. They will be devoured by us and become the fuel for our evolution. The Uchiha's class Minos let out earth-shaking howls. Some even extended their claws, piercing their own skin, and flinging their blood into the sky. Barragan's pre-war mobilization speech wasn't particularly brilliant, but even so, it was more than enough to make the beastly blood of this horde of Minos Grande boil. Once a void appeared in a soul, the instinct to devour and evolve superseded any other desire. Inside Las Noches, a wild dance of demons had begun. In their eyes, war was nothing more than a gluttonous feast. A short while later, Haribel was still sitting on the crab shell, but unlike when they arrived, her emerald eyes were now filled with worry. That guy Barragan is inciting the Minos Grande purely to enjoy the thrill of commanding a war. You can't really say that. I saw plenty of guys thoroughly enjoying themselves. Actually, we have people like that in the Siriatii, too. Remember that Soul Reaper who led troops into Hueco Mundo a few years ago? That was the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kiganjo. When he's got nothing better to do, he just goes to the Rukongai and hacks people up for fun. Is that the black, fat one who looks like a pig? Ha ha. That's a pretty accurate description. Captain Kiganjo is indeed overly burly. Yato laughed aloud. After traveling several dozen spirit miles further, putting enough distance between them and Las Noches, he finally set Haribel down and crawled out of the crab shell. He pulled out a pen and paper, organized his thoughts, and wrote down the precious intelligence. A war between Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society sounded terrifying, but having read the records in the Great Spirit Book Gallery, Yato knew this kind of thing happened from time to time. The youth guessed that this might even be something the Soul King Palace tacitly allowed. After all, limited warfare helped clear out the excess souls in Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society, maintaining the balance of the three realms. Thus, there was a small skirmish every 5 years, a major battle every 10 years, and a brutal war every 100 years. Judging by Barragan's posture, this one would probably fall somewhere between a major battle and a brutal war. But no matter how frequent they were, war was still war, and the Soul Society needed to prepare in advance. Furthermore, if Barragan's scheme succeeded this time, it might actually deal a painful blow to the Siriidii. This king of Hueco Mundo planned to strike during the Shino Academy's Hueco Mundo training exercise. Barragan had somehow obtained the time and location of the examination. He planned to wait for the exact moment the Senkamen opened, then lead his troops directly into the core district of the Siriidii, dealing a vicious blow to the Godii 13. With abilities like negation in play, it truly wasn't difficult for a Juchas-class Minos to invade the Soul Society. At a time like this, intelligence became exceptionally valuable. Having been a high-ranking seated officer for 4 years, Yato Uchiha was highly proficient in drafting official documents. With flowing brushstrokes, he recorded every crucial piece of information without missing a single detail, and completely refrained from interjecting any personal emotions or judgments. When the sky fell, the tall ones would hold it up. The captains could deal with the headache of Barragan's conspiracy. However, if Yato Uchiha were in power, setting aside the war for a moment, he would definitely cancel the damn Hueco Mundo training exercise first. There were so many casualties every single year, and now Hueco Mundo had seized upon this flaw. Couldn't they just fence off a piece of land in the Soul Society, or the world of the living, toss a few hollows in there, and let the students hunt them? Honestly, this whole Hueco Mundo training exercise is just complete nonsense. Yato Uchiha muttered as he tucked the completed document into his Kemui dimension, planning to find an opportunity to return to the Soul Society ahead of time, and deliver the intelligence to the First Division. Are you leaving? Seeing his actions, the blonde Minos frowned. You might get drafted into the combat units. Yato thought for a moment and shook his head. Probably not. Knowing the 1ST division's style, there's a high probability they'll order me and my partner to stay in Hueco Mundo and act as scouts or something. What about you? Are you going to join the battlefield? I certainly won't. But if any Soul Reapers get close to my territory, I won't hold back either. Haha, then you'd better let me off the hook if you see me. Humph. How strange. You seem to prefer staying in Hueco Mundo. Looking at Haribel's eyes completely untainted by the concept of work, Yato sighed with genuine envy. Work is just death without the bloodshed, big sis Haribel. When you have the time, you really should come see my office. The stacks of paperwork are taller than your broadsword. The blonde Minos nodded thoughtfully, seemingly a bit expectant. Go to your office using that strange spatial ability of yours. Yato froze slightly. He had only been casually joking, but Haribel's method actually seemed feasible. While going to the Siriidii might not be very safe, the Rukongai was always fine. After all, he had Genjutsu to cover their tracks. A few wild and whimsical ideas flashed through the youth's mind, but now clearly wasn't the time to ponder them deeply. He suppressed the thoughts and bid farewell to Haribel. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 93, Questioning, Plaything, and Return. 1546 words. Chapter 93, Questioning, Plaything, and Return. The 1st Division Barracks. Yado Uchiha knelt on one knee. 5 meters in front of him rested Head Captain Yamamoto's wooden walking stick. The stick tapped against the ground, feeling as if it were striking right at the youth's heart. It was the roar of Ryujin Jaka. The king of Hueco Mundo, is it? Flames ignited the intelligence report, turning it into falling ash. A self-proclaimed monarch. What an arrogant fool. Head Captain Yamamoto turned to Chojiro Sasakaibe, who was standing guard at the door. Send word down. Convene a captain's meeting. Since Las Noches wishes to ambush us at the Senkamen, we can simply lay a trap in advance and annihilate the enemy. The 1st Division lieutenant loudly acknowledged the order and stepped outside. As for you, 3rd Seat Uchiha. Yamamoto stroked his beard. You have been in the Gotei 13 for merely 4 years, yet you have progressed this far. Within 10 years, you will certainly achieve Bankai. Furthermore, you successfully obtained enemy intelligence this time. You have done very well. I merely offered my meager strength for the sake of the One King and the 5 nobles, Head Captain. The One King and the 5 nobles. The old man took a few steps forward. His tone was very light, but every word carried the weight of a massive mountain. 3rd Seat Uchiha, if one day you were forced to choose between the 5 nobles and the Suriitii, against whom would you draw your blade? Yado's heart gave a violent shudder, and he lowered his head another fraction. Mentioning only the 5 nobles but omitting the One King. The youth couldn't help but think of the yet-to-occur major event of the Shiba clan's expulsion. Head Captain, no matter what happens, wherever Ryujin Jaka sweeps its flames, that is the direction I shall point my blade. However, to his surprise, this practically foolproof, catch-all response did not earn the top boss's approval. Brat. Yamamoto let out a heavy snort, speaking in a tone bordering on a scolding rebuke. As a 3rd seat, to not have the slightest bit of your own conviction and merely pander to others, what absolute nonsense. Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto carried an immense, deep-seated authority. It was fine when he wasn't losing his temper, he looked just like a kindly grandfather from next door. But once he grew angry, be it enemy or subordinate, everyone felt as if they were plunging into a blazing hell. The pressure was so great it felt like walking on the surface of the sun. However, the youth, a professional double agent, was already accustomed to this kind of pressure. After all, he frequently had to face a smiling tiger of a boss like Sosuke Aizen, someone who would speak in soft, gentle whispers, calling him Yado-kun, but who might drop a profound quote and sever his head at any given moment. Head Captain, Yado didn't panic in the slightest. His expression was completely serious, shamelessly abandoning all dignity. You are the longest-living Soul Reaper in the Gotei 13. Your very existence is synonymous with the history of the Soul Society. Even with these eyes of mine, I cannot see further than you. Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing this young 3rd seat renowned for his handsome looks and talent. Inexplicably, the old man thought back to the first graduating class of the Shino Academy, to Shunsui Kairaku, who despite being indolent and unbridled, was more calm and sharp-witted than anyone else. Glib-tongued. The head captain shook his head, both exasperated and amused. No wonder Captain Unohana says you're dishonest. Bro? I'm dishonest. Yado rolled his eyes inwardly. I'm already moonlighting as a free beast of burden for the 4th Division, and she still has the nerve to talk bad about me. But then again, it might be because she found out I stole too many medical instruments and drugs for my experiments. Ahem. Unaware of what the youth was thinking, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto returned to his imposing state. Forget it. Treat what I just said as the idle ramblings of an old man. 3rd seat Uchiha, you possess the spatial ability of Kamui, as well as genjutsu capabilities. Since war is about to break out between the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, you will remain in Hueco Mundo to act freely as a scout. Have 3rd seat Ikamaru accompany you, with you in command. Yes, sir. Yado Uchiha answered loudly and withdrew. Coincidentally, right in front of the 1st Division's main gate, the youth ran into Retsu Unohana, who was arriving for the captain's meeting. Captain Unohana. Third seat Yato. The captain of the 4th Division was smiling as always. Are you getting close to complete Shirkai? Captain Unohana, you actually know about that too. Oh right, you and Senior Furufushi were good friends. Yato didn't dare act out of line in front of Retsu Unohana. He answered respectfully, soon. In about a year or so. It seems the Godai 13 will soon have another master capable of Bankai. If there's a vacancy in the future and you wish to be promoted to captain, I can co-sponsor your recommendation. You flatter me, Captain Unohana. I still have a long way to go. Yato was just about to offer a few humble remarks when he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance. It was a blend of medicinal herbs and flower pistils, Retsu Unohana's distinct scent. Say, Yato-kun. The female captain's fingertip lightly traced along Akame's hilt, almost like a tickle. You'll let me see your Bankai, won't you? Of course, that's no problem. Good. So in exchange, I'll let you see mine too. Yato's face turned deathly pale, and he stumbled back several steps. Uttered anywhere else, this sentence would be a flirtation. Coming from Retsu Unohana, it was clearly an invitation to passionately hack each other to death. My. Young people really lack composure. Having thoroughly frightened Yato Uchiha, Retsu Unohana walked away, feeling extremely satisfied. Is this how old hags get their kicks? The youth looked at the 4th Division captains retreating back and grumbled inwardly. Of course, even if you beat him to death, he would never dare say that out loud. With his report finished, Yato didn't linger in the Siriiti. He returned to Hueco Mundo through the Senkamen. Compared to the beautiful scenery of the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo remained an endless desert, black skies, white sands, entirely monotonous. However, for intelligent Minos Grande, very few yearned for the Soul Society. After all, Hueco Mundo's racial density was the highest among the 3 realms, and with an abundance of their own kind, it was convenient for devouring and evolving. You are not the fish, how do you know the joy of the fish? This saying perfectly encapsulated the situation. Yato stepped onto the coarse white gravel, looked back at the closing Senkamen behind him, and walked off into the distance. I should finish Lieutenant Aizen's errand first. I still need the experimental data of at least 4 juches. His figure disappeared into the blowing sand. The war came faster than expected. Or rather, the Shino Academy's Hueco Mundo training exercise was held earlier this year than in previous years. The 6th-year students, who were preparing to graduate, had already heard the news back in the Soul Society. Therefore, the moment they stepped out of the Senkamen, and were confronted by the overwhelming Hueco Mundo army, they weren't entirely thrown into a panic, despite being intimidated by the powerful spiritual pressure. The Godai 13 charged out from their ambush positions, crashing head-on into the Hueco Mundo army. Although at a numerical disadvantage, their perfectly coordinated Kido barrages sent the Minos Grande reeling. Even when facing Siros, the Soul Reapers were able to promptly cast joint Bakudo spells to defend themselves. After the initial stalemate, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in the Soul Society's favor. It was naturally impossible for Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto to go to Hueco Mundo in person, so Shunsui Kairaku and Kazuo Shiba took on the roles of commanders this time. The capabilities of these two were undeniably formidable. Under their command, more and more hollows were cut down, purified, and sent to heaven. However, to completely end a war of this scale between Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society, it would take at least several months. During this period, following the 1st Division's arrangements, Yato Uchiha roamed the depths of Hueco Mundo. Relying on Kamui and his genjutsu abilities, he provided intelligence to the front lines, amassing a significant amount of military merit. The task Sosuke Aizen had entrusted to him was also effortlessly completed. The experimental data on the Arencarification of hollows was neatly handed over to Aizen, earning him cordial praise. A truly outstanding double agent could often earn high praise from both sides. It was also at this time that Jin Ikemaru, who had not returned for a long while, finally appeared. After confirming Yato's location via Tentikura, he found Yato Uchiha. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 94, The Path to Bankai, The Eyes of Samsara. 1516 words. Chapter 94, The Path to Bankai, The Eyes of Samsara. Hueco Mundo. Tucked between a few sand dunes, a blue Tazancho lay hidden. Thanks for your hard work, Jin. Yato Uchiha lowered his hands, ceasing the application of Kaido. How does it feel? No problems. Jin Ikemaru moved his arm, knowing his bones had already healed. Senior Yato, the Aaron Carification experimental data. I already gave it to Lieutenant Aizen. Jin Ikemaru nodded and didn't ask further, sitting quietly to the side. In front of Yato Uchiha were two clusters of material, the exact items he had sent Jin Ikemaru to find. One was a cluster of peculiar powder. Its texture was coarse, and it carried a faint, woody scent. The other was a somewhat cloudy liquid stored in a glass tube. The origin of both items was the Forest of Minos. The powder had been scraped from the central giant tree of the Forest of Minos, and the liquid was water drawn directly from the spring of the Lake of Tears. Both were incredibly difficult to harvest, requiring time and luck. Even someone as clever as Jin Ikemaru had sustained numerous injuries in the process. I'll start from here to verify my hypothesis. Thinking this, Yato Uchiha released Akame and activated Kamui. A large pile of items tumbled out from the spatial vortex, a mortar and pestle, buffer solutions, glass droppers, a thermostat. Recalling the knowledge he had learned in the 4th Division, and the SRDI, and with the enhanced vision of his 3-Tomo Sharingan, Yato began his work. Watching from the side, Jin Ikemaru's frown deepened. When he saw the powder and liquid from the Forest of Minos being mixed into a murky suspension, and then saw Yato Uchiha preparing to drip it into his eyes, he finally couldn't hold back. Senior Yato, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? Yato gave him a strange look. I'm putting in eye drops. Are you out of your mind? Jin Ikemaru's already narrow eyes squinted into little more than slits. Although he had guessed Yato's goal when he went to the Forest of Minos to gather these things, such a raw, savage method was far beyond his expectations. After thinking for a moment, Jin felt he needed to offer some advice. He carefully weighed his words. The Shino Academy's general knowledge courses place a heavy emphasis on the Forest of Minos. Both the flora and the bodies of water there have been steeped in the spiritual pressure and souls of hollows for millions of years. This is especially true for the central giant tree, and the spring you had me harvest from. That is pure essence, the power of hollows is concentrated within it. In the past, the Godii 13 even had a form of execution, where they would mix the powder and liquid you hold in your hands, and inject it into the bodies of sinners. It was abolished by Central 46 because it was deemed too cruel. While most of the time soul reapers won't face issues consuming the flesh and blood of hollows, the dosage must be strictly controlled. For us soul reapers, the concentrated murky liquid in your hand is undeniably a toxic foreign substance. I know your underlying reasoning for doing this. You're trying to find a different path to obtain the power of hollows, a method different from Lieutenant Aizen's. But doing this is tantamount to a human eating rotting flesh or injecting putrid water into their muscles. Senior Yato, put that tube down. If you really must experiment, drink it. But putting it directly into your eyes is just too. Jin Ikemaru's voice abruptly cut off. Because Yato Uchiha had already squeezed the drops in. The slender third seat face-bombed, feeling that this older brother figure he had known for over 20 years was simply beyond saving. If he goes blind from this, wouldn't Lieutenant Aizen have 2 blind swordsmen under his command? What is this? A disability welfare program. Don't worry, Jin. Yato closed his eyes, feeling every minute change in his body. I am different from the rest of you. I can accept this level of foreign matter. Jin Ikemaro froze slightly, looking at Yato Uchiha thoughtfully. I remember back in the Hanagare district, you asked me about my strange surname, Uchiha, assuming that I must have some strange abilities to match it. Yato smiled. How should I put this? You can understand it as us Uchiha, having extremely strong adaptability. Our organs are essentially plug and play. The story of our ancestor and his brother is recorded in a book that has long been lost, but its contents are perfectly memorized in my head. One of my predecessors literally bit a chunk of flesh off his arch-nemesis and transplanted it onto his own body. Jin Ikemaro was dumbfounded. He felt that either Yato Uchiha was high on eye drops, or the entire Uchiha clan was a bunch of lunatics. I'll go keep watch outside. You. Sai, do whatever you want, Senior Yato. The snake-like seated officer shook his head and walked away, leaving Yato alone. Akame, wearing her crimson armor, suddenly appeared. How does it feel? Is it working? She stared at the youth's eyes, somewhat nervous. Perhaps you should have run some comparative experiments. I am the only Uchiha in this world. Where am I going to find a control group? Heh, you really should have seen the look in Jin Ikemaru's eyes just now. To him, you're just a pure Uchiha lunatic. That merely proves my bloodline is pure, practically a reversion to my ancestors, carrying the demeanor of Indra himself. Joking around, Yato opened his eyes and looked at Akame with a beaming smile. The young girl in Sengoku-era armor abruptly froze. Within Yato Uchiha's 3 tomo, there was actually a faint hint of purple. This purple was as faint as mist. It vanished completely with a single breath, impossible to trace, as if it shouldn't exist in this world. It truly is as expected. The Uchiha bloodline remains miraculously potent. Even after crossing over to the Soul Society, the prophecy of that deity can still be enacted. Akame muttered softly, speaking the next sentence in unison with Yato. When two opposing forces combine, the myriad forms of the universe are revealed. They exchanged a glance and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This experiment was the result of Yato Uchiha's meticulous research and deduction. As a department head in the SRDI, he was highly proficient in the method of bold hypothesis, careful deduction. For Yato Uchiha, reaching the realm of complete shirkai only required the accumulation of time. About a year would do. After that, he needed to consider Bankai. Throughout the million-year history of the Soul Society, every Soul Reaper who successfully achieved Bankai was a genius of unparalleled talent. But even these geniuses had to overcome 2 major hurdles to achieve Bankai: total intensity of spiritual pressure, and subjugation of the Zanpakuto. Yato Uchiha was a transmigrator. Even before he received an Asachi, Akame had already materialized to keep him company. There was no need for subjugation. This point alone saved him a massive amount of time. But when God opens a door, he might close a window. Perhaps it was some unseen price to maintain balance, but for Yato Uchiha to achieve Bankai, he also had to overcome 2 major hurdles. The first was reaching Class 3 Rei. This was practically a prerequisite for all Soul Reapers attempting Bankai. Only spiritual pressure of this level could command such immense power. Given Yato's talent, coupled with having eaten Kiryu Hikifion's soul-infused cuisine, achieving this was simply a matter of diligent training. That went without saying. The second was accumulating enough opposing force within his body. This was a threshold reflecting the true nature of Yato's soul. In the Naruto world, an Uchiha could awaken the Mangekyo, and obtain the eternal Mangekyo by transplanting the eyes of a close relative. But to take it a step further, they had to acquire the power of the Senju. Translated to the Bleach world, for Yato Uchiha to successfully achieve Bankai, he needed to absorb enough hollow spiritual pressure and souls to break through his limits. This was Yato's unique path to Bankai. Using the power of Bankai to awaken the Rinnegan. When that day came, he would step into the captain class realm. His name would be carved into the white pillars in front of the 1st Division's main hall, forever unforgotten by the Soul Society. Whether it was the impending expulsion of the Shiba clan, or the thousand-year blood war from the main plot, no matter what stance Yato took, he would at least have the luxury of choice. To this end, Yato Uchiha set a small goal. Within 6 years, before the holification incident erupts, I will achieve Bankai. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 95, Accident, Commanders and Neutra. 1722 words. Chapter 95, Accident, Commanders and Neutra. 2 months flew by in a flash. As a scout, Yato Uchiha had stayed in Hueco Mundo the entire time, and he lived quite comfortably. He had stored many daily necessities in his Kemui dimension. Unlike the poor soul reapers fighting grueling battles on the front lines, Yato could relax on a sofa, eat hot pot, and hum a tune whenever he pleased. Meanwhile, Jin Ikemaru constantly traveled back and forth to the forest of Minos, gathering materials imbued with the power of Minos Grande for Yato. Gradually, Yato had accumulated a considerable amount of opposing force within his body. With every passing minute and second, he drew closer to Bankai. However, these days of pleasant training came to an abrupt halt one day. The air vibrated and spiritual pressure fluctuated. Reisure arranged itself into a specific lattice structure, bridging space to latch onto Yato's soul. It was Tentikura, the high-level Bakudo number 77, used specifically for long-distance communication. This is the 9th Division's 6th seat, Tazeman Tadu, also acting as the communications officer for the Hueco Mundo subjugation force. Is this 3rd seat Uchiha? It is. 3rd seat Uchiha, by order of the commanders, please report to the main encampment immediately. Understood. Give me 4 hours. Yato severed the Tentikura connection, oriented himself, and then sprinted toward the main encampment. He didn't ask any unnecessary questions. After all, it was wartime. The slightest delay was a major crime. The closer he got to the main encampment, the more ravaged the surface of Hueco Mundo became. Traces of Siros and Kido were everywhere. The White Desert had practically been leveled, exposing the deep bedrock beneath. The members of the Kido Corps had built sturdy defensive fortifications centered around the Senkaman. The medical, supply, and meeting areas were clearly demarcated, and injured soul reapers could be seen everywhere. After his identity was verified, Yato Uchiha was led by a squad member into the command tent. Captain Kayaraku. Captain Shiba. The youth knelt on one knee, his head bowed slightly. Shunsui Kayaraku, still wearing his floral haori, had his usual carefree, lazy demeanor. Long time no see, Yato-kun. My, to think you've grown this much. You might even achieve Bankai within 10 years. Back then, if it weren't for old Minyama. Captain Kayaraku. Kazuo Shiba's face was cold as he interrupted Shunsui Kayaraku's reminiscing. Please get straight to the point. The 8th Division captain coughed lightly, not showing the slightest embarrassment, and smoothly transitioned. Right then. 3rd seat Uchiha, I have a mission here that I need you to complete. Lisa Yatomaru handed a stack of photos to Yato. The youth flipped through them, his expression growing increasingly serious. These are images captured using equipment from your SRDI. As you can see, the situation is grim. The 8th seat of the 11th Division, Shoei Arakawa, the 7th seat of the 2nd Division, Chiyoko Nakayama, the 7th seat of our 8th Division, Tomoki Uchiyama. 5 seated officers have already sacrificed their lives in that sector. Looking at the wounds, they were all fatal, one-hit kills. It's an expert. Furthermore, 3rd seat Yato, do you notice anything amiss? The youth pondered for a few seconds before a flash of insight hit him. The wounds are all in blind spots. Meaning, even though the enemy is vastly stronger than these seated officers, they always choose to launch sneak attacks. Exactly. Shunsui Kayaraku nodded in approval. This is the guy who's been giving us a massive headache for the past month. Judging by his killing methods, he is cruel and cunning, and he enjoys tormenting the weak. Both Captain Shiba and I have gone there, but unfortunately, he's smart and doesn't show himself easily. As commanders, we have to stay alert against the king of Hueco Mundo. We cannot frequently leave the main encampment. The Siriitii cannot spare any more captain-class individuals to dispatch here at the moment either. After much thought, only you, third seat Uchiha, can drive him away or even kill him. You possess spatial abilities, making your chances of escape the highest in the Godii 13, so we don't have to worry about senselessly losing a key combatant. Shunsui Kayaraku spoke politely, but Yado Uchiha knew he had no room to refuse. He replied seriously. Captain Kayaraku, Captain Shiba, I accept the mission. Good. Lisa, give third seat Uchiha the mission details. Oh, and take a squad and go with him. Yado and Lisa Yadamaru left together. Only Shunsui Kayaraku and Kazuo Shiba remained in the command tent. Are you satisfied with this arrangement, Senior Kazuo? Barely. Yado Uchiha is good, but if we want to kill that rat hiding in the shadows, it would be best if a captain class took action personally. Just as I suggested, have the Siriitii dispatch. Dispatch the head of the Kuchiki clan here. Senior Kazuo, please spare me. Shunsui Kayaraku pulled his straw hat low, hiding his eyes in the shadows. 2 of the 1 king and 5 nobles gracing the front lines. If anything goes wrong, head Captain Yamamoto will skin me alive. Shunsui Kayaraku. You clever ones always overthink things and love to beat around the bush. You can just speak your mind directly. The sound of a pattering rain seemed to echo within the command tent. See, you're getting anxious again. Shunsui Kayaraku shook his head and leaned back in his wide chair, using his straw hat to completely cover his face as he let out a lazy yawn. I remember centuries ago, you told me I liked to keep things bottled up in my mind and that it wasn't good. You said I had to learn to put down the burden if I wanted to live a long life. When exactly did you say that again? Oh right, it was when Shintaro was promoted to 7th seat of the 10th division, and I went to his house for a drink. His fingers rested on the hilt of Kaiten Kayakatsu, gently stroking it. On the day of Shintaro Arima's funeral, I stood in front of his coffin and thought that if one day I could avenge him with my own hands, it would be wonderful. Senior Kazuo, do you think I can realize that wish? Kazuo Shiba's skin, withered like an old tree, showed absolutely no expression. He simply sat there quietly, listening to the pattering rain of Nekotora. If that is what the Soul King desires, it will inevitably happen. Yado Uchiha's group marched rapidly through the desert. It wasn't until Lisa Yadamaru handed him a map that Yado understood why Shunsui Kayaraku cared so much about this matter, to the point of temporarily drafting him in defiance of head Captain Yamamoto's arrangements. The area where the seated officers died had been designated Mount Fire Tree by the Siriitii. It was a crucial supply route. As the war neared its end, the Godii 13 began to sweep out the remnants. As the front line expanded, it inevitably moved further away from the main encampment, necessitating the establishment and maintenance of supply lines. That unknown enemy was sniping the Siriitii's forces along this route, using sneak attacks to kill seated officers who were far weaker than himself. If left unchecked, the end date of the war might be pushed back significantly, which the Siriitii did not want to see. To complete this mission, Lisa Yadamaru borrowed transport carts from the logistics division and drafted a squad of Soul Reapers. Disguised as a supply unit, they set off with Yado. The group moved quickly, and after more than half a day, they arrived at the Mount Fire Tree sector. Of course, the so-called Mount Fire Tree was just a large, continuous series of sand dunes. Aside from the temperature being slightly higher than the surrounding area, there was nothing unusual about it. Stay close to me. Yato instructed softly. Walking at the very front, he gripped his Zanpakuto tightly and led the team in a sudden acceleration. To put on a convincing act, they had to go all out. He and Lisa Yadomara had already agreed on the plan. They would play the part of a real supply unit, acting like they were rushing through a dangerous area. Gravel crunched beneath their feet, making a rustle-rustle sound as the monotonous scenery rapidly receded behind them. Before long, the exit of the Mount Fire Tree sector came into view. And right at that moment, a cold light suddenly cleaved through the sand and crashed down. Its target wasn't the leading Yato Uchiha, but Lisa Yadomara beside him. Too fast. Is this speed really that of an Uchiha's? The thought flashed through the 8th Division lieutenant's mind as she threw herself to the side with all her might. However, what she didn't expect was that several more cold lights would suddenly erupt from the sand beneath her feet, carrying immense force, and lifting the entire sand dune. Lisa Yadomara's expression changed drastically. In a split second, she tensed her muscles, protecting her head and chest, intending to preserve her life as best as she could. Clang! 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 The 6 cold lights crashed down simultaneously, causing the desert to wail in protest. Lisa Yadomara opened her eyes, but she didn't feel any pain. She and the drafted squad members were all enveloped within a purple martial god. It's Susanoo. Her delicate eyebrows lifted slightly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Lieutenant Lisa, and everyone else. The Mangekyo in Yato Uchiha's eyes spun rapidly before locking into the black 6-pointed star pattern. You may return now. Please tell Captain Kairaku and Captain Shiba that Yato will undoubtedly complete the mission. Lisa Yadomara hesitated for a moment. Stepping half a pace forward, her shahakusho fluttering in the wind, she said. Are you sure? Yato-kun, this guy is even stronger than expected. He might be at the absolute pinnacle of Uchiha's. Yato Uchiha chuckled, looking at the 6-armed mantis crawling out from underground. It's fine, Lieutenant Lisa. Beneath the Vasto Lord class, I will not lose. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 96. Submit to the power of the Uchiha. 1628 words. Chapter 96. Submit to the power of the Uchiha. Lisa Yadomara led her squad members and retreated far away, returning to the main encampment. At the boundary of Mount Fire Tree, only Yato Uchiha remained. And a top-tier Uchiha in the form of a praying mantis. Its entire body was encased in snow-white bone armor, its lower limbs were thick and sturdy, and its upper body already bore a humanoid silhouette. It possessed 6 slender, arthropod-like arms, the ends of which had mutated into massive crescent scythes, radiating an aura of absolute brutality and slaughter. This top-tier Uchiha was none other than Neutra Gilga. The future Arankar number 5. No wonder he likes using sneak attacks. Thinking this, Yato Uchiha raised his blade and pointed it at his opponent. State your name, Minos Grande. Neutra tilted his head, his eyes filled with malice and fanaticism. Are you a captain of the Godii 13? How truly ignorant, Minos. If I were a captain, you would have already been cut in half. Yato Uchiha took a deep breath. His spiritual pressure erupted, and his Susanoo grew legs, standing up unsteadily. 12th Division, 3rd seat, Yato Uchiha. So it's just a small fry 3rd seat. Neutra's triangular head bobbed. Remember this, the Uchiha who takes your life is named Neutra Gilga. He leapt into the air. With a single jump, he actually shot 100 meters into the sky. His 6 crescent scythe arms swung in unison, smashing down toward the Susanoo from 6 different angles. Boom! The Susanoo's massive body creaked loudly as it was smashed into the ground. Cracks appeared on its tough armor, like fragile porcelain. Ha 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 ha. Is getting beaten all you're good for, Soul Reaper? Neutra laughed maniacally. His 6 arms swung tirelessly, shattering the earth. At a certain moment, the sides crossed, piercing into the Susanoo's armor, and with a mighty heave, tossed both the Susanoo and Yato into the air. He opened his mandibles, and a heavy spiritual pressure gathered between his teeth, firing off a Siro. The yellow Siro shattered the air, like a meteor bringing death. However, this devastatingly powerful killer move failed to achieve anything. A strange, gourd-shaped Uchiha fan blocked the Siro's path. Uchiha reflection. Yato shouted softly, withstanding the immense force. The Siro vanished against the fan's surface, only to rebound as an even more violent hurricane. The earth trembled and countless grains of sand were launched into the air, forming a sandstorm. The heavily damaged Susanoo slowly dissipated. Yato Uchiha stood in midair, gazing down at the dust-covered Neutra. Aside from looking a bit disheveled and having a few dents in his bone armor, he showed no obvious injuries. What tough skin, what immense brute strength. As expected of a top-tier Uchiha. Yato muttered softly. Knowing that Susanoo wasn't well suited for dealing with an opponent with such high speed, strength, and defense, he simply decided to conserve his spiritual pressure. As he dispelled the Susanoo, his eyes shifted into a 3-bladed pinwheel pattern. He crashed to the ground and walked toward Neutra. His speed increased, charging straight at the Minos Grande. Seeing his opponent actually dare to engage him in close combat, Neutra laughed in extreme anger. Howling wildly, he swung his scythe arms, a fierce light shooting from his eyes. With a swish, a probing side strike missed, passing right through Yato Uchiha's body as if slicing through a phantom. At the exact same time, a calm and steady incantation left the youth's lips. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing mud doll. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Neutra smelled danger. He felt the surrounding spiritual pressure begin to gather, mutate, and tear, turning into a hellish space filled with the stench of death. His 6 scythe arms slashed frantically, moving so fast they became mere afterimages, hacking at Yato and shredding the earth beneath their feet. However, under the effect of Kamei's phasing, these ferocious attacks failed to inflict any damage on Yato. Thus, the youth was able to complete the lengthy incantation. Within 1,000th of a second, Yato Uchiha materialized, unleashed the Kido, and reactivated his Kamei phasing. Heido number 90, Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. As the words fell, a black, rectangular barrier materialized from the void, enclosing Yato's phantom form and Neutra within it. Endless blades of darkness spawned inside, tearing apart all physical entities trapped within. When the Kido concluded and the massive black rectangular barrier vanished, Neutra was covered in wounds. Blood seeped from his tough skin, dyeing the white sand beneath him red. The formidable Uchiha knelt on the ground, panting heavily, glaring at Yato Uchiha with a cannibalistic gaze. Yato was also a bit short of breath. To ensure the strike succeeded, he had expended a full third of his spiritual pressure on that level 90 Super Kido. The effect of the attack was excellent. In the original work, Neutra possessed the toughest he-arrow among the Espada. Even though he had not yet Aaron-carified, the durability of his bone armor was absolutely extraordinary. But even Neutra's defense couldn't withstand a full-power Kurohitsuji from Yato. Over the past few years, as an outstanding subordinate to Sosuke Aizen, Yato naturally had the opportunity to seek guidance on Kido training. Aizen appeared gentle and humble on the surface, but in his bones, he was arrogant to the extreme. He simply disdained hoarding knowledge on such matters. After Yato completed a particularly difficult mission, Aizen granted the youth's request and imparted his understanding of Kurohitsuji. When it came to Kido, aside from sheer brute force, there were many minor techniques. The rhythm of the incantation, the allocation of spiritual pressure. If any single aspect was handled poorly, the final power output would be drastically different. It could be said that Yato Uchiha's Kurohitsuji had attained about a third of Sosuke Aizen's mastery, having truly received his authentic teachings. And the combination technique of Kamui plus point-blank Super Kido was an attack method the youth had been constantly refining, and had only recently mastered. Kamui's properties were perfectly suited for self-destructive, devastating attacks. Its power was terrifying. Only those with extreme calmness and intelligence could see through the flaw in Kamui's phasing within a short period and find a chance to counterattack. Among such people might be Sosuke Aizen, Shunsui Kairaku, Kisuke Urahara, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, but it absolutely did not include the bloodthirsty, slaughter-crazed Noitra. Ultimately, an ability like Kamui was practically a guaranteed kill on the first encounter. It was unimaginably tricky. Damn you! Noitra gritted his teeth and raised his 6 arms again, ignoring his blood-soaked body, and lunged fiercely at Yato Uchiha. His speed and strength were astonishingly not much weaker than before. He was a top-tier Uchiha who had experienced countless slaughters. His spiritual pressure and physique had long been tempered to be incredibly tough. It was impossible for him to concede defeat under this level of injury. Yato had long anticipated this. He chuckled and stepped forward with his blade. Blades clashed and blood splattered. Relying on Kamui's ability, Yato Uchiha held the advantage in the brawl. Although he still couldn't cut through Noitra's bone armor and uninjured skin, he could slice straight into the existing wounds. As time passed, Noitra's injuries grew heavier and heavier. In the end, he was a gruesome sight, without a single patch of intact skin left on his body. Until, at a certain moment, Noitra's scythe arm blocked Akame's blade. Yato Uchiha raised an eyebrow with keen interest and looked at his opponent. Noitra's slender, mantis-like eyes shot out a fierce light, almost unable to contain his crazed joy. Finally. I finally know the ability of this damned Soul Reaper. To test an enemy's special ability, one must rely on either their brain or their body. Noitra naturally understood this principle and chose the latter. At the cost of being battered and bruised, he had tested out Kamui's flaw and blocked Akame's strike at the exact moment Yato transitioned from phantom to solid. You underestimated me too much, Soul Reaper. Noitra roared and leapt backward. His spiritual pressure began to fluctuate, stimulating the billions of cells within his body to rapidly divide and multiply. Even among the Uchiha's class, this was an ability only a select few possessed: high-speed regeneration. Broken bones reconnected, and lost flesh and blood replenished themselves. Noitra felt a wave of dizziness. This was the price of high-speed regeneration. The massive consumption of spiritual pressure inevitably weakened the soul. But he didn't care. As long as he had seen through the secret of his opponent's ability, relying on his top-tier Uchiha's speed and brute strength, he would definitely be able to kill this damn Soul Reaper. However, what Noitra didn't expect was that upon seeing him use high-speed regeneration, Yato didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. His expression even seemed somewhat relaxed. I never underestimated you, Noitra Gilga. Yato Uchiha closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. You are a top-tier Uchiha. If you were determined to run away, there's absolutely nothing I could have done to stop you. Unfortunately, after fighting me for so long, and then using high-speed regeneration, your spiritual pressure consumption is immense. I imagine your soul is already feeling incredibly drowsy by now. He slowly opened his eyes, and his Mangekyo shifted into a black, four-bladed pinwheel. Submit to the power of the Uchiha. Kodo Amatsukami, activate. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 97, Puppet and Hogyoku. 2041 words. Chapter 97, Puppet and Hogyoku. The Forest of Minos. This was a massive space located beneath the deserts of Hueco Mundo. Countless branching trees made of quartz grew here, their roots firmly anchored in the solid ground while their trunks stretched upward, disappearing into the vast, hazy dome above. On the surface of Hueco Mundo, the tiny, sparse bushes occasionally seen scattered across the sand were actually the very tips of these massive quartz trees. The forest of Minos was home to Jillians and lower-level hollows. They existed in massive numbers but possessed very little intelligence. They wandered this place day in and day out, driven solely by the instinct to devour and evolve, slaughtering their own kind in an endless cycle. Lower-level hollows devoured one another to evolve, and only upon advancing to the level of Uchichas would they leave this subterranean forest to join the even more brutal battles on the surface. Conversely, Uchichas rarely entered the forest of Minos. To them, the food here offered absolutely zero nutritional value and was terribly unappetizing. On this particular day, however, an exception was made. Boom! Neutra Gilga relentlessly swung his scythe-like arms, cleaving through the bodies of Jillians. Even though the Jillians were as massive as buildings, they were effortlessly crushed by his sheer strength. Bastards! Get the hell out of my way! Neutra's mantis-like eyes glinted with ferocity. He unhinged his jaw and fired a Ciro. The ultra-dense cannon of Racier swept across the area, snapping countless quartz trees in half while obliterating a clustered herd of Jillians. Inferior creatures like you deserve to die. Humph! Neutra sneered in disdain. Stepping through a sea of blood that washed over his lower legs, he marched toward the central giant tree. As a top-tier Uchichas, Neutra possessed the innate authority to command Jillians. Under normal circumstances, he could have just released his spiritual pressure, and used the unique communicative methods of Minos to order these Jillians to scram, and clear the path. Unfortunately, this was the forest of Minos, a paradise for Jillians. The closer he got to the central giant tree, the denser the Jillian population became, making them incredibly difficult to command. In the world of the living, organizing massive crowds of humans presented the exact same problem. Neutra had absolutely no patience for crowd control. He opted for the simpler solution, slaughtering the Jillians entirely and forcefully carving out a path to the central giant tree. You're just as massive as always, Neutra murmured. Standing at the base of the central giant tree, a faint trace of nostalgia flickered within his narrow mantis eyes. After all, he too was an Uchichas who had fought his way out of the forest of Minos. Back when he was a peak Jillian, he had also been driven by instinct, mindlessly wandering toward this very tree to breathe in the condensed, pure energy settled around it. Swish! 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 6 scythe arms pierced into the bark of the giant tree, pulling alternately as they hoisted Neutra's body high into the air. He gave a soft sniff. After pinpointing the exact spot, he dug forcefully into the trunk, gouging out a large crater. He then pulled out a glass tube hidden within the crevices of his bone armor, and began scraping powder into it. Watching the swirling particles inside the glass tube, Neutra nodded in satisfaction. He continued his climb up the central tree, pausing occasionally to collect more powder, before finally vanishing into the vast rocky dome above, leaving the forest of Minos behind. From start to finish, he never cast a single glance downward at the Jillian herds. Hueco Mundo possessed the strictest hierarchy in the world. High-level Minos who actually treated their subordinates with decency, like Haribel and Neliel, were incredibly rare. Neutra's lower limbs were thick and powerful. Without relying on any specific techniques, his sheer innate brute strength granted him a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary seated officer. Soon, he arrived in front of a triangular pyramid suspended upside down in a valley. Slightly bending a knee, he offered up the sealed glass tubes. "Lord, here is what you requested." His posture wasn't particularly respectful, nor did his tone carry much reverence. Yato Uchiha stepped out of the inverted pyramid and took the glass tubes, inspecting them carefully. Whether in terms of purity or quantity, the harvest was significantly higher than what Jin Ikemara had managed to collect. Was it safe to say the local native simply had the home field advantage? He was undeniably proficient at this sort of task. "You've done well, Neutra. I am very satisfied. Take a rest." Yes, Lord. The top Tirajuchas shook his mantis-like head, and immediately slumped onto the sandy ground with a heavy thud. Yato shook his head, entirely unbothered by Neutra's slacker attitude. It had been 10 days since their massive battle. The perilous fight had ended in Yato's complete and utter victory. Taking advantage of the moment, Neutra's spiritual pressure was sharply depleted, and his soul was exhausted, Yato had activated Kodo Amatsukami. If Kyoka Suigetsu was the widest-reaching, most expansive form of indiscriminate hypnosis, then Kodo Amatsukami was the absolute strongest single-target genjutsu, unblockable and inescapable. It subconsciously rewrote the target's will, rooting this fabricated ideology deep within their soul, meant to last their entire life. From birth to death, the victim would never realize their will had been altered by Kodo Amatsukami. They would simply believe, "This is what I've always thought. After suffering defeat at the hands of Yato Uchiha, I willingly serve him." This was the genjutsu Yato had cast using Kodo Amatsukami. The very instant this power infiltrated Neutra's body, he followed his true heart, and became Yato's subordinate. As for why he didn't run, why he didn't sharpen his blades to fight another day, even Neutra couldn't explain it. But he firmly believed that this decision came from the depths of his soul. Just like devouring and evolving, it was an instinct he had to obey. The terrifying might of Kodo Amatsukami was evident. Of course, having his will altered by Kodo Amatsukami to become Yato's subordinate didn't mean Neutra turned into a completely different person. He was still that cruel, bloodthirsty Minos. For instance, when he handed the glass tubes over to Yato just moments ago, he wasn't all that respectful, retaining his vicious, cunning demeanor. This was Neutra's original personality. The genjutsu wouldn't change that. If it were a more traditional subordinate, like Momo Hinamori, she would undoubtedly treat Yato with absolute reverence, eager to attach honorifics to every single sentence. Yato didn't mind, however. At the very least, Neutra had fulfilled his duties as a subordinate, and completed the tasks assigned to him. In this aspect alone, Yato Uchiha and Sosuke Aizen were actually quite similar. As long as their subordinates got the job done, a little ulterior scheming on their part didn't matter. Not to mention, Neutra had been forcefully subjugated via Kodo Amatsukami. Any work squeezed out of him was pure profit. Yato stored the glass tubes in his Kamui dimension. Dismissing the inverted pyramid, he softly instructed, "I will be returning to the Soul Society. Remember to keep collecting the essence of the central giant tree, as well as the spring water from the Lake of Tears. The more, the better, until the containers I gave you are completely full. I will visit Hueco Mundo once a month." "Yes, Lord Yato," Neutra grunted as he sharpened his scythe against the coarse sand. Curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "Is the Godii 13 planning to retreat?" "Yes. Las Noches hasn't launched an attack in 5 consecutive days. Based on past experience, this means the war is over." What a huge anticlimax. That so-called king of Hueco Mundo, Neutra said, his attitude toward Barragan lacking any respect either. I'd really love to taste a Vasto Lord." The corners of Yato's mouth curled slightly into an enigmatic smile. "I feel the same way." Just as Yato had predicted, despite a few bumps along the way, the 4-month-long war ended with the Siriidii emerging as the ultimate victor. The decree from the 1st Division reached the front lines, and the Soul Reapers pulled out. Bearing bodies full of injuries and the glory of triumph, they returned to the Siriidii. The defensive fortifications constructed by the Kido Corps were abandoned in Hueco Mundo. In due time, they would be eroded by the wind and buried beneath the sands. Be it the victors or the defeated, neither side seemed to have truly gained anything. The order of the 3 realms continued to run smoothly. Throughout the Soul Society's million-year history, these brief wars acted like a chronic inflammation. They were a continuous cycle, and perhaps they would remain so until the very end of the world and time itself. "You're finally back, you dead pig." In the 12th Division's SRDI, Hiyori Saragaki stood with her hands on her hips, having jumped atop a lab table to point directly at Yato's nose while viciously chewing him out. You actually stayed in Hueco Mundo for 4 months. Do you have any idea how busy I've been? You dead baldy. Red-eyed bastard. I was directly transferred over by the head captain. Was I supposed to disobey orders? You bastard, you should have filed a report and dragged me to Hueco Mundo too. What would the captain do if you left? He can't handle all the work by himself. Seeing Hiyori getting angry enough to draw her blade, Yato quickly put on a cheeky smile and interjected, Lieutenant Hiyori, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's go to that Kiyoshi barbecue place on the west side of the residential street. Oh right, should we invite Captain Urahara and Mayuri too? Hearing there was good food on the line, Hiyori's anger subsided slightly. Do whatever you want, you're the one paying anyway. But the captain might not go. He's been locking himself in his lab all day lately. I have no idea what he's tinkering with, and even Mayuri doesn't know. So right now he's in special lab number 3. Yato nodded. After exchanging a few more words with Hiyori, he headed toward the laboratory. Since he had officially returned to the squad, as a subordinate, he had to report into his captain no matter what. Hiss! The pneumatic valve sprayed out a pale blue gas as the heavy alloy doors slowly slid open. After passing through several sterilization procedures, Yato stepped onto the floor of Special Lab number 3. Kisuke Urahara looked exactly the same as always. Sporting his light scruff and a laid-back smile, he fiddled with some experimental apparatus while waving at his seated officer. Long time no see, Yato. I heard from Captain Kairaku that you solved a major headache for him in Hueco Mundo. He praised you for quite a while during the captain's meeting. Why don't you tell me about it? Sigh, Yorichi's been complaining that I'm turning into more and more of a shut-in lately. The youth respectfully bowed and casually walked over to his captain. However, during this process, his peripheral vision rested imperceptibly on a specific spot in the lab for a brief second. The youth had caught a whiff of a very peculiar scent. If this had been 4 months ago, Yato wouldn't have noticed anything abnormal. But now, thanks to the diligent labor of Jin Ikimaru and Noitra, the depths of Yato's soul had accumulated a substantial amount of hollow power. Moreover, having been exposed to Aizen's hollowification and soul reaparification experiments year-round, he was intimately familiar with the critical state of souls hovering on that precise borderline. This was the blended scent of a hollow and a soul reaper. On the surface, Yato continued chatting with Urahara and inviting him out for barbecue that evening, but internally, he silently sighed in realization. Captain Urahara, have you already begun attempting to break the limits of a soul reaper's soul? Have you started creating the Hogyoku? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 98, Class 3 Ray. 1837 words. Chapter 98, Class 3 Ray I, Complete Shirkai. 2 years later. Zaraki District, Mount Ketsudo. A burly figure leaped high into the air, raising a jagged, uneven zanpakuto with both hands before viciously slashing downward. The movement was completely unrefined, lacking both the precision praised by the Shino Academy and the elegance touted by the nobles. But the destructive power was undeniably real. Rumble. Boom. The towering Mount Ketsudo had a massive chunk sheared off by this single strike. The exposed bedrock of the mountain was revealed as billowing clouds of dust and smoke filled the air, nearly blotting out the sun. Switch those damn eyes of yours, you bastard. Zaraki roared like a wild beast. If there's no blood, you can't even call this a real fight. Yato, who had just used Kamui to phase entirely through the attack, flashed a light grin. The pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan instantly shifted. His right eye remained a 3-bladed pinwheel, but his left eye transformed into a 6-pointed star with black patterns on a red background. The purple, skeletal armor of Susanoo enveloped his entire body. Its massive fist raised high before slamming heavily against the back of Zaraki's blade. The man who had dedicated his entire life to slaughter was sent flying backward at a speed breaking the sound barrier, entirely clearing the perimeter of Mount Ketsudo before crashing into the ground. The earth shook and the mountains trembled as a massive crater, over 100 meters in diameter, appeared as though a meteor had struck. Ha, now that's more like it. Unbothered, Zaraki spat out a mouthful of blood. He violently tossed aside the boulders pinning him down, and charged toward Yado Uchiha, with a feral grin, swinging his blade once more. The armor of Susanoo creaked and groaned before the skeletal ribs underneath were ripped apart. Zaraki's Zanpakuto pierced deep into the construct, aiming straight for the youth's chest. Yado didn't panic. He raised Akame horizontally to block the strike. Blade clashed against blade, emitting a deafening roar like a clap of thunder. Soren Sokatsui. The incantation slipped from Yado's lips without the slightest hint of exertion. The number 73 Hado manifested in an instant, bombarding Zaraki from two different directions. Amaterasu. A trail of blood trickled from his eye as the black flames entwined themselves around the Soren Sokatsui, acting like a layer of armor that drastically amplified its destructive power. However, it wasn't over yet. As Yado's right eye widened, the three-bladed pinwheel spun rapidly. The Soren Sokatsui, wreathed in Amaterasu, twisted into the shape of a vortex. Moving at an incredibly bizarre speed and trajectory, it evolved into a swirling storm of black and white flames. Zaraki let out a furious roar as he was swallowed by the firestorm, eventually plummeting shakily to the ground. But at the very last second, he hurled his Zanpakuto, sending it rocketing toward Yado with enough force to obliterate a building. Unfortunately, as the black three-bladed pinwheel spun, Yado had already turned back into a phantom, allowing Zaraki's Zanpakuto to phase right through his body and clatter to the ground. Hovering in midair, Yado didn't relax for a second. Instead, he adjusted his breathing, fully prepared to meet Zaraki's counterattack. But after waiting for a long time, the Zaraki lying motionless on the ground still hadn't moved an inch. "Are we done fighting?" Yado landed and unceremoniously nudged Zaraki's leg with his foot. "Stop playing dead. A little scratch like this isn't enough to kill you." Humph. Zaraki lazily waved a hand, utterly devoid of any remaining interest. "You bastard, your strength and speed have increased, but you fight like a total coward. You keep turning into a damn phantom at the drop of a hat. A battle without spilling blood is just playing house, you prick. Besides, I remember last time when you used those black flames, you couldn't turn into a phantom. But today, looking at you now, it seems you can use both eyes at the same time. Still, even if you've gained new power, you don't fight like a real man anymore." Humph. Being mocked by a brute like this didn't anger Yado in the slightest. Instead, he grinned cheerfully and pulled out some fine wine and delicacies from his Kamui dimension to share with him. Even though Zaraki had grown up in the lawless wilderness of the Rukongai, his combat instincts were undeniably razor-sharp. With just a few words, he had accurately summarized Yado's improvements over the past 2 years. His strength and speed had increased because, just last month, Yado Uchiha had broken through his bottlenecks and stepped into the realm of Class 3 Rei. This was the threshold for captain-level combatants, the absolute prerequisite for mastering Bankai, and the fundamental foundation required of any true powerhouse. The moment he broke through, it had alarmed the upper echelons of the Siriitii. Yado had even been summoned by Old Minyama to file a detailed report with the 1st Division. From that very moment on, Yado Uchiha was officially placed on the list of captain candidates. Should a massive upheaval occur resulting in a vacancy for a captain's seat in the Godii 13, Yado was now fully qualified to be formally nominated. To tell the truth, his speed in reaching Class 3 Rei was much faster than the youth had anticipated. Over these past 2 years, Neutra Gilga had dutifully fulfilled his role as a subordinate, continuously delivering materials steeped in hollow power. These seeds of pure essence were buried deep within Yado's soul. As they continuously accumulated the opposing force, stimulating his Uchiha powers, they simultaneously acted as nourishment to cultivate his spiritual pressure. Reaching Class 3 Rei ahead of schedule was a direct result of these circumstances. As for what Zaraki had referred to as using both eyes at the same time, that was Yado Uchiha's current realm, complete Shirkai. Compared to the pleasant surprise of reaching Class 3 Rei, achieving his complete Shirkai had been a steady, step-by-step process. Yado had stepped into this realm an entire year ago. From then on, Yado was able to freely mix and match any of the ocular jutsu from Akame's Shirkai stages, switching between them seamlessly without the slightest delay. Today, the youth was incredibly confident. Setting Sosuke Aizen aside, he was absolutely the undisputed number 1 Soul Reaper in the Godai 13 below the rank of captain. Even if he were to clash with Chojiro Sasakaibe, Yado was fully confident he could slay the man before he even had the chance to unleash his Bankai. As for the weaker captains, such as Love Aikawa or Rojiro Odoribashi, the youth's current level allowed him to go toe-to-toe with them without losing ground in a short skirmish. As both sides were at the Class 3 Rei level, combined with his ability to utilize Akame's 8 unique powers, Yado genuinely wasn't afraid of a Bankai on the level of a Kinshiro Butaden. At this point, Akame's Shirkai had reached its absolute limit. Breaking through from Class 3 Rei to Class 2 Rei required a grueling, lengthy period of accumulation, often measured in centuries. If he wanted to advance any further, unlocking Bankai was the only path forward. Wait a bit longer. Don't rush it. My spiritual pressure and soul haven't yet been polished to their absolute peak. I must wring out every last drop of potential in this current stage. As the fine wine slid down his throat, Yado's thoughts drifted. He planned to dive right back into training after this brief moment of relaxation, fully polishing his soul and spiritual pressure to their perfect state before attempting to break through to Bankai. However, just as the two were happily drinking, a crisp voice rang out beside them. Yado-chan. Ken-chan. A delicately cute Yuchiru was sitting triumphantly atop someone's bald head, shouting happily. Why did you guys start drinking without me? Count me in. Kids aren't allowed to drink booze, Yado said, pointing to a beautifully crafted water jug. These are grapes from the Kachiki family's private estate that I juiced myself. Drink this, it's very sweet. The pink-haired little girl nodded enthusiastically. She patted the bald head she was riding, prompting it to automatically lower its altitude. With a quick leap, she bounded onto Zaraki's broad shoulder. Ken-chan, this baldy insisted on tagging along. Since I needed a ride anyway, I brought him with me. I'm not a baldy, I'm Ikaku. The man who was being treated as a personal vehicle roared in fury, a hand clamping down on his katana's hilt. The only person I acknowledge is this man right here. But you damn brat, you need to learn some manners every once in a while. Yeah, I get it. You're so mean, pachinko head. The bald man sputtered in absolute rage, screeching in protest. But wary of Zaraki's presence, he didn't dare draw his blade for real. Instead, he simply cursed under his breath, throwing a petty tantrum. Yado Uchiha watched the scene quietly. As he lowered his head to take another sip of wine, his peripheral vision caught sight of a beautiful man approaching from the distance. Take a seat and drink with us, samurai. The Kamui dimension opened up again, dropping even more alcohol and food onto the ground. There are very few moments this safe in the Zaraki district. The bald man hesitated for a second, glancing over to gauge Zaraki's expression. Seeing his lazy, indifferent demeanor, he waved his distant companion over. During this time, he asked for Yado's name. Though his tone was gruff and uncouth, he was relatively respectful. Clearly, when facing a powerhouse who vastly outclassed him in combat strength, he wasn't stupid enough to pick a fight over nothing. Soon after, the group sat down together, heartily chugging down alcohol in large gulps. The bald man had a lean, muscular build and narrow, sharp eyes. He looked exactly like the type of ruthless thug you shouldn't mess with. His companion, however, possessed a beautiful appearance and even seemed to be wearing cologne. These two were none other than Ikaku Madarame and Yumachika Iasegawa. As the men destined to serve as the future third and fifth seats by Zaraki's side, they had officially crossed paths somewhere in the Rukongai this year. Of course, Yado Uchiha didn't pay much mind to Ikaku and Yumachika. All he knew was that since this quartet had finally gathered together, it meant Zaraki could storm into the Siriitii at any moment to butcher Kenpachi Kiganjo and officially claim the title as the 11th Kenpachi. Counting his own rapid growth, the silently lurking Sosuke Aizen, and the increasingly stoic and aloof Byakuya Kuchiki. The lifeblood of the Godii 13 was quietly being replaced. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 99, The Pure White Woman in the Inner World. 1794 words. Chapter 99, The Pure White Woman in the Inner World. When Yado Uchiha returned to the Siriitii, Hiyori Saragaki was already waiting for him at the entrance of the squad barracks. "Red-eyed bastard, why do you reek of alcohol?" "I had a few drinks with a friend." "It's working hours right now. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who's going to know?" Yado grinned cheekily. "Let me go change my clothes first. Give me 5 minutes." The lieutenant with the short blonde pigtails curled her lips in extreme displeasure. "Making a lady wait for you at the door, how ungentlemanly of you, third seat Yado. I'll treat you to barbecue another day." Yado Uchiha moved quickly, not keeping Hiyori waiting long before washing up and changing into a clean shahakusho. The two walked west toward the Hakudaman, and before long, they arrived at the Shino Academy. Today was graduation day at the Shino Academy. Having passed their graduation exams, the successful sixth-year students would become official Soul Reapers, joining organizations like the Godii 13, the Kido Corps, or the Shino Relief Squad. As for those who failed the exams, they would either become guards for the nobles or wander the Rukongai. Although their futures weren't exactly bright, their chances of living past a century were actually higher than those who joined the Godii 13, which was a blessing in disguise to some extent. Incidentally, starting with this graduating class, the Shino Academy had officially cancelled the Hueco Mundo field exercises for graduates. Ever since Moritora Shiba's class over a decade ago, far too many accidents had occurred during these exercises. A few years prior, Las Noches had even used the Hueco Mundo exercise as an excuse to ignite a massive war with the Soul Society. No matter how strong the Shino Academy's backing was, faced with ironclad facts, they couldn't withstand Central 40 SIX's relentless interrogations. Therefore, starting with this class, the Siriitii cordoned off specific areas in both the Soul Society and the world of the living, enclosing them with barriers and populating them with hollows exclusively to train the sixth-year students. When Yado Uchiha read this news in the Siriitii communication, he had even remarked to Akame that the geezers in Central 46 occasionally managed to do something sensible. Because the safety of the graduation exercises had drastically improved, the number of successfully graduating students was higher than in previous years. The Godii 13 instructed each division to send representatives to escort their newly selected recruits back. The representatives for the 12th Division were naturally Hiyori Saragaki and Yado Uchiha. After all, Kisuke Urahara was busy creating the Hogyoku, and Mayuri Kuratsuchi was busy preparing the Artificial Soul project. They were both handling hardcore work and genuinely had no time to attend this kind of event. Third Seed Uchiha. Lieutenant Saragaki. Thank you for your hard work, Yado. Greetings, Third Seed Uchiha. Greetings, Lieutenant Saragaki. The moment they stepped through the gates of the Shino Academy, an endless stream of greetings washed over them. From the greetings of the faculty and squad members, it wasn't hard to notice that their respect for Yado Uchiha actually surpassed their respect for Lieutenant Hiyori Saragaki. Reaching Class 3 Rei and being added to the captain candidates list had significantly elevated Yado's status. It was comparable to Kisuke Urahara's standing a decade ago, when he was the third seat of the second division. Must be nice, being a captain candidate. The petite lieutenant sounded a bit sour and envious. You're already very close to Bankai, aren't you? Not at all, I'm still far off. I still need Lieutenant Saragaki's guidance. Spouting such baseless lies. Do you think I'm an idiot? The petite lieutenant pulled a long face and scolded Yato, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up happily. It was obvious she was highly receptive to the flattery. She had always been very easy to placate. Yato and Hiyori chatted as they entered the training grounds. Big brother Yato. A blonde-haired girl spotted the youth at a glance and came running over excitedly. She had a beautiful face and a remarkably well-developed figure. 4 tiny moons were embroidered onto her white and red academy uniform, the symbol for achieving outstanding marks in all 4 disciplines, Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Ho-Ho, and Kido. Achieving this upon graduation meant she possessed the potential to become a high-ranking seated officer, or perhaps even reach the captain level. This was the top student of the current graduating class, Ranjika Matsumoto. Compared to a decade ago, Ranjika hadn't changed much. She still maintained her bright and cheerful demeanor. Only Yato knew exactly how much effort this young girl had put in to search for Jin Ikemaru. Ranjiku, it's been a while. Yato patted the girl on the shoulder. Not bad, you've filled out quite a bit. You aren't just skin and bones anymore. Big brother Yato, the food at the Shino Academy is completely free. I never have to go hungry again. I'll take you to our 12th Division's cafeteria later. We prepared a special feast today for the new recruits. Oh right, this is Lieutenant Saragaki. Greetings, Lieutenant. Ranjika Matsumoto looked like an eager, fresh recruit entering the workforce, full of vigor. My name is Ranjika Matsumoto, I look forward to working under you. As they spoke, more and more academy students gathered around Hiyori and Yato. These were all the new recruits assigned to the 12th Division. Due to the 6th and 10th Divisions expanding their rosters a few years prior, the 12th Division received compensation this year, recruiting 30 new members in one fell swoop. Thanks to Yato Uchiha's efforts, even the top student of the graduating class, Ranjika Matsumoto, had been pulled into the 12th Division. Once all the new recruits were gathered, Yato and Hiyori led them toward the 12th Division barracks. Squadron registration, assigning dormitories, hosting the welcome ceremony, the captain's speech. By the time this series of activities was completed, the sky had already turned completely dark. After so much running around, the graduates' initial excitement had completely vanished. Exhausted, they waited for dinner, planning to pig out and recover their stamina. Before they started eating, Yato Uchiha walked up to Ranjika Matsumoto. His gaze was meaningful, but his voice was very soft. Ranjiku, don't make a scene. Go to my office. There's a surprise waiting for you there. The young girl froze for a moment before quickly realizing what his words meant. A flash of excitement gleamed in the depths of her eyes as she feigned composure, nodding before slipping out of the 12th Division's cafeteria. Where is she going? Hiyori Saragaki asked, munching on some fried food while throwing a glance at Ranjiku's retreating back. You aren't planning to exploit her on her very first day, are you? That's going too far, Yato. You should at least wait until past midnight before assigning her work. Sai, listen to you. Am I the kind of boss who doesn't care about his subordinates? Yato shook his head and offered no further explanation. About half an hour later, Ranjika Matsumoto finally returned to the cafeteria. However, in stark contrast to her earlier excitement, the girl's expression was now ashen. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her head hung low, making her look like a heartbroken little golden retriever. Yato clicked his tongue inwardly. Shaking his head, he stood up and headed for his office. The lean third seat of the 5th Division was still standing there. When Yato pushed the door open and walked in, Jin Ikemaru was staring blankly at his own palm. A single strand of golden blonde hair danced in the breeze against his hand, like a catkin ready to drift away at any moment. Jin, your biggest flaw is that you have no idea how to coax a girl. Yato Uchiha stroked his chin, and chuckled softly. Though I could teach you a trick or two. Jin Ikemura stared blankly, clutching Ranjiku's hair. It took him a long time before he finally responded, I can't let her step into danger, Senior Yato. What a deeply moving declaration of love. I almost shed a tear, Yato Uchiha said, clapping slowly. So now Ranjiku has followed in your footsteps, and joined the Godii 13. Let me think, what was the annual mortality rate of our organization again? Oh, 5%. The average career lifespan of a Soul Reaper is only 20 years. Wow, not dangerous at all. Jin Ikemura tightened his grip on the strand of hair, completely at a loss for a rebuttal. Jin, are you really not considering my suggestion? It's not too late to go to the world of the living. Senior Yato. The seated officer with narrow eyes suddenly sheathed his blade and bowed, offering a salute with an unprecedented level of reverence. I entrust Ranjiku's safety to you. In exchange, I and Shinso will forever be at your disposal. Yato's brow twitched violently. Annoyed, he told Jin Ikemura to get the hell out. One by one, they were all as stubborn as mules. Always playing up some nonsense tragic romance aesthetic. Since when did mud-legged commoners like them learn the awkward complexes of the nobles? Wouldn't it be better to just be happy together? Sigh, it's not like they're a hopeless bachelor like me. As Yato thought this, his fingertips absent-mindedly brushed against Akame's hilt. Oh, wait, no. As a Soul Reaper, I will never truly be alone. The corners of the youth's mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly feeling the urge to chat with Akame and discuss his plans for achieving Bankai, he sat down, laid his Zanpakuto across his lap, and entered the state of Blade Zen. The next moment, his consciousness appeared within his inner world. Dim, silent, and boundless. Countless tombstones as massive as mountains stood tall, like gods standing guard over this place. However, this time, the young girl clad in crimson armor did not appear beside him. In her place stood an unfamiliar woman. An unfamiliar, pure white woman. White skin, white high heels, a white lace dress, a white floral wreath, white eyes. As snow white as a hollow. Yato frowned, looking at the woman warily. Where is Akame? Akame. My, so that's her name. The pure white woman spoke. In stark contrast to her delicate, beautiful appearance, her voice was hoarse and raspy, like grinding metal, brimming with an imposing, malicious aura. I've already eaten that little girl. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 100, You Are a Part of Me. 1772 words. Chapter 100, You Are a Part of Me. Eat Akame. You? Within the dim, boundless inner world, Yato Uchiha shook his head. He cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and yelled, Akame. Stop playing around, you bastard. Come out already. Oh my. You still don't believe me, handsome. The pure white woman covered her mouth, giggling continuously. Why don't you come a little closer? She's in my stomach. You might be able to hear her through my belly. I remember it so clearly. When I devoured her, she cried so miserably. Tisk, shut up. I'm busy right now. Yato glanced back at her. You don't understand us at all, and Akame wouldn't get eaten by a piece of trash like you. The pure white woman froze slightly, standing rooted to the spot, suddenly at a loss for what to do. She collected herself and tried mocking him again, attempting to break the youth's psychological defenses. Yet, no matter what kind of rhetoric she used, she couldn't make this world shift even the slightest bit. The sky remained dim, and those massive, silent tombstones still stood towering and unmoving. This youth named Yato Uchiha hadn't wavered in the slightest. Ha ha. A silver, bell-like laughter rang out from behind the woman. Akame, clad in her crimson armor, suddenly appeared. Skipping happily, she threw her arms around the youth's shoulders. Wow, you were so cool just now. You didn't waver at all. Your state of mind is unfathomable, Yato. Duh, I'm practically at Bankai. How could I fall for something so easily? The pure white woman stared dumbfounded at the interaction between the boy and the girl. Unable to maintain her imposing, malicious facade, she pointed a trembling finger at Akame. You. How are you still here? I clearly swallowed you into my stomach. Akame gave a cold sneer. To think you were stupid enough to look directly into my eyes, you really lack discipline, my pet. Pet. As if suffering the ultimate humiliation, the pure white woman violently ripped the floral wreath from her head. Her mouth gaped open, tearing apart from the cheeks, as heavy spiritual pressure gathered like a cannon ready to fire. TSK, you actually dare to bare your fangs. Not cute at all. However, Akame simply curled her lips and slightly closed her fingers, making a gripping motion toward the woman from afar. Immediately, the space the pure white woman occupied peeled away like sliced tofu, sending her plummeting into the endless abyss below. The fully charged Zero detonated in the darkness below, erupting into a brilliant flash of fiery light. Finally quiet. Yato, don't you think she's a bit like a husky? So noisy. So it's her, the youth muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The hollow power that's been accumulating in my soul has finally manifested in this form. That's right. The pure white woman who appeared in Yato's inner world was the physical manifestation of the hollow power within him. As a transmigrator, Yato had anticipated this situation long ago. Because Masaki Kurosaki was bitten by white, through a series of coincidences, her son Ichigo also possessed hollow powers. Over the past few years, Yato Uchiha had continuously consumed Noitra's tributes, integrating the pure essence that had settled in the forest of Minos deep into his soul. According to the rules of the Bleach universe, there was no reason the phenomenon that just occurred wouldn't happen. The youth and Akame had discussed this exact scenario long ago, and weren't worried in the slightest. After all, the fundamental power of Yato's soul originated from this miraculous Uchiha bloodline. The foreign hollow power posed absolutely no threat to Akame. She could effortlessly suppress it with a mere flip of her hand. Calling her a pet wasn't an exaggeration at all. The appearance of the pure white woman was actually a good thing. It proved that the opposing force Yato Uchiha had accumulated had finally reached its critical breaking point. Want to try breaking through? Yato. Akame licked her lips, a hint of madness flashing in her eyes. Achieve Bankai right now. Wait a little longer. It's still missing a little something. Just a tiny bit. Yato suppressed the urge bubbling in his heart, and patted the girl's shoulder. The opposing force has reached its critical state, but it needs one final push. Plus, I can use this time to adjust my spiritual pressure and soul to their most perfect state. Alright, you're the boss. Having finished discussing the progress of his Bankai, Yato, acting like a total scumbag, immediately started pondering over the pure white woman. By the way, what should we do with her? I'll play with her like a dog. What else? Akame looked at Yato's expression and suddenly realized what he was getting at. Oh, you want to use her? Of course. No matter what, she's power that has accumulated within my body. Even though she's a hollow, it would be a complete waste to just leave her here. I'm not going to hesitate like Ichigo Kurosaki did. Akame nodded. Reaching out with her slender fingers, she scooped downward into the darkness. The pure white woman reappeared, looking entirely disheveled. A corner of her long dress had been blown off by her own Zero, and she was missing one of her high heels, looking like a runaway princess. Why you too? A dense, murderous aura surfaced on her beautiful face as she enunciated every word through gritted teeth. I will devour you both one day. Shut up, pet, Akame sneered. Stop barking. I brought you back up to confirm one thing. When Yato calls out to you, are you going to dedicate your everything to him? In your dreams. As long as I manifest on the outside, I will absolutely fight for control of his body. And I will smash this Zanpakuto of yours to pieces. See, didn't I tell you she was a husky? Akame turned her head and gave Yato a sweet smile. She blurts out her entire evil plan before she even does anything, and she doesn't even lie about it. The pure white woman panted heavily, but in this inner world, Akame's weight far surpassed hers. She was completely pinned down, unable to move a single finger. All right. Yato chuckled, affectionately ruffling Akame's hair before walking toward the pure white woman. I'll handle this. You gonna use Kodo Amatsukami? I'm not that tasteless. Besides, if I can't even tame my own power, how can I ever talk about claiming the throne in the heavens? Under the pure white woman's glaring gaze, Yato approached. He reached out and placed his hand on the woman's forehead. His movements were gentle, like a soothing spring breeze. In any other context, such a scene might have earned poetic praise like, the immortal caressed the crown of my head. But from Akame's perspective, this scene looked a bit like petting a dog with a smile. Unaware of the bizarre thoughts running through the young girl's head, Yato spoke softly. You are a part of me. From the day you were born, destiny bound us together. Even if you refuse to admit it, it won't change one simple fact: if I die, you will disappear from this world. Humph. The pure white woman let out a cold laugh, but she didn't outright deny it. So when I call upon you, please come to my side. Bleed with me, drink the blood of our enemies with me, until the misfortune of death takes everything from us. Yato paused for a moment before continuing, but a nameless thing is weak and powerless. Therefore, I shall grant you a name. Sujetsu. As snow white as bone, ever-changing like the waxing and waning of the moon. From this moment on, until this world dies and plummets into hell, you will bear this name. The pure white woman's expression changed rapidly. She wanted to say something, but ultimately, she simply shook her head in resentment and mumbled, "What a crappy name. It sounds awful." Yato smiled slightly and lowered his arm. Then, it's settled, Sujetsu. Huh? What do you mean it's settled? I haven't even. Get down there. Sundaras have no market anymore. Akame burst into laughter, throwing the pure white woman back down into the darkness. Lend your power to Yato. Consider it paying rent. The woman's angry curses echoed up from the depths, but Akame giggled, completely unbothered, treating it as if her pet husky was just barking. Yato Uchiha suddenly thought of something else and tilted his head. Come to think of it, I could probably copy Ichigo Kurosaki's experience. I could go to the Phoenix Palace and have Otsunomiya extract this hollow power to forge a second Zanpakuto. That is the one thing you are absolutely not allowed to do, Yato, Akame pouted, looking as if she were going to burst into tears the very next second. I will get jealous. Very, very, very jealous. Seeing the young girl act like this, Yato awkwardly rubbed his nose and quickly coaxed her. How could I possibly do that? Ichigo Kurosaki had several different powers coexisting within him. The fundamental essence of my soul is the soul reaper power of the Uchiha. The hollow power is merely a late addition. There's no way it could be forged into a Zanpakuto anyway. You're actually doing a theoretical analysis right now. You bastard. Yato smiled bitterly, learning for the very first time that Akame could also be completely unreasonable. Facts proved that a certain Uchiha was only a master of theory. In reality, much like Jin Ikemaru, he was completely clueless about how to coax a girl. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the boundless darkness of the inner world, the pure white woman lay in the void, the hem of her dress drooping down like butterfly wings. Sujetsu, Sujetsu. Her expression was odd. She seemed to desperately want to smile, but for the sake of her pride, she forced herself to keep a straight face, pretending to be disgusted, even though she was the only one here, and even if she rolled around on the floor in joy, no one would be able to see her. Sujetsu. Humph, what an awful name. Controlling her facial muscles, the pure white woman tried her best to roll her eyes. I'm not going to listen to you. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollaborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.